16. Disaster of The Merlin staff. The next morning, James, Ralph, and Zane entered the Great Hall for breakfast and headed purposefully toward the far end of the Gryffindor table. "Are you sure about this?" Ralph asked as they crossed the hall. "We can't go back after this, you know." James pressed his lips together, but he didn't answer. They crowded in with Noah, Ted, and the rest of the gremlins, all of whom were seated conspicuously in a tight knot. "Ah, the very man," Ted announced as James squeezed between him and Sabrina. "We were just taking bets on why you asked all of us to meet you for breakfast. Noah thinks you want to officially join the ranks of the gremlins, in which case we've prepared a series of grueling challenges for you to complete. My favorite is the one where you don Sabrina's old Yule gown and run through the school singing the Hogwarts tribute as loud as you can. There's plenty more, although Damien's challenges tend to involve too many slugs and mustard for my taste." James grimaced. "To tell you the truth, the reason I asked to talk to all of you is that Ralph, Zane, and I have something we need to ask of you." To their credit, none of the gremlins seemed surprised. They simply leaned in a little as they continued to eat. James didn't exactly know where to begin. He had awoken that morning with the simple realization that, on their own, he, Ralph, and Zane would not succeed in capturing the Merlin staff in one day. They had no plan. The portrait of Snape had been some help, but Snape didn't even believe that Tabitha Corsica had the staff. So who could they turn to? He acted on his first impulse. He could ask the one group of people in all the school who were experts in the subtle arts of chaos and tomfoolery. It might take too long to explain everything to Ted and his fellow gremlins, and even if he could, they still might not agree to help, but it was his best, last hope. James sighed hugely and stared at his glass of pumpkin juice. "We need your help too." "To borrow something? Borrow something?" Noah repeated, his mouth full of toast. "What? Money? A cup of sugar? A decent haircut? Doesn't sound like you need us." "Exactly. Quiet, Metzger," Ted said mildly. "What is it you want to borrow, James?" James took a deep breath and then simply said it. "Tabitha Corsica's broom." Damien coughed into his juice. All the other gremlins glanced at James with widened eyes. All except Ted. "Whatever for?" Sabrina asked in a low voice. "Tonight's the tournament match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin." "Is that it? Are you trying to ruin Slytherin's chances?" "I admit that there's something highly suspect about that broom of hers, but cheating doesn't exactly seem like your style, James." "No. It doesn't have anything to do with the match," James said, and then faltered. "It's a lot to explain. And I'm not even allowed to talk about some of it. McGonagall asked me not to." "Tell us as much as you can, then," Peter sighed. "All right. Zane, Ralph, help me out. Fill in any bits I miss. It's going to sound pretty mad, but here goes." Between the three of them, they explained the entire story of the Merlin conspiracy, from the first glimpse of the shade of Madame Delacroix on the lake to the adventure at the Grotto Keep to Ralph and James' mysterious confrontation with the creepy dryad demanding the Merlin robe. They had to back up then, and explain how they'd come to capture the robe from Professor Jackson. James was worried that the story had become so fragmented that the gremlins wouldn't be able to follow it. Ted listened intently the entire time, simply eating and watching whoever was speaking. The rest of the gremlins asked clarifying questions and responded with a mixture of skepticism, awe and excitement. "You've been working this whole plot out all year and you're only now telling us about it?" Damien asked, narrowing his eyes. "Like I said, McGonagall warned us not to tell anybody about the Grotto Keep," James said sincerely. "And we were worried that you wouldn't believe the rest of it, anyway. We had a hard time believing a lot of it ourselves. For a while, at least." "So what do you think?" "I'm confused," Sabrina said, frowning. "The whole thing seems pretty patched together. It's on thing to shoot off Weasley fireworks during the debate, but it's something else entirely to go and steal the broom of one of the most prominent, and frankly, scary witches in the school. That's thievery, that is. It's only thievery if what we're saying isn't true," Zane reasoned. "If Tabitha's broom is the Merlin staff, then it isn't hers, really. I don't know whose it is, but no matter what, she had to have stolen it somehow herself." Damien didn't seem convinced. "Even if she did, we'd be the only ones who knew that. If she hauls us all into the headmistress' office claiming we stole her broom, what would we say? It's all right because she stole the broom herself from somebody, we don't know who, and besides, the broom is really the magic staff of the most powerful wizard ever. So we were really just doing the world a favor taking it out of Corsica's hands? That'll fly like a dead owl." "Well, why wouldn't it?" Ralph interjected. "If it's true, it's true, and that came from the mouth of a Slytherin," Noah said, grinning crookedly. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ralph said, firming his jaw. James shook his head. It's all right, Ralph. He's ragging you. The point is, yes, even if it is true, we might not be able to prove it. I won't tell you we might not get in trouble over this. I can only tell you that if it is true, then being hauled to McGonagall's office and called a thief is the least of our worries. I can't ask any of you to get involved if you don't want to. It's risky. We could all get in loads of trouble. We could even fail despite our best efforts. Now wait a minute, Noah said. This is the gremlins you're talking about. Petra sat up straight and looked around at the group. The thing is, if James, Zane, and Ralph are wrong, we'll know by tomorrow. If we did borrow Corsica's broom, we could return it, somehow, probably anonymously. No harm, no penalty. Everybody will just think it was a Quidditch prank, right? Booty, if this story is true, and the broom really is the Merlin staff, then nobody will be dragging anybody to the headmistress office. Why not? Sabrina asked, interested. Because Tabitha will have bigger fish to fry, Noah answered thoughtfully. If she's part of some big Merlin conspiracy and she fails to come through with the staff, she'll be in some serious outs with her cronies. People like that don't tend to be very forgiving, you know. Why, we might never even see her again. One can only hope, Petra muttered, dead stirred. Look here, all of you. This is all well and good, but as far as I'm concerned, there's only one thing to decide. Can we trust James? I don't know Zane and Ralph here all that well, but I grew up with James. He may have sometimes been an obnoxious little squitter, but he's always been honest, and besides, he's the son of my godfather. You remember that guy, don't you? I'm willing to take a little risk for him. Not just because he's family, but because he's a Potter. If he says there's a battle worth fighting, I'm inclined to believe him. Well said, mate, Noah said gravely, slapping Ted on the back. And besides, let's not forget that this does have the fringe benefit of pulling one over on Tabitha Corsica, and perhaps balancing out tonight's Quidditch match, Sabrina admitted, and maybe we could somehow snatch her broom when she's nice and high in the air. Damien grinned nastily. That's what I said, Zane exclaimed. You're both mad, Petra said reproachfully. You're as bad as she is. We don't want to kill her, Zane replied in a wounded voice. We just want to see her drop a few hundred feet in terror. Ridcully would levitate her at the last moment, just like the Ralphinator did for James. Honestly, you must think we're monsters, so are we all agreed, then? Ted asked the group. Everyone nodded and murmured assent. That's wonderful and all, Ralph said, but how are we going to do it? Ted leaned back and stared up at the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, stroking his chin. Slowly, he smiled. Does anyone know what the weather is supposed to be like tonight? There was very little that the group needed to do to prepare. After lunch, Sabrina and Noah headed off to the basements to talk to the house elves. James and Ted, both of whom had an afternoon free period, spent some time in the library studying a collection of gigantic books about atmospheric and WATHER charms. This is Petra's thing, really, Ted lamented. If she wasn't busy all afternoon with divination and runes, we'd be a lot better off. James looked over their notes. Looks like we've got what we need, though, doesn't it? I guess, Ted replied airily, flipping a few huge pages. A minute later, he looked up at James. It was really tough for you to ask for help, wasn't it? James glanced at Ted and met his eyes, then looked out a nearby window. A little, yeah. I didn't know if I'd be able to explain it. I wasn't sure any of you would believe it. Ted furrowed his brow. Is that all? He prodded. Well, James began, then stopped. He fiddled with his quill. No, I guess not. It just seemed like something I was supposed to do on my own. I mean, with Zane and Ralph's help, sure. They were along with the whole thing from the start. But still, I kind of figured that, between the three of us, we'd be able to manage. We'd work it out. It felt a little like. He stopped, realizing what he was about to say, surprised by it. Like what? Ted asked. James sighed. Like a failure. Like if the three of us couldn't do it on our own, we'd failed, somehow, the three of you. Like your dad and Ron and Hermione, you mean? James glanced at Ted sharply. What? No, he said, but suddenly he wasn't sure. I'm just saying, Ted replied. It makes sense. That's how your dad did it. He was a big one for taking on all the responsibilities of the world and not sharing the load with anyone else. He and Ron and Hermione. There were always loads of people around who were ready and willing to help, and sometimes, they did, but not until they'd pretty much forced themselves into the action. Ted shrugged. You sound like Snape, James said, keeping his voice level. He felt uncomfortably vulnerable all of a sudden. Well, maybe Snape's right. Sometimes, Dad said mildly, even if he was an oily old humbug most of the time. Yeah, well, blast him, James said, surprised to feel a prickle of tears. He blinked them away. He was a load of help, wasn't he? Sneaking around, working both sides, never making it clear to anybody where his loyalties really lay until it was too late. Can't really blame my dad for not trusting him, can you? So I don't trust him either. Maybe my dad did do most stuff with just Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron. That was all he needed, wasn't it? They won. He'd found two people he could trust with everything. Well, I found them, too. I've got Ralph and Zane. So maybe I thought I could be as good as Dad. I am not, though. I needed some help. There was more James meant to say, but he stopped, uncertain if he should continue. Dad looked at James for a long, thoughtful moment, and then leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Tough thing living in the shadow of your dad, isn't it? He said. James didn't reply. A moment later, Dad went on. I never knew my dad. He died right here, on the school grounds. He and Mom both. They were in the Battle of Hogwarts, you know. You'd think that it would be hard to feel resentful of people you never knew, but you can. I resent them for dying. Sometimes, I resent them for being here at all. I mean, what were they thinking? Both of them rushing off into some big battle, leaving their kid at home. You call that responsible? I sure don't. Dad looked out the window as James had done a minute earlier. Then he sighed. Ah well, most of the time, though, I'm proud of them. Somebody once said, if you don't have something worth dying for, you aren't really living. Mom and Dad had something worth dying for, and they did. I lost them, but I got a legacy out of it. A legacy is worth something, isn't it? He looked across the table at James again, searching his face. James nodded, unsure what to say. Finally Ted shrugged a little. The reason I bring it up, though, is my dad. He left me something else. Ted was quiet for almost a minute, thinking, apparently debating with himself. Finally, he spoke again. Dad was a werewolf. I guess I'm pull as that. You didn't know that, did you? James tried to keep his face from showing it, but he was quite shocked. He knew there had been something secret about Remus Lupin, something that had never been explained to him or even mentioned outright. All James knew for sure was that Lupin had been close friends with Sirius Black, James Potter I, and a man named Peter Pettigrew that had eventually betrayed them all. James knew that Lupin had come to teach at Hogwarts when his dad was in school, and that Lupin had taught his dad how to summon his Patronus. Whatever the secret of Remus Lupin's past, it couldn't have been anything terribly serious, James had reasoned. He had thought perhaps Dad's father had been in Azkaban for a while or that he had once flirted with the dark arts when he was young. It had never crossed James' mind that Remus Lupin might have been a werewolf. Despite James' attempt to mask his shock, Dad saw it on his face and nodded. Yeah, quite a secret, that was. Your dad told me the whole story himself a few years back, when I was old enough to understand it. Grandmom never talks about it at all, even now. I think she's afraid. Not so much of what was, but... well, what could be? James was a little afraid to ask. What could be, Ted? Ted shrugged. You know how it is with werewolves. There are only two ways to become one. You can get bitten by one or you see and be born of one. Of course, nobody really knows exactly what happens when only your mom or dad is a werewolf. Your dad said that my dad was pretty upset when he found out Mom was going to have a baby. He was scared, see? He didn't want the kid to be like him, to grow up an outcast, cursed and hated. He thought he never should have even married my mom, because she wanted babies, but he was afraid to pass on the curse to them. Well, when I was born, I guess everybody breathed a big sigh of relief. I was normal. I got my MUMS metamorph megas thing, even. They tell me I was always changing my hair color as a baby. Got no end of laughs about that, Grandmom says. I can still do it today, and a few other things, too. I usually don't, though. Once you get known for stuff like that, it's hard to be known for much else, if you know what I mean. So I guess Dad died feeling a bit better about having me, then. He died knowing I was normal, more or less. I'm glad of that. Ted was staring out the window again. He took a deep breath, and then looked back at James. Harry told me how your grandfather Ms. Sirius Black, and Pettigrew used to run with my dad when he changed, how they'd change into animal forms and accompany him around the countryside under the full moon, protecting him from the world and the world from him. I even started thinking it was all sort of adventurous and romantic, like those dopey muggles WHO read those werewolf stories where the werewolves are all handsome and seductive and mysterious. I started almost wishing I had got the werewolf thing after all. And then, Ted stopped and seemed to wrestle with himself for a moment. He lowered his voice and went on, "Well, the thing is, nobody really knows how all this werewolf stuff works, do they? I never gave it a second thought, but then, last year, I started having insomnia. No big deal, right? Except it wasn't any normal insomnia. I couldn't sleep, but not because I wasn't tired, exactly. I was. He stopped again and leaned back in his chair, staring hard at the wall by the window. "Hey," James said, feeling nervous and embarrassed, although he didn't quite know why. "You don't have to tell me. Forget it." "No problem." "No," Ted said, returning his gaze to James, "I do need to tell you. As much for me as for you. Because I haven't told anybody else yet, not even Grandmom. I think if I don't tell somebody, I'll go nutters. See, I couldn't sleep because I was so hungry. I was starved. I lay there in bed the first time it happened, telling myself that this was just crazy. I'd had a nice big dinner and everything, just like normal. But no matter what I told myself, my stomach just kept telling me it wanted food. And not just anything. It wanted meat. Raw meat. Fresh off the bone meat. You see what I'm getting at?" James understood. He began, and then had to clear his throat. "It was a full moon." Ted nodded grimly, slowly. "Eventually, I got to sleep. But since then, it's gotten worse. By the end of last school year, I finally started sneaking down to the kitchens below the Great Hall, where all the elves work. They have a big meat locker down there. I started to. Well, I ate. It tends to be a bit of a mess." Ted shuddered, and then seemed to shrug it off. "Anyway, the point is, obviously I didn't completely skip the whole werewolf thing. My dad gave me his own shadow to live in, didn't he? I don't blame him for it. For all I know, this is the worst it'll ever get, and this isn't all that bad. Helps me bulk up for Quidditch season, at least. But it's scary, a little. I don't know how to manage it yet. And I'm afraid to tell anyone about it. People." Ted swallowed and looked hard at James. "People don't respond well to werewolves." James didn't know whether to agree with that or not because it was untrue, but because he wasn't sure Ted needed any more affirmation of it. "My dad could help you, I bet," James said. "And me, too. I'm not afraid of you, Ted, even if you are a werewolf. I've known you my whole life. Maybe we could, work it out like your dad and his mates did. He had his James Potter to help him, and you have yours." Ted smiled, and it was a huge, genuine smile. "You're a brick, James. I'd hate to have to eat you. Learn how to turn yourself into a giant dog, like Sirius did, and maybe being a werewolf wouldn't be so bad after all, with you trotting along next to me. But I almost forgot why I brought this up at all." Ted leaned forward again, his eyes serious. "You have the shadow of your dad to grow up in, just like me. But I can't choose whether I'm like my dad or not. You can. It's not a curse, James. Your dad's a great man. Pick the bits of who he is that are worth being like, and be like them, if you want. The other parts, well, that's your choice, isn't it? Take it or leave it. Those are the places where you can choose to be even better." Your daddy didn't much ask for help, did he? But that's not because he didn't need it. The fact that you asked for help doesn't tell me you're worse than him. It tells me you learned something he never learned. That's you being you, not just a copy of your dad. I think that's pretty cool, if you ask me. And not just because it means I get to help pull a fast one on Tabitha Corsica. James was speechless. He simply stared at Ted, unsure what to feel or think, unsure if what Ted was saying was true or not. He knew only that it surprised him and humbled him, in a good way, to hear Ted say what he had. Ted closed the gigantic book in front of him with a loudc lunk. "Come on," he said, standing and gathering the books together. "Help me get these to the common room so Petra can look them over before the match. She's going to have to help me get this right or we're doomed for sure. Dinner is in an hour, and after that, we are going to be pretty preoccupied for the rest of the night, if you know what I mean." The afternoon of the last Quidditch match of the season was cool and misty, covered with a veil of restless, gray clouds. Silent and unusually somber, the gremlins trooped through the tunnel behind the statue of St. Locomagus the Perpetually Productive. When they reached the steps that led up to the interior of the equipment shed, Ted slowed and tiptoed. By now, Red Collie had probably already retrieved the Quidditch trunk from the shed, but it didn't hurt to be careful. Ted peered around the cramped space, saw only some dusty shelves and a few broken brooms, and then beckoned the rest to follow him up. "It's all clear. We should be safe in here, now that Red Collie's been and gone. He's the only one that uses the shed. Ralph climbed the steps and looked cautiously around. James remembered that Ralph hadn't been along the night he and the gremlins had used this secret tunnel to go raise their rocket. "It's a magic tunnel. It only works one way," he whispered to Ralph. "We can get back through it because it's the way we came, but anybody else would just find the inside of the equipment shed." "Cool," Ralph breathed meaningfully. "That's good to know." James, Ralph, and Sabrina pressed against the rear of the shed to peer through the single, grimy window. The Quidditch pitch lay behind the shed, and they could clearly see 3 of the grandstands, already mostly filled with banner-waving students and teachers, all bundled against the unseasonable chill. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin teams were gathering along opposite sides of the pitch to observe their captains shaking hands and listen to Ridcully's traditional recital of the basic rules of play. "I forgot all about this," Sabrina said quietly. "The whole handshaking thing." "That Zane is a pretty sharp fellow," James nodded. It had been Zane's idea to stage the broom caper during the opening moments of the match. In those few minutes when both teams came out of their holding pens beneath the grandstands to watch the opening ritual. It was a genius idea, because it was the only time when the team's brooms were separated from their owners, left behind in the holding pens until the teams collected them for their big flying introductions. "It's time," Ted said, tapping James once on the shoulder. "There's Corsical already." James swallowed past a lump in his throat that felt like a marble. His heart was already pounding. He pulled the invisibility cloak out of his backpack, shook it open and threw it over his and Ralph's heads. As they neared the door of the shed, Petra whispered harshly, "I can see your feet." "Ralph, duck down some more." Ralph hunkered and James saw the edge of the cloak meet the ground around his feet. "Stay low and move fast," Ted instructed. He turned and peered between the planks of the door. The equipment shed was positioned at a corner of the pitch, just inside the magical boundary erected by the match official. The door faced away from the pitch, visible only to the Slytherin grandstands right next to it. "Looks clear enough," Ted said, his face pressed to the cracks in the door. "Let's just hope everybody's looking at the pitch and not this shed." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped aside. James and Ralph shuffled through and James heard the door clunk shut behind them. The wind was shifty and unpredictable. It barreled across the pitch and swatted restlessly at the invisibility cloak, flapping it about the boys' legs. "Somebody's going to see my feet," Ralph moaned. "We're almost there already," James said under the noise of the crowd. "Just stay close and keep down." Through the transparent fabric of the invisibility cloak, James could see the dark mouth of the doorway into the Slytherin holding pen. The great doors were swung wide open, latched to the walls of the grandstand to keep them from blowing shut. The Slytherin players were lined up along the pitch on the other side of the doorway, close enough that a careless word or a flicker of their shoes might be noticed. James held his breath and resisted the urge to run. Slowly, the 2 boys sidled past the nearest Slytherin player, Tom Squallis, and slipped into the shadow of the doorway. Inside, the wind fell away and the cloak hung still. James let his breath out in a careful hiss. "Come on," he whispered almost soundlessly. "We don't have much time." James knew what the gremlins were planning, even though he wasn't going to see any of it. Zane, who was watching along with his teammates on the Ravenclaw side of the pitch, told him all about it later. As Tabitha and Jennifer tell us, the Ravenclaw captain walked to meet Ridcully at the center line of the pitch. A strange sound began to build in the air overhead. All day, the sky had been low and sluggish, packed with gray clouds, but now, as the spectators and players glanced up, the clouds had begun to circle ponderously. There was a bulge in the clouds directly over the pitch, spiraling in on itself and lowering even as the crowd watched. The general noise of the assembly quieted, and the sound of the clouds in that silence was a deep, vibrating groan, long and menacing. With only his eyes, Zane glanced toward the equipment shed at the far corner of the pitch. He could just see the shapes of Ted and Petra, duck low in the corners of the tiny window, their wands raised, teasing the cloud shapes. He smiled, and when the timing was perfect and the entire pitch had fallen silent, he called out across the pitch, "Quidditch is never called on account of weather, right, Jennifer?" There was a nervous ripple of laughter across the nearer grandstands. Jennifer glanced at Zane for a moment, then looked back up at the funnel lowering over her. As a gremlin, Ted had told her of their plan, but Zane could tell that her nervousness wasn't hard to fake. Neither Ridcully nor Tabitha Corsica seemed prepared to move. Corsica merely looked up at the clouds, her hair whipping wildly around her face, her wand visible in her hand. Ridcully's expression seemed to be one of grim determination. "Ladies and gentlemen," Damien's voice echoed throughout the grandstands from his place in the announcer's booth, "we seem to be experiencing some sort of highly localized weather phenomenon. Please stay in your seats. You are probably safe there. Those on the field, please remain where you are. Cyclones cannot see you if you don't move. In the crowd, someone shouted out, "That's dinosaurs, you crazy fruit bat." Same concept, Damien answered in his amplified voice. Sabrina and Noah darted out of the equipment shed, ducking against the swirling winds. They scurried toward the tiny concessions area built into the base of the Hufflepuff grandstand. The counter was manned by Hufflepuff students, but the food itself was prepared by elves in a kitchen near the back. Noah and Sabrina headed along the side of the grandstand and stopped at an open doorway. "Hey, you fellows see what's going on out here?" Sabrina yelled over the growing noise of the cyclone. "Weather's getting pretty foul, isn't it?" A grumpy-looking elf in the back of the kitchen lowered his pipe. "And what do you want we's to do about it, eh? You wants we should shoot a blast of storm-calming pixie dust out our ears, maybe?" "I was just thinking about Section 55, Paragraph 9 of the Elves of Hogwarts Coalition Agreement," Noah yelled, hunkering in the doorway. "Says elves are responsible for securing the grounds during inclement weather. Getting pretty inclement out here, I'd say. Maybe you'd like Sabrina and me to go shut and lock the holding pen doors for you until this blows over?" "Come on, Sabrina." The elf stuffed his pipe into the knot of his napkin loincloth and jumped forward. "Never you mind that, now." He turned and called into the depths of the kitchen. "Oi. Peckle. Krung. Seedy. We got a job, we does. Let's get a move on." The four elves bustled past Sabrina and Noah. The grumpy elf called back over his shoulder as they went, "Much obliged, master and mistress. Enjoy the match." Now, as the elves scurried through the wind toward the holding pen doors, the cyclone finally touched the pitch. It licked across the center line, 20 feet to Tabitha Corsica's right, and for several moments, SHE watched it, fascinated. Many people commented later that, impressive as it was certainly the smallest cyclone they had ever seen. DHEGRASS were touchdown tossed wildly, but the power of the tornado dropped off significantly after 100 feet or so that those in the grandstands were relatively unaffected. Jennifer Tellis turned and ran to the sidelines to join her team. Ridcully didn't seem to notice. Still standing in the center of the pitch next to him, Tabitha Corsica fingered her wand and glanced around, now ignoring the writhing cyclone. She seemed to be looking for something. In the holding pen deep beneath the Slytherin grandstands, James and Ralph heard the noise of the cyclone and the creaking of the grandstand as the wind pressed against it. "Which one is it?" Ralph asked as James whipped the cloak off them. "There are so many of them." James pointed past the row of broomsticks leaning against the lockers. "There, in the corner farthest from the door, a broom hung in the air as if awaiting its rider." "That's got to be it," he said, darting toward it. They stopped, one on either side of it. Close up, the broom seemed to be vibrating or humming very slightly. "Hello." Unsettling noise came from it, audible even over the moan of the wind and the creak of the grandstands. "Grab it, then, James. Come on, let's get out of here." James reached out and grabbed the broomstick, but the broom didn't budge. He pulled it, then wrapped both hands around it and yanked. The broom was as immobile as if it had been buried in stone. "What's the problem?" Ralph moaned, glancing back toward the door. "If we're still in here when they come back, we have the invisibility cloak, Ralph. We can hide," James said, but he knew Ralph was right. The holding pen was small and there were no obvious places to get out of the way, even if they couldn't be seen. The broom stuck, somehow. "I can't move it." "Well," Ralph replied, gesturing vaguely, "it's a broomstick. Maybe you're supposed to ride it." James felt a sinking in his stomach. "I can't ride this thing, even if I could get it to move." Why not? "It's not mine. I wasn't all that great on the broom until I got my thunder streak, if you recall. We wanted to capture this thing, not pulverize it into a wall with me on it." "You've gotten better at it since then," Ralph insisted. "Even before you got your thunder streak, you were getting loads better. Almost as good as Zane. Go on. I'll hop on the back and throw the cloak over both of us." James dropped his hands and rolled his eyes. "Ralph, that's completely crazy." Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed down the corridor leading to the pitch. It rattled the rafters, showering dust all around. Ralph and James both startled. Ralph's voice was squeaky with fear. "What was that?" "I don't know," James replied quickly, "but I think we just ran all out of options." "Ralph, get ready to hop on." James swung his leg over the floating, gently humming broomstick and gripped the handle tightly with both hands. Slowly, he settled his weight onto the broomstick, letting it collect him. A minute earlier, outside, Tabitha Corsica had spied something. Zane saw her gaze stop ONTHE equipment shed. Somehow, She'd known the cyclone was suspicious and had identified the one place someone might hide and cast spells into the magical boundaries of the Quidditch pitch. Zane was prepared to bolt onto the pitch to head her off if she approached the shed. He was already concocting a haphazard plan to pretend to drag her to safety. She didn't approach the shed, though. Zane saw her take one step in that direction, and then glance aside at the elves closing and barring the doorways into the team holding pens. Tabitha turned on her heel and stalked purposely toward the door in the base of the Slytherin grandstands. Even if Zane ran full out, he'd barely beat her there. He simply had to hope that the elves would stick by their duties. Regardless of what Tabitha said, Noah and Sabrina had followed the elves to the Slytherin holding pen doors, watching from a distance as they swung them shut and threw the locking beam into place. Sabrina saw Tabitha striding across the pitch, her face grim and her wand out. "Open those doors," Tabitha yelled, her voice firm but calm. She raised her one hand, pointing at the closed doorway. "Very sorry, miss," the grumpy elf answered, bowing slightly. "Coalition requirements. These doors must remain secure until such time as they can be opened without fear of danger or damage. Open them now or stand aside," Tabitha called. She was only 30 feet away from the doorway now, and Sabrina saw the look of murder on Tabitha's face. She'd blast those doors open with her wand and probably crush the poor duty-bound elves to paste between them and the wall. Obviously, Tabitha had guessed what was happening and knew that her broom was in jeopardy. "Hey, Corsica," Sabrina shouted, launching herself forward, trying to get between Tabitha and the doors. "You summoned this cyclone because you were too proud to forfeit to the Ravenclaws?" Tabitha's eyes darted toward Sabrina, but her pace didn't change. Her one hand swung swiftly and locked onto Sabrina, who stopped in her tracks. Noah jumped forward to pull Sabrina back, but he was too late. Neither heard the curse Tabitha spoke, but they both saw the bolt of red light leap from her wand. It struck Sabrina square in the face, throwing her backwards into Noah. Both fell to the ground, their shouts drowned by the roar of the wind and the now yelling, confused crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen," Damien's voice echoed over the noise, "please let's give a big cheer for Mr. Cambrid Cully, our beloved Quidditch official, who is currently trying to calm the cyclone with some sort of, well, ritualistic dance, as far as I can tell." Sure enough, Red Cully seemed to be dancing around the tornado as it curled over the pitch, throwing up a thick cloud of grit and dust. He pointed his wand at the funnel, but whenever he seemed to get a good aim at it, the funnel would shift, lunging towards him and forcing him to dance away. The crowd did indeed begin to cheer him, so that very few people noticed what was happening at the base of the Slytherin grandstands. "Last chance," Tabitha called to the elves guarding the doorway. They both glanced at Sabrina, who was still collapsed atop Noah, her hands covering her face. "Now listen here, mistress," the grumpy elf began, but he was cut off by the bolt of red light that struck the closed doors. Both elves were thrown aside as the great wooden beam that barred the door exploded with a deafening boom and a shower of splinters. Tabitha hadn't slowed in her approach to the door. She aimed her wand once more, ready to cast the spell that would throw the doors wide open. Then, suddenly, she stopped. She cocked her head, as if listening. Noah, struggling to get out from beneath dazed Sabrina, heard it as well. Beneath the sound of the cyclone and the roaring grandstands, there was a sound like a single person yelling, and it was growing louder very quickly. The doors to the Slytherin holding pen burst open, ripping completely off their hinges as something rocketed through them from inside. Noah had the briefest glimpse of somebody bent low over a broom hurtling past Tabitha Corsica so fast that she was thrown off her feet. She landed in a graceless heap 10 feet away. The voice of the screaming rider thinned into distance as the broomstick streaked over the pitch, through the cyclone, and out the other side. James clung to Tabitha's broomstick as tightly as he could. He'd left Ralph behind, having launched into an instant wild acceleration the moment he'd settled onto the broom. He felt the thundering shock as the broom rocketed through the cyclone. Then he opened his eyes and pulled, trying to gain some control over the wildly careening broomstick. The Quidditch pitch wheeled sickeningly beneath him as the broom responded, fighting him, but unable to resist the force of his lean. The Ravenclaw grandstand loomed ahead and James struggled to pull up. He roared over the crowd, which ducked in his wake, hats and banners flying up behind him. Damien was yelling something from the announcer's booth, but James couldn't hear it over the roar of the wind in his ears. He risked a glance behind him, fearing he might have hurt someone. There were no obvious injuries as far as he could see. When he turned forward, he was heading directly toward the Slytherin grandstands again. Back the way he'd come, he leaned the opposite direction and pulled as hard as he could, driving the broom into a wild, banking turn. The Slytherin grandstands spun away. With a sense of wild triumph, James realized he was getting some control over the broomstick. He looked ahead to see where his turn was taking him and gasped. He barely had time to duck his head before socking through the open door of the equipment shed. The broom seemed to move as if it had a mind of its own. It roared through the tunnel beyond the shed and the air of the confined space pressed hard against James' eardrums. When it reached the opening behind the pedestal of St. Locomagus, it turned so hard, threading into the corridor, that it nearly threw James off. The sense of speed was staggering as the broomstick careened through the halls. Fortunately, the majority of the school's population was out at the Quidditch pitch for the tournament match, leaving the corridors mostly empty. The broomstick banked and dipped into the chasm of the stairwells. It swooped under and over the staircases as they swung and pivoted, barely missing them, forcing James to duck and hug the broomstick as closely as he could. Peeves was near the bottom of the staircases, apparently drawing mustaches on some of the statuary. James saw him out of the corner of his eye, then, amazingly, Peeves was sitting on the broomstick in front of James, facing him. "Naughty trickery this is, Potter boy," Peeves shouted gleefully as the broom shot into a narrow hall of classrooms. "Is we trying to create some friendly competition with dear old Peeves?" Hee hee. Peeves grabbed a passing chandelier and swung around it, leaving James and the broom to plunge in after him. James tried to steer, but it was no use. The broomstick was following its own definite, if maniacal, course. It banked and dove down a flight of stone stairs into the elf kitchens. Unlike the rest of the school, the kitchens were crowded and bustling, filled with elves cleaning up after the evening meal. The broom darted between gigantic pots, forcing the elves to scramble like tenpins. There was a cacophony of crashing dishes and silverware, the noise of which fell away with horrible speed. The washrooms were next, stifling hot and noisy. The broom rocketed wildly through the machinery of the washers, diving through gigantic cogwheels and under the arms of enormous, chugging pistons. James was horrified to see that the broom, apparently having reached a dead end, was barreling straight toward the stone wall at the end of the room. He was about to throw himself off the broom, hoping to land in one of the copper vats of suds and water, when the broom ticked slightly to the left and angled up. There was a door set into the well, and James recognized that it was a laundry chute. He gritted his teeth and hugged the broomstick again. The broom shot into the chute, angling upwards so hard that James could barely keep his legs tucked in, and then there was only rushing darkness and pressure. A pile of laundry met him halfway up the chute and James sputtered as the mass of cloth smothered him. He struggled to shake the clothes free, but couldn't risk letting go of the broomstick. The broom ducked again, and James could tell by the change in pressure and the coolness of THEARTHADIT had somehow taken him back outside again. All he could see through the mass of cloth was a faint pattern of flickering light as the broomstick banked and dove. James risked letting go with one hand. He flailed at the clothing wrapped around him, finally grabbing a handful and yanking it as hard as he could. The cloth came free, stunning him with a blurring tableau of light and wind. He had time only to recognize that somehow, incredibly, the broom was taking him back to Quidditch pitch. The grandstands loomed ahead of him. At the base of the nearest one was a throng of people, many turning toward him, pointing and yelling. Then, with instant finality, the broomstick simply stopped moving. James shot off the end of the broom, and for what seemed like far too long a time, he simply hurtled through the air unsupported. Finally, the ground claimed him with a long, rolling thud. Something in James' left arm popped unpleasantly, and when he finally came to a stop, he found himself staring up into a dozen random faces. "Looks like he'll be all right," one of them said, looking from him to someone standing nearby. "More than he deserves," another person said angrily, frowning down at him. "Trying to ruin the match by stealing the team captain's broomstick. I never would have thought it. It'll right, really," another voice said from further off. James moaned and pushed himself up on his left elbow. His right arm was throbbing horribly. Tabitha Corsica stood 20 feet away, surrounded by a crowd of awed spectators. Her broom hung motionless next to her, exactly where it had stopped. She had one hand on it, gripping it easily. "We can surely forgive this kind of first-year enthusiasm, although I myself am rather amazed at the lengths some will go to in the name of Quidditch." "Really, James? It's just a game." She smiled at him, showing him all her teeth. James flopped back into the grass, clutching his right arm next to him. The crowd began to break apart as Ridcully appeared, pushing his way through. The headmistress and Professors Franklin and Jackson were right behind him. James heard Tabitha Corsica talking loudly to her teammates as she headed back, toward the pitch. "People think that because it's Muggle-made, it must be a lesser broom, you see. But the magic of this is stronger than anything you find in a standard Thunderstreak, even one with the extra gestural enhancement option. This broom knows who its mistress is. All I had to do was summon it." Mr. Potter could hardly have known that, though. In a way, I feel sorry for him. He was just doing what he knew to do." McGonagall squatted down next to James, her face grave and full of consternation. "Really, Potter? I just don't know quite what to say." "Broken ulna, madam," Franklin said, peering at James' arm through a strange device comprised of different size lenses and brass rings. He folded it neatly and slipped it into his inner robe pocket. "I'd suggest the hospital wing for now and questions later. We have much more to attend to at the moment." "Chuiterig-ht," the headmistress agreed, not taking her gaze from James. "Especially since I expect that Miss Saccharina and Mr. Recreant will be here within the next few hours. I must say, Potter, I am extremely surprised at you, to attempt something so puerile at such a time." She stood, brushing herself off. "Very well, then. Mr. Jackson, would you escort Mr. Potter to the hospital wing, please? And if you would be so kind as to instruct Madame Curio that Mr. Potter is to be kept there overnight." She fixed James with a steely stare as Jackson pulled him to his feet. "I want to know exactly where to find him when I wish to question him. And no visitors." "Rest assured, Madam Headmistress," Jackson answered, leading James back toward the castle. They walked the first 5 minutes in silence, then, when they entered the courtyard and the noise of the pitch died away, Jackson said, "I haven't quite pegged you yet, Potter." The pain in James' arm had receded to a dull throb, though it was still rather distracting. "Excuse me, sir, I mean that I haven't figured you out, yet," Jackson said in a conversational voice. "You obviously know far more than a boy your age should, and somehow, I don't think that is merely because you are the son of the Ministry's Headaur. First, you attempt to steal my case, and then tonight, you orchestrate this preposterous charade to steal Miss Corsica's broom, and despite what everyone else might think, Potter," he glanced aside at James as they entered the main hall, his dark brows lowering, "I know that you did not steal it in order to give the Ravenclaws a better chance in the tournament." James cleared his throat. "I don't know what you're talking about." Jackson wasn't paying him any attention. "It doesn't matter, Potter. Whatever you think you know, whatever it is you are up to, after tonight, it won't matter one iota." James' heart skipped a beat, and then began to pound hard in his chest. "Why?" he asked, his lips strangely numb. "What's tonight?" Jackson ignored him. He opened one of the leaded glass doors into the hospital wing and held it for James. The room was long and high, lined with crisply made beds. Madame Curio, who for rather obvious reasons, was not a Quidditch fan, was seated at her desk in the rear corner listening to classical music on her wireless. "Madame Curio, you probably know Mr. Potter, here," Jackson said, pressing James toward her. "He has somehow managed to break his arm at the Quidditch match despite the fact that he himself is not actually on either of the teams." Madame Curio stood and approached James, shaking her head. "Hooligans. I'll never understand what it is about that sport that turns otherwise proper individuals into Neanderthals. What do we have here, then?" She lifted James' arm gingerly, feeling for the break. He hissed through his teeth when she found it. She clucked her tongue. "Nasty fracture, sure enough. Could have been worse, though, I'm sure. We'll have you fixed up in no time." "Also," Jackson said, "I've been instructed by the headmistress to ask you to keep Mr. Potter here for the evening, madam." Curio didn't look up from her inspection of James' arm. "The Skelly Grow will take at least until tomorrow morning to complete its work, anyway. Still, this is minor enough. I might have sent him to his rooms with a splend. The headmistress wishes to question Mr. Potter, madam. She desires that he be kept under supervision until then. It seems, I am afraid, that Mr. Potter is suspected to be involved in a very serious plot that could put this school at risk. I shouldn't say more, but if you chose to post some sentries at the doors to keep visitors out and Mr. Potter in, at least until tomorrow morning, I wouldn't think that was overdoing it." "She didn't say any such thing," James exclaimed, but he knew that his protest wouldn't help. In fact, the louder he protested, the worse it would probably look. Curio gasped and straightened up. "Does this have anything to do with the intrusion of that horrible man on the premises yesterday? I've heard that he's some sort of Muggle news person, and that he's still here." "It does, doesn't it?" She covered her mouth with her hand and looked from Jackson to James. "Again, I really shouldn't say any more, madam," Jackson replied. "Besides, Mr. Potter may end up being entirely exonerated. We shall see in time. At any rate." Jackson looked down at James and there was the faintest suggestion of a smile on one corner of his lips. "Until tomorrow morning, THEN, JAMS." He turned and stalked out of the room, closing the door carefully behind him. 17. NEGHDOF. The returning. To her credit, Madame Curio didn't let Professor Jackson's accusations influence her treatment of James. She examined the fracture for several minutes, poking and pinching, and then carefully splinted it. She fell into a harsh but pedantic diatribe about the woes of Quidditch injuries, but it sounded to James like something she'd said 100 times before. Her mind was elsewhere, and James didn't need to guess what was preoccupying her. The invasion of Martin Prescott into the school had caused a wave of speculation and anxiety. His identity as a Muggle news reporter, and the fact that he was being kept in the Alma Alaron's quarters had fed a load of rumors. There was a cloud of unease over the entire school, not alleviated by the headmistress' announcement that ministry officials were arriving to deal with Mr. Prescott. As Madame Curio measured the Skelly Grow dosage, James caught her glancing at him suspiciously, looking him up and down. Somebody had to have let the interloper in. After all, why not this first-year son of the head Auror? James knew that some people, those who believed the lies of the progressive element, would expect him to pull just such a stunt. Earlier that day, he'd heard a voice from a cluster of students saying, "It makes sense, doesn't it? The whole Auror line is that the law of secrecy is our only protection from the supposed Muggle witch hunters. So what do? They allow this guy to sneak in and scare us all into thinking Muggles are hiding out in the forest, behind every bush with a torch and a pyre, ready to burn us all at the stake. It's preposterous. I say let him do his story. That'll show those ministry power-mongers what for." "There," Madame Curio said, straightening. "All finished. You'll feel some tingling and itching overnight as the bone knits. That's perfectly normal. Don't fiddle with the splint. The last thing you'll want is for the bones to knit crookedly. The only fix for that would be for me to re-break the bone and start all over, and we certainly wouldn't want that. Now," she gestured towards the row of beds, "pick whichever YO you like. I'll see that breakfast is brought to you here in the morning. You may as well make yourself comfortable." James slung his backpack onto one of the bedside tables and climbed up onto the unusually high bed. It was a very comfortable bed, and for good reason, since all the mattresses in the hospital wing had been infused with relaxation charms. The charms, however, had no effect on James' thoughts, which were dark with frustration and anxiety. Professor Jackson had admitted that tonight was a night of ultimate importance. It wasn't simply speculation anymore, and now here James was, stuck for the night in the hospital wing, neatly trapped by Professor Jackson's crafty interpretation of Headmistress McGonagall's instructions. Alone for the first time since the attempted broomstick caper, James felt the full impact of what had happened out on the Quidditch pitch. It had seemed like a crazy plan from the beginning, but no more so than the plan to capture Professor Jackson's briefcase, and that had worked, hadn't it? Everything had been a success so far, until now. It was as if an invisible brick wall had suddenly blocked them, halting their progress at the last, ultimate moment. Arguably, the Merlin staff was the most powerful element of the three relics. Even now, Corsica, Jackson, and Delacroix were probably preparing to bring the relics together, unaware that they were missing the robe, but with the two most important relics in their possession. In spite of his anxieties, James had begun to drift sleepily under the influence of the charmed mattress. Now he sat up, his heart beating hard in his chest. What would happen when Jackson opened his case and found Ralph's dress robes instead of the relic robe of Merlin? The Visum-Inepdio charm would break, then, wouldn't it? Jackson would see the case for what it was, he'd recognize it, and remember that day in Technomancy class, when James, Ralph, and Zane had used the fake case to trick him. He had thought they'd failed, had even referred to it while taking James to the hospital wing. He would surely realize then that they hadn't failed. Jackson was smart. He'd know which of the boys had the real robe. Not Zane or Ralph, but James. The boy he hadn't pegged yet. Would Jackson come to the hospital wing to demand the robe? No, even as James thought it, he knew Jackson wouldn't. He'd go straight to James' trunk INTHE Gryffindor boys' quarters. He'd probably claim to be searching for clues about James' involvement in the unnamed dangerous plot against Hogwarts. Jackson would surely get James' trunk open, and then he'd retrieve the robe. Everything James, Ralph, and Zane, and even the gremlins had risked would be in vain. It would indeed be over, and there was nothing James could do about it. James struck the bedside table with his fist in frustration. Madame Curio, seated at her desk in the corner, gasped and put a hand over her chest. She looked at James, but didn't say anything. James pretended not to see her. His backpack had slipped sideways when he'd slammed his fist onto the table. Resolutely, he grabbed it and opened it. He took out his parchments and his ink and quill. He knew that, under normal conditions, Madame Curio would never allow a patient to have an open ink bottle on her clean white sheets, but as far as she was concerned, she was harboring a potentially dangerous individual. Best not to provoke him. James bent over the parchment and wrote quickly, awkwardly, with his splinted arm, not even noticing the way his hand smeared the inky wet letters. "Dear Dad. I'm sorry I took the map in the eye cloak. I know I shouldn't have, but I needed them, and I thought it was what you would have done, so I hope you aren't too mad. I know I don't stand a chance with Mom, but put in a good word, will you? The reason I took them is because I've discovered something really sneaky and scary going on here at school. Some of the American teachers are in on it, though not Franklin. He's cool. Also, the PE here isn't on it. I don't want to tell you about it in a letter, but even if I am in big trouble with you and Mom, I need you to come. Can you be here tomorrow? Miss Saccharina says you are on an important job and not to be interrupted, so maybe you can't, but try, okay? It's really important and I need your help. Love, James." James folded the parchment and tied it with a bit of twine. He didn't know how he'd send it, but he felt better just having written it. He remembered now that he'd intended to write his dad about the Merlin plot way back when they'd captured the robe, and he berated himself for not doing it then. He'd thought, at the time, that his reasons for not telling his dad were good ones, but now, trapped in the hospital wing on the ultimate night of the Merlin plot, and knowing that, despite everything, Jack Ksonmight very possibly capture the relic robe back from him. It seemed foolish and arrogant that he hadn't written his dad about it earlier. An idea struck James and he dug in his backpack again. A moment later, he held his Weasley brand rubber duck in his hands. It still had Zane's handwriting on the bottom. Laundry room. James dipped his quill and drew a line through that, then, underneath it, he wrote, "Hospital wing, send Nobby to the east window." When he was finished, he gave the duck a sharp squeeze. Manky Barmpot. It quacked. In the corner, Madame Curio once again startled and looked accusingly at James. Potential criminal or not, she clearly thought his behavior unaccountably rude. "Sorry, madam," James said, holding up the rubber duck. "It wasn't me. It was my duck." "I see," she said with obvious disapproval. "Perhaps now would be a good time for me to retire for the evening. You won't be, needing anything, will you?" James shook his head. "No, madam. Thanks. My arm feels loads better, anyway. Don't fiddle with it, like I said, and you'll be fine by morning, I expect." She stood and hurried past James toward the leaded glass doors. Two figures could be seen through the milky glass, and James knew that they were Philia Goyle and Kevin Murdoch, both kindly sent by Professor Jackson to watch the doors. Madame Curio unlocked the doors and went out, offering her good evenings to the sentries. The door clicked shut behind her and James heard the bolt clack into place. He sighed in frustration, and then jumped as his rubber duck quacked a loud insult next to him. He raised it and looked at the bottom. Below his handwriting was a new line of black letters. "Open the window, 10 minutes. James felt a little better. He hadn't been sure that either Ralph or Zane would be in any position to hear or respond to their ducks. In fact, he'd had no word whatsoever about what had happened to the rest of the gremlins. He felt cautiously confident that none had been caught, although Ralph's predicament, left in the middle of the Slytherin holding pens, was probably worse than anyone else's. Despite that, he figured that even Ralph had gotten out all right. Once everyone had seen James explode out of the holding pen riding Tabitha's broom, attention had probably focused on his wild ride, and then Tabitha's summoning of her broomstick, bringing both it and James back to the pitch. Most likely, Ralph had slipped out at that point and returned to the shed, along with the gremlins. James watched the clock over Madame Curio's desk as the minutes ticked away. He struggled with the impulse to go and open the window before the 10 minutes had passed. If Madame Curio came back and saw him standing by an open window, she'd suspect treachery even though the window was at least 30 feet above the ground. Finally, as the minute hand ticked into place, announcing height 15, James jumped off the bed. He grabbed the letter from the bedside table and ran lightly toward the far right window. The latch turned easily and James opened the window onto cool, misty night. The sky had finally cleared, revealing a dusting of silvery stars, but there was no sign of Nobby. James leaned over the sill, looking along the ledge, and a monstrous silent shape loomed out of the darkness toward him, blotting out the stars. It fell over him heavily, surrounded him, and yanked him bodily out the window before he had time to shout for help. The figure squeezed him so that James' breath whooshed out of him. Far below, a voice called in a loud stage whisper, "Not so hard. You'll grind his bones, already." James was amazed to recognize Zane's voice. The gigantic hand loosened a bit and James saw yards of female giant going past as he was lowered toward the ground. "Nicely done, Preachka," Zane called, patting the giant on her shin. She grunted happily and opened her hand, unrolling James onto the ground between her massive feet. "I thought you were just bringing Nobby," James gasped, clambering up. "It was Ted's idea," Ralph said, moving out of the shadow of a nearby shrubbery. He knew you'd want to get out and see to this whole Merlin affair, especially now. He went off to find Grop the moment you were taken off by Jackson. Grop found Prichka, who's tall enough to reach the hospital wing, and we were just trying to figure out how to get you to the window when you ducked at us. Worked out pretty neatly, we thought, I'll say, James said, rubbing his ribs with the heel of his left palm. Good thing she's left-handed or I'd probably need a whole new dose of Skelly Grow for my arm. She's got a grip. So where's Ted, anyway? House arrest, along with the rest of the gremlins, Zane said, shrugging. McGonagall knew they were involved in the broomstick thieving plot. Even if she can't prove it yet, she probably would have let it slide. She has bigger frogs to dissect with Recreant and Saccharina here. Booty Jackson's idea was to have all the gremlins out of the way until tomorrow, when the whole thing with this Prescott dude was taken care of. Ted was set off to the Gryffindor common room the moment he got back from the forest with Grop. Everybody's there except Sabrina, who took a pretty ugly gigantism curse from Corsica. Her nose is the size of a soccer ball, nothing for it but to sleep it off, apparently. I think we'd have been under guard, too, except that Jackson thinks Ralph's too dim to be involved in the broomstick plot and I had the perfect alibi, being right there on the field the whole time. So here we are. What's the plan, James? James glanced from Zane to Ralph to Prichka, and then took a deep breath, same as before. We need to get out to the Grotto Keep to stop Jackson, Delacroix, and whoever else is involved. We still need to capture the Merlin staff, if we can, and most importantly, we need to escape so we can testify about whoever is involved. Here, Ralph agreed. But first, James said, holding up the letter he'd written to his dad, I need to send this. I should have sent it weeks ago, but better late than never. Ted was right. We need help. If we hadn't asked the gremlins to help us, I'd still be stuck up there in the hospital wing. If we hadn't asked the gremlins to help us, you might not have gotten thrown in there in the first place, Ralph muttered, but without much feeling. Zane, James said, turning toward HIMANDSTUFing the letter into his pocket. What time is the alignment supposed to happen? 9:50 FIVE, Zane answered. We've only got an hour and a half, James nodded. Meet me at the edge of the forest near the lake in 15 minutes. Bring Prichka if she'll come. Zane looked up the dark bulk of the giantess. I don't think we could get rid of her if we wanted to. She seems to like helping. Excellent. Ralph, you have your wand? Ralph produced his ridiculously large one from his back pocket. The lime green painted tip glowed eerily in the darkness. Don't leave home without it, he said. All right, keep it handy. You're on guard duty. Try to remember everything we learned in DADA and be ready to put it to use. This is it, then. Let's go. James darted through the shadows of the corridors, trying to move both quickly and inconspicuously, which was rather a challenge. He arrived at the portrait hole just as Stephen Metzger was coming out. James, Stephen said, blinking in surprise. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be? He stopped, and then glanced around the darkened corridors. Get inside before anyone sees you. Thanks, Stephen, James said, ducking into the portrait hole. Don't mention it, Stephen replied. And I really mean that. I never saw you, and you never saw me. Don't make me regret this. Regret what? Nothing happened. Stephen stepped into the hall as the portrait of the fat lady swung shut on James. The gremlins, except for Sabrina, were gathered by the fireplace, looking sulky and agitated. Noah saw James and sat up. I see Prichka found her man. The others turned and grinned wickedly. What are you doing here? Ted said, growing serious. Ralph and Zane just left to get you. It took us half the night to get your stuff sorted out after that disaster at the Quidditch pitch, so it's getting pretty late. You should be heading out to the island. You want us to come along? No, you're all in enough trouble. I just came to mail this. He held up the letter. Ted nodded in approval, sensing who it was for. I'm meeting Ralph and Zane by the forest in 10 minutes. I wanted to come, Noah said, standing up. Corsica cursed Sabrina. I want to return the favor on her behalf. James shook his head. You three have a different job tonight, and it may well involve a curse or two. If Ralph, Zane, and I fail, Jackson or somebody will probably show up here looking for the Merlin robe. You three need to guard it. If anyone comes looking for it, you have to stop them, no matter what. I hate to ask you to do that, but... Will you? Petra nodded and looked at Noah and Ted. Not a problem. But as much as we'd all like a chance to plug one of those guys, do try not to fail, won't you? James nodded, and then turned and ran up the stairs to the boys' sleeping quarters. The room was empty and dark but for one candle near the door to the tiny bathroom. Nobby, who hadn't gotten the principle of the owlery and continued to show up at James' window, was sleeping in his cage. Nobby, James whispered urgently, "Got a message for you to deliver to Dad. I know it's late, but it's really important." The great bird raised his head from beneath his wing and clicked his beak sleepily. James opened the cage door, letting Nobby hop out onto the ledge of the table. When the note was tied to Nobby's outstretched leg, James opened the window, "And this time, when you come back, go to the owlery. Nice as it is to have you around, you're going to get me in even more trouble." "All right." The owl peered at James with his enormous, inscrutable eyes, then hopped onto the window ledge. With a gust of flapping wings, Nobby launched out into the darkness. James was about to plunge back down the stairs again when his eye was caught by the dark bulk of his trunk. Was it slightly out of its normal position? He felt a sudden, icy dread. Maybe Jackson had already been for the robe. Perhaps he'd checked his briefcase before heading out to the grotto keep, just to be sure, and discovered the trickery. Surely the gremlins below would have seen Jackson coming and going, but then again, maybe not. As James had realized earlier, Jackson was smart. Maybe he'd disguised himself, or maybe he'd asked Madame Delacroix to use her remote physio-apparition skills to simply appear in the boys' sleeping quarters to collect the robe directly. Then again, Ted had mentioned that Zane and Ralph had been there, sorting things out after the Quidditch disaster. James had to know. He hunkered down next to his trunk and produced his wand. The case unlocked at his command, and he riffled through the contents until he found the case buried at the bottom. It was still there, but it was slightly open. James gasped in fear, then felt inside. His fingers found the smooth folds of cloth. He could even smell that haunting smell of leaves and earth and living, breathing winds. He heaved a gigantic sigh of relief. With the trunk open, James wondered if there was anything he might need for his adventure at the island. He glanced around at the unruly pile of clothes and supplies on the end of his bed. After a moment's consideration, he grabbed the Marauder's map and the invisibility cloak. He clapped the trunk shut, used his wand to lock it, and then, having left his backpack on the table in the hospital wing, he stuffed the map and the cloak into a leather book bag his mum had given him at the beginning of the year. He turned and clumped down the stairs quickly, stopping only to remind Noah, Petera, and Ted about Delacroix's powers. "Don't worry," Noah said, jumping up and heading for the stairs. "We'll take turns keeping an eye on your trunk." 1-hour shifts, right Ted? Ted nodded. Satisfied, James ducked through the portrait hole to go meet Ralph and Zane. 5 minutes later, as he came out of the courtyard and onto the grounds, James' eyes were too dazzled from the interior lights to be able to see clearly in the darkness. He felt his way down the slope toward the lake until he heard Zane whistling, apparently trying to sound like a bird. The sound came from his left, and as James turned toward it, he was finally able to make out the bulk of the giantess standing at the edge of the woods. Zane and Ralph were huddled nearby. "That was pretty good, wasn't it?" Zane said, grinning. "I saw that in a James Bond movie. I thought you'd appreciate it." "Nice," James nodded. The cool of the night air settled over him and James felt a wild sense of excitement and fear. This was it. There was no turning back. Even now, his absence from the hospital wing was probably being discovered. There might be trouble tomorrow, but if they failed now, there'd be even worse trouble to come. James glanced up at Prichka. "Will she let us ride on her shoulders?" "It's the only way we'll get there in time," Prichka heard him. In answer, she bent down, making the earth shudder as her knees struck the hillside. "Prichka, help," she said, trying to keep the boom out of her voice. "Prichka carries small ones." She grinned at James, and her head, now at his level, was nearly as tall as he was. Zane, Ralph, and James took turns scrambling up her arm and onto the giantess' great, sloping shoulders. James needed Ralph and Zane to help him up, as his splendid right arm was almost no use to him. When she stood, it was like riding a freight elevator into the treetops. Without a word, she began to lumber into the forest. The upper branches of the trees swept past, occasionally groaning as Prichka pushed them aside like reeds. "How does she know where she's going?" James asked in a hushed voice. Ralph shrugged. Grob told her. "I don't know how, but apparently, it's a giant thing. Just remember where they've been and how to get there again. It's probably how they find each other's hovels in the mountains." I didn't understand the language at all, but she seems pretty sure of herself. Riding Prichka was an altogether different experience than riding Grob. Where the he-giant had been careful and delicate, the giantess swayed and thumped, her footsteps shuddering up her body and shaking the boys. James thought it was rather like riding on a gigantic walking metronome. The forest swam past, eerie from this strange, high perspective, as if it were clawing at the sky. After a while, James tugged on the giantess' burlap tunic. "Stop here, Prichka. We're close and I don't want them to hear us coming, if we can avoid it." Prichka put out a hand, halting herself against a huge, gnarled oak tree. Carefully, she lowered herself and the boys climbed off her shoulders, sliding down her arm to the ground. "Wait here, Prichka," James said into the giantess' enormous, lumpy face. She nodded slowly, seriously, and then stood again. He could only hope that her understanding of their wishes was better than Grop's, who had wandered off in search of food after only a few minutes when he'd brought them out here last year. "This way," Zane said, pointing. James could see the glitter of moonlight on water through the trees. As quietly as possible, the boys threaded through the tree trunks and underbrush. Within a few minutes, they emerged at the perimeter of the lake. The isla Indi of the grotto keep could be seen further along the edge of the water. It loomed monstrously, grown to Gothic, cathedral proportions for its ultimate night. The Dragon's Head Bridge was clearly visible, open wide, both welcoming and threatening at the same time. James heard Ralph gulp. Silently, they made their way toward it. As they reached the opening onto the bridge, the moon slipped from behind a raft of wispy clouds. The island of the grotto keep unveiled fully in that silvery glow. There was virtually no hint of the wild, wooded nature of the island now. The Dragon's Head Bridge was a carefully sculpted horror, yawning open before them. At its throat, the vine-encrusted gate was as solid-looking and ornate as wrought iron. James could clearly read the poem inscribed on the doors. "It's Cloed," Zane whispered, rather hopefully. "Does that mean anything?" James shook his head. "I don't know. Come on, let's see if we can get in." Single file, the three boys tiptoed across the bridge. James, in the lead, saw the bridge's upper jaw open further as they approached the gate. It didn't creak this time. The motion was silent and oily, almost unnoticeable. The gates, however, remained firmly closed. James made to reach for his wand, and then stopped, hissing in pain. He'd forgotten about the splint on his fractured right arm. "Ralph, you'll have to do it," James said, sidling to the right to let Ralph in front of him. "My wand hand's no use. Besides, you're the spell's genius. What am I supposed to do?" Ralph stammered, pulling out his wand. "Just use the unlocking spell." "Whoa, wait," Zane said, throwing up a hand. "Last time we tried that, we were almost tree food, remember?" "That was then," James said reasonably. "The island wasn't ready. Tonight's the night it exists for, I think. It'll let us in this time. Besides, this is Ralph. If anybody can do it, he can." Zane grimaced, but couldn't offer any argument. He took a step backwards, giving Ralph room. Ralph pointed his wand at the gates nervously, his wand hand shaking. He cleared his throat. "What is it?" "I always forget." "Alohomora," James whispered encouragingly. Emphasis on the second and fourth syllables. "You've done it loads of time." "Don't worry." Ralph stiffened, trying to halt the shivering of his arm. He took a deep breath and, in a tremulous voice, spoke the command. Immediately the vines twining the gates began to loosen. The letters of the poem dissolved into curls and tendrils, contracting from the wooden shapes of the doors. After a few seconds, the doors swung silently open. Ralph glanced back at James and Zane, his eyes wide and worried. "Well, it worked, I guess." "I'd say so, Ralph," Zane said, moving forward. The three of them stepped carefully into the darkness beyond the gates. The inside of the grotto keep was circular and mostly empty, surrounded by trees that had grown into the shapes of pillars, supporting a thick, domed ceiling of branches and spring leaves. The floor of the grotto was terraced with stone, forming steps that descended toward the middle. There, in the very center, a round bowl of earth was lit in a beam of bright moonlight that pierced a hole in the center of the domed canopy. The Merlin throne stood in that beam of moonlight, and in front of it, silhouetted against moonlight, her back to them, was Madame Delacroix. James felt weak with fear. He froze in place, and only distantly felt Ralph's hand groping at him, tugging him backwards into the shadow of one of the tree trunk pillars. He stumbled a little, and then dropped down behind the bulk of the tree, next to Ralph and Zane. Carefully, slowly, James peered around the tree pillar, his eyes wide and his heart thundering. Delacroix hadn't moved. Her back was still to them, and she was still staring motionlessly at the throne. The Merlin throne was tall, straight-backed and narrow. It was made of polished wood, but was somehow more delicate than James had expected. The mass of it was formed of carvings of vines and leaves, curling and tangled. The only solid parts were the seat and the center of the backrest. The throne looked as if it had been grown rather than carved, much like the grotto keep itself. No one else was visible. Apparently, Delacroix had arrived early. James was wondering how long she'd been standing there, motionless, watching the throne, when there was the sound of someone else's footsteps behind them. On the Dragon's Head Bridge, James held his breath, and sensed Ralph and Zane hunkering down as low as they could next to him, hiding among the low underbrush lining the keep. A man's voice spoke a low command in some strange language James didn't recognize. It sounded both beautiful and frightening. There was the sound of the gate's vines unfurling again, and then footsteps clacked hollowly on the stone steps of the terraced floor. Professor Jackson moved into view, walking resolutely down into the center of the grotto keep behind Madame Delacroix. "Professor Jackson," Madame Delacroix said, her heavily accented voice ringing in the stone bowl of the grotto, "you never fail to meet my expectations." She still hadn't turned around. "Nor you mine, madam. You are early." "I was savoring the moment, Theodore. It's been a long time coming. I'd be tempted to say too long, if I was a believer in chance. I am not, of course. This is how it was meant to be. I have done what I was meant to do. Even you have performed the role you were preordained to perform." "Do you really believe so, madam?" Jackson asked, stopping several feet behind Delacroix. James noticed that Jackson had his hickory wand in his hand. "I wonder. I, as you know, am neither a believer in chance nor destiny. I am a believer in choices. It matters not what you believe, Theodore, as long as your choices lead to the right ends." "I have the robe," Jackson said flatly, abandoning the pretense of polite conversation. "I have always had it. You will not get it from me. I am here to see to that. I am here to stop you, madam, despite your best efforts to keep me away." James almost gasped. He covered his mouth with his hand, stifling it. Jackson was here to stop her. But how? James felt a cold dread dawning on him. Next to him, Ralph whispered almost silently, "Did he say?" Zane hissed urgently. "Listen." Delacroix was making a strange, rhythmic sound. Her shoulders shook slightly with it, and James realized she was laughing. "My dear Theodore, I have never attempted to thwart you. Why, if I had not allowed a token resistance to your presence on this trip, you'd have never chosen to come at all. Your stubbornness and suspicious nature are my best tools. And I needed you, Professor. I needed what you had, what you believed so ardently that you were protecting." Jackson stiffened. "Do you believe I was foolish enough to bring the robe with me tonight? Then you are more arrogant than I thought." "No, the robe is safe. It is secured with the best hexes and counter-accio charms ever created. I know that, for they were created by me. You shall not find it, of that I am certain." But Delacroix was laughing harder. She still hadn't turned around. The beam of light illuminating the chair seemed to be growing brighter, and James realized it was the accumulated light of the planets. They were moving into place. The time of the Hall of Elders crossing was nearly upon them. "Oh, Professor, your confidence cheers me. With enemies such as yourself, my success is all the more delicious. Do you think I haven't known all along that you guarded the robe of Merlinus in your case at all times? Do you think I was not preparing for the robe to be delivered to me from the moment I first arrived here? I haven't had to lift so much as a finger. And yet the robe comes to me of its own accord this very night." James had a horrible thought. He remembered that DIY in Defense Against the Dark Arts, when Jackson had followed Professor Franklin into the classroom, speaking in low tones. Madame Delacroix had come to the door to tell Jackson his class was waiting. James had glanced down at that moment, and the case had mysteriously come open. Was it possible that Madame Delacroix had caused that to happen, just so that James would see inside? Had she tried to use him somehow? He remembered Zane and Ralph saying that the capture of the robe had been easy. Somehow too easy. He shuddered. "James," Ralph whispered urgently, "you didn't bring the robe with you tonight, did you?" "Of course not," James replied. "I'm not crazy." Zane leaned in to keep his voice as quiet as possible. "Then what's in the book bag?" James felt terror and anger mingling inside him. The Marauder's map and the invisibility cloak. Ralph reached up and clutched James' shoulder, turning him so that they were face to face. Ralph's expression was horrible. "James, you don't have the invisibility cloak," he rasped, his voice cracking. "I do. You left it with me in the Slytherin holding pen, remember? I used it to escape. It's in my trunk, back in the Slytherin boys' quarters." James simply stared at Ralph, petrified. Below them, in the center of the grotto keep, Madame Delacroix continued to cackle. "Mr. James Potter," she called through her laughter, "please feel free to join us. Bring your friends if you so desire." James felt rooted to the spot. He wouldn't go down there, of course. He would run. He knew now that he had the robe of Merlinus in his book bag, that he had been tricked into bringing it along, tricked into thinking it was the invisibility cloak. Now was the moment to flee. And yet he didn't. Ralph pushed him, urging him to go, but Zane, on James' other side, slowly stood up and pulled out his wand. "The Voodoo Queen thinks she's pretty smart," he said out loud, stepping around the pillar and pointing his wand at her. "You're as ugly as you're evil." "Stupefy," James gasped as the bolt of red light shot from Zane's wand. Say struck Madame Delacroix directly in the back and James watched for her to collapse unconscious. She didn't move, however, and James was dismayed to see that the bolt of red light had passed straight through her. It struck the ground near the throne and vanished harmlessly. Delacroix was still laughing as she turned to face Zane. "Ugly, am I?" Her laughter dried up as her gaze met Zane's. She was no longer blind or old. It was, in fact, her wraith, the projected version of herself. Evil? Perhaps, but only as a hobby. The wraith of Madame Delacroix raised a hand and Zane was lifted from his feet roughly. His wand flew from his hand and he thumped against the tree pillar, his shoes 3 feet from the ground. He seemed to be stuck there, as if on a hook. "If I was truly evil, I would kill you now, wouldn't I?" She grinned at him, and then pivoted, pointing her arm at the place where James hid. "Mr. Potter, please, it is silly of you to fight me. You are, after all, almost my apprentice in this endeavor. Bring Mr. Deedle with you. Let's all enjoy the spectacle, shall we?" Jackson had turned when Zane came forward, watching with a noticeable lack of surprise, his wand still out, but pointed at the floor. Now he looked on as James and Ralph stood jerkily, as if against their will, and began to march down the steps toward the center of the grotto. His eyes met James, his bushy dark brows low and furious. "Stop, Potter," he said quietly, raising his wand halfway, pointing it at the floor in front of James and Ralph. Their feet stopped moving, as if they'd suddenly landed in glue. "Oh, Theodore, must you prolong this?" Delacroix sighed. She swung her arm toward him and performed a complicated gesture with her fingers. Jackson's wand flicked out of his hand as if on a string. He grabbed for it, but it darted up and away. Delacroix made another gesture with her hand, and the wand snapped in midair, as if broken over a knee. Jackson's face didn't change, but he slowly lowered his hand, staring hard at the 2 pieces of his hickory wand. He turned back to Delacroix, his face white with fury, and began to pace toward her. Delacroix's hand moved like lightning, darting into the folds of her clothing and coming out with her horrible grapefruit wand between her fingers. "Ds my why only be a representation of the real thing," she said playfully, "conjured from the dirt of this place, just like this version of myself, but I assure you, Theodore, it is exactly as powerful as I think it is. Don't make me destroy you." Jackson stopped in his tracks, but his face didn't change. "I can't let you go through with this, Delacroix. You know that." "Oh, but you already have." She cackled gleefully. She pointed the wand at Jackson and flicked it. A bolt of ugly orange light shot from it, sending Jackson flying violently backwards. He landed hard on the upper stone steps, grunting in pain. He struggled to get up, and Delacroix rolled her eyes. "Heroes," she sighed disdainfully, and flicked her wand again. Jackson flew off the ground and rammed against another of the tree pillars lining the grotto. He hung there, apparently knocked unconscious. "And now," she said, lazily pointing her wand in the direction of James and Ralph, "please, join me." The 2 boys were lifted from the ground and transported down the rest of the steps. They dropped clumsily to their feet in the grassy space at the bottom of the grotto, directly in front of the wraith of Madame Delacroix. Her eyes were emerald green and piercing. "Give me the robe. And please, don't make me harm either of you. I only asked a one time." The book bag slipped off James' shoulder and struck the ground at his feet. He looked down at it, feeling dazed and completely hopeless. "Please," Delacroix said, and flicked her wand. James fell to his knees as if something extraordinarily heavy had landed on his shoulders. His hand plunged into the bag, clutched the robe, and pulled it out. Ralph struggled to grab it, but he seemed locked in place, unable to move more than a few inches in any direction. "Don't, James, I'm not," he said hopelessly. Delacroix's eyes sparkled greedily. She reached out a hand and delicately took the robe from James. "Free will is highly overrated," she said airily. "You won't win," James said angrily. "You don't have all the relics." Delacroix looked up from the robe, meeting James' eyes with an expression of polite surprise. "Don't I, Mr. Potter?" "No," James said, gritting his teeth. "We didn't get the broomstick. Tabitha still has it. I'm not even sure if Sheknows what it is, but I don't see her bringing it to you now, either way." He hoped he was right as he said it. He didn't see the broomstick anywhere in sight, and Tabitha certainly didn't seem to be present, unless she was hiding, like they had been. Delacroix laughed lightly, as if James had just made a very witty remark at a party. "Dad was the perfect hiding place, wasn't it, Mr. Potter? And Miss Corsica is such the perfect individual to harbor it for me. It's so perfect, in fact, That you never stood a chance of learning that it was, in fact, a clever lie. Interesting as it may be, Miss Corsica's broomstick is nothing more than a convenient ruse. No, like the robe, de Merlin's staff has also found its way to me tonight, regardless of what you might think. It has been cared for very well, in fact. The rather beautiful wraith of Madame Delacroix turned to Ralph and held out her hand. Your wand, please, Mr. Deedle. And no, Ralph protested, his voice almost a moan. He tried to back away. Don't make me insist, please, Ralph, Delacroix said, raising her own wand toward him. Ralph's hand jerked up and went to his back pocket. Trembling, he produced his ridiculously huge wand. For the first time, James saw it for what it was. It wasn't just unusually thick, whittled to a point at one end. It was part of something that was, at one time, much larger, worn down with age, but still, as had been repeatedly shown, extremely and inexplicably powerful. Delacroix reached out and, almost daintily, plucked the Merlin staff from Ralph's hand. There was no point in my risking my own capture by smuggling such a thing onto the grounds. Surely someone would have detected it, had it been in my possession. Thus, I arranged for it to be sold to you and your charming father, Mr. Deedle. I was your salesman, in fact, though in a different guise. I do hope you enjoyed the use of the staff. Quite powerful, wasn't it? Oh, but now I see, she added, turning almost apologetic. You thought that it was you who was the powerful one, didn't you? I'm so sorry, Mr. Deedle. Did you really think you'd have been allowed to enter the keep if you hadn't had the staff of Merlin with you? Surely even you can see the humor in that, can't you? You, a muggle born. Please, forgive me, she laughed again, lightly, maliciously. She turned then, and very carefully began to arrange the relics on the throne. James and Ralph looked at each other miserably, and then James tried to look back at Zane, who was still stuck to the tree pillar behind them, but the darkness was too thick. Madame Delacroix stepped back from the throne, breathing in a great, long breath of anticipation. She positioned herself between Ralph and James, as if they were compatriots. There we go. Oh, I am so pleased. I do hate to say it, but everything has worked out exactly as I had planned. Enjoy the spectacle, my young friends. I cannot guarantee Dad Merlinus will not destroy you with his arrival, but surely you do not think that too high a price to pay to observe such a thing. It'll be worth it if it destroys you, too, James said through gritted teeth. Such venom, Delacroix replied, smiling. No wonder you made such a good apprentice. The robe of Merlin had been draped across the back of the throne, as if Merlin would simply shrug into it when he appeared. The last bit of Merlin's staff leaned against the front of the throne. The beam of combined moon and starlight had become very bright, drawing a dim line through the darkness from the hole in the domed ceiling to the center of the grassy area below. The three relics glowed in the shimmering, silvery light. The time of the Hall of Elders crossing had come. James heard something. He knew Madame Delacroix and Ralph had heard it, too. All three turned their heads, trying to locate the source of the noise. It was low and whispering, coming from all directions at once. It was tremulous and distant, almost like a low note on 100 far-off flutes, but it was growing louder. Madame Delacroix glanced about, her face a mask of glee, and yet James was sure that, wraith or not, there was a hint of fear on her face as well. She suddenly gripped both boys' arms in her steely hands. Look! She breathed. Tendrils of mist were pouring in between the pillars of the grotto, bringing the sound with them. James glanced around. The tendrils were seeping in between the branches of the dome ceiling as well. They were as insubstantial as smoke, but moved intelligently, with growing speed. They snaked toward the throne, and there they began to collect. As the tendrils combined, they writhed and collapsed, forming only hazy shapes at first, and then hardening, coming into focus. A line of slightly curved, horizontal bars coalesced in the center of the throne. With an involuntary shudder, James saw that they were the ribs of a skeleton. A spine grew from them, both up and down, connecting to two more shapes, the skull and the pelvis. James realized, was an apparition happening in extreme slow motion. The atoms of Merlin were streaming back together, fighting the collected inertia of the centuries. The sound that accompanied the apparition was growing both in volume and pitch, rising through the octaves and becoming almost human. Hey, Voodoo Queen, a voice immediately behind James suddenly said, making all three of them jump. Dodge this. A length of log slammed down onto Delacroix's head, disintegrating it into 100 clods of wet dirt. Instantly, the body-bind curse on both James and Ralph fell away. James spun and saw Zane holding the end of the log, pulling it back out of the mess of Delacroix's wraith, which was struggling to rebuild itself. From the shoulders up, Delacroix seemed to be made entirely of broken dirt, writhing roots and worms. The wraith's hands scrabbled at the ruined neck, trying to push the clods back into shape. "She forgot about me when Merlin started forming," Zane shouted, yanking the log free and hoisting it back over his shoulder. "I fell off the pillar and just grabbed the closest heavy thing I could find. Get the robe and the staff." Zane swung the log like a baseball bat, taking off one of Delacroix's arms at the shoulder. It hit the ground and shattered into a mess of dirt and worms. James jumped forward and snatched a handful of Merlin's robe, reaching his left hand through the forming shape of the wizard. He pulled, but the robe fought back, struggling to maintain its position. Digging his heels into the soft earth, James yanked as hard as he could. The robe wrung from the back of the throne, coming through the skeletal shapes seated on it. The shape gripped the arms of the throne and seemed to scream, bringing the pitch of the haunting drone up another octave. Ralph lunged and grabbed a The staff, which was growing in length even as the figure on the throne gained solidity. He jumped back with it, holding it high over his head. The wraith of Madame Delacroix seemed caught between trying to reform itself and trying to get the robe and the staff back into place. It waved its remaining arm wildly at Ralph, then clawed at the robe in James' hands. Zane danced behind the wraith, the log held high, then brought it down again, burying it almost waist-deep in the disintegrating figure. James glanced toward the Merlin throne and saw that the figure there, which had formed to a full skeleton with ghostly musculature clinging to it like moss, was writhing horribly, beginning to melt again into mist. The sound of Merlin's apparition had become a keening shriek, and then, as if out of nowhere, another figure was among them. It resolved from the darkness beyond the grotto keep, moving with terrible speed. It was the Dryad with the horribly long, blue fingernails, but only just barely. There was something else moving within the shape, as if the Dryad was merely a costume. A new voice joined the keening wail of the half-formed Merlin. "Master. No. I will not fail you. Your time has come at last." The figure split somehow, completely abandoning The form of the Dryad. It became simply two enormous, black talons. They lunged simultaneously at James and Ralph, snatching the robe and the staff back and sending the two boys sprawling to the stone steps. The talons spun, placing the relics back into their positions, and then retracted, falling into dust, as if exhausted. The figure on the throne shuddered violently, drawing itself back together, and the tendrils of mist roared toward it, solidifying now with terrible speed. The bones grew muscles, layer upon layer. Organs bloomed inside the chest and abdomen, forming from the veins out. The body filled the robe, and the robe took shape over it. Skin collected on the body like dew, first as a filmy membrane, but thickening, growing ruddy and tan. The fingers clutched the staff, which had grown to a length of 6 feet, tapered gently at the bottom and with a heavy, knobbed end. Runes ran up and down the staff, pulsing with a faint green light. The noise of Merlin's return resolved into a long scream, and the wizard finally ran out of breath, his head thrown back, the cords of his neck drawn taut as wire. After a long moment, he drew his first breath in 1,000 years, filling his huge chest, and lowered his head. "Master!" A ghostly voice cried out. James looked from the figure on the throne to the shape that had resolved out of the awful talons. It was a small man, almost invisible. He panted, his bald head glistening in the faint moonlight. "You have returned. My work is complete. I am released. I have returned," the voice of Merlin agreed. The face was stony, the eyes locked onto the ghost. "But what time is this you have returned me to, Ostramadu? The world is made ready for you, master." The ghost stammered, its voice high and frightened. I waited until the perfect time for your coming. The balance of the magic and the magicless is ripe for your hand, master. The time has come." Merlin stared at the ghost, utterly unmoving. "Please, master." Ostramadu screamed, falling to his ghostly knees. "I have watched for centuries. My duty was more than I could bear. I waited as long as I could. I only helped a little. I found a woman, master. Her heart was open to me. She shared our goals, so I encouraged her. I helped, but only a little. A little." Merlin's gaze moved from Ostramadu to the wraith of Madame Delacroix, which had mostly reconstituted itself. It flung itself to its knees, and when it spoke, the voice sounded as if it came through a mouthful of dirt. "I am your servant, Merlinus. I have summoned you to fulfill your destiny, to lead us against the Muggle worms. We are prepared for you. The world is ripe for you. This puppet of filth is to be my muse?" Merlin said, his voice low but nearly thundering with intensity. "Let us see her as she is, not as she wishes to be seen." Delacroix straightened herself and began to speak, but nothing came out. Her jaw worked, almost mechanically, and then, chillingly, deep choking sounds began to emerge from her throat. The wraith's hands floated upwards, rising to clutch at the neck, then to scrabble at it, digging in with long fingernails so that strips of muddy flesh began to peel away. The throat bulged, almost like that of a bullfrog. The wraith suddenly bent at the waist, as if it was going to be sick. Merlin's eyes blazed at the wraith and his staff glowed softly, the runes rippling with their inner light. Finally, violently, Madame Delacroix's wraith heaved and the jaw split wide open, far past its logical limits. Something ripped forth from the yawning, horrible mouth. It poured out onto the ground before it. The wraith's body shrunk as the mess poured from its mouth. It was almost as if the wraith turned inside out, emptying itself out of its own mouth, until all that was left was the thing lying prone on the ground, writhing and awful. It was Madame Delacroix as she really was, somehow transported from her remote place of safety and vomited from her puppet form. She racked against the floor as if in great pain, her shape emaciated and bony, her eyes blank gray orbs, staring blindly at the ceiling. "Ostramadu, you have brought me to a dead time," Merlin said, his low voice filling the grotto like the roar of 1,000 deeps. He turned away from the pathetic shape of Madame Delacroix, returning his gaze to the cowering ghost. "The trees have awakened for me, but their voice is nearly mute. Even the earth sleeps the sleep of centuries. You have returned me to suit yourself and yourself alone. You were a faulty servant when I agreed to apprentice you, and I have returned only to realize the depth of that mistake. I discharge you from my service. Be gone." Merlin raised his free hand and held it, palm out, toward the ghost of Ostramadu. The ghost paled even further and shrank away, raising its hands as if to deflect a blow. "No. No, I was faithful. Please. Do not discharge me. I fulfilled my duty. I was faithful. No." The last word elongated and rose in pitch, climbing the scale as the ghost seemed to shrink. For a moment, it assumed the form of the blue dryad, cringing and desperate. Then it began to lose its shape entirely. It dwindled, and James saw that it contracted in the same proportion as Merlin's closing hand, as if the wizard were squeezing Ostramadu in his outstretched fist. The ghost's last word bled into a wail of horror, diminishing even as the ghost collapsed into a bright, flickering point of light. Merlin squeezed his fist, and then opened his hand with a roll of the fingers. The ghost popped, vanished, leaving only the echo of its final scream. Finally, as if noticing them for the first time, Merlin turned his attention to James, Ralph, and Zane. James moved forward, not sure what he would do, but knowing in his heart he had to do something. Merlin raised his hand again, this time towards James. James felt the world soften around him, darkening. He fought it, tried to shout out against the descending oblivion, but it was no use. He could fight the power of Merlin as much as a gnat might fight a gale. The world streamed away, funneling down to a point, and at the center of the point was the upraised hand of Merlin, pulling him in. There was an eye in the center of the hand, blue like ice. The eye closed, and Merlin's voice said one word, a word that seemed to fill the blackness where the world had once been, and that word was sleep. 18. The Tower Assembly. Dawn was a faint pink line on the rim of the horizon when James opened his eyes. He was lying uncomfortably on the grass at the bottom of the grotto keep, and he was cold to the bone. Moaning, he rolled to a sitting position and took stock of his surroundings. The first thing he noticed was that the Merlin throne was gone. There wasn't as much as a depression in the grass where it had stood. The second thing James noticed as he raised his head and looked around was that the grotto keep was no longer a magical place. In the absence of the Merlin throne, the island was quickly returning to its wild, random nature. The sense of haunting, Gothic architecture was slipping away. Birds sang in the thatch of tree branches overhead. "OHH," a voice nearby groaned. "Where am I? Somehow, I have the terrible feeling that a cup of coffee and a fireplace is not about to appear before my eyes." "Zane," James said, getting shakily to his feet. "Are you all right?" "Where's Ralph?" "I'm here," Ralph muttered. "I'm just taking inventory of all my bones and major bodily functions. So far, nothing alarming, except that I need a bathroom even more than St. Locomagus." James climbed the steps into the gloom of the upper terraces of the grotto. The early morning light was faint and gray, barely making it through the brush and trees of the Isla Nd. Zane and Ralph were climbing unsteadily to their feet. "Merlin's gone," James said, looking around. "And I don't see Jackson or Delacroix, either." He stepped over the broken bits of Jackson's wand and shuddered. "Guess we were wrong about him, weren't we?" Ralph said. "We were wrong about loads of stuff," James agreed softly. Zane rubbed his lower back and groaned. "Hey, we didn't do too bad, considering everything. We almost stopped Merlin's return, thanks to a handy length of log and my cat-like reflexes." His voice sounded hollow in the flat echo of the grotto, and he fell silent. The three boys found the opening that led out to the Dragon's Head Bridge, hacked through some weeds that had grown up to choke the space, and stumbled out into the dawn. The bridge had partially collapsed, and bore almost no resemblance to the frightening Dragon's Head anymore. The bank bordering the forest was muddy and wet, covered in morning dew. "Hey look," Ralph said, pointing. There were tracks in the fresh, slippery mud. "Looks like two people went that way." "Away from the school," Zane said, bending over to study the sloppy markings. "You think one of them was Merlin?" James shook his head. "No. Merlin wasn't wearing shoes. That looks like Delacroix and Jackson to me. She probably left first, and then he set out after her when he came to. Besides, something about Merlin tells me he doesn't leave tracks unless he makes a point of it." "I hope Jackson breaks her in half when he catches her," Zane said, but without much passion. "I hope she doesn't break him," Ralph replied morosely. "You saw what she did to his want." "Don't remind me," James muttered. "I don't want to think about it." He began to walk forward, heading generally into the woods where they'd left Prichka, but with no real destination in mind. He had a terrible suspicion about where Merlin had gone, and he, James, was responsible for that. Twice, Delacroix had called him her apprentice. She had influenced him, somehow, and he'd allowed it. He had played right into her plan, bringing the robe to her. She was right. She hadn't had to lift so much as a finger. True, things hadn't seemed to work out very well for her in the end, but that didn't mean much. Alone, Rogue Merlin might be even more dangerous than a Merlin in league with people like the progressive element. At least they tried to operate under a guise of respectability. Merlin was from a different time, a more direct and deadly time. A nearly crushing weight of guilt and hopelessness pressed down on James as he plodded forward. Zane and Ralph followed quietly. Prichka was gone. James wasn't surprised, really. Her footprints were pressed into the dewy earth like dinosaur tracks. Without a word, the boys followed them, shivering and wet with dew. Mist filled the woods, reducing the world to a handful of black trees and dripping bushes. As they walked, the mist grew bright, absorbing the sun, and finally began to burn away. The forest awoke with birdsong, and the scampering of unseen creatures in the brush. And then, surprisingly, there were distant voices, calling for them. "Hey," Zane said, stopping and listening. "That's Ted, and Sabrina," Ralph added. "What are they doing out here?" "Hey! Over here." The three boys stopped and called to the two gremlins, who responded with hoots and hollers. A gigantic shape loomed out of the mist, moving almost delicately through the trees. "Grop," Zane laughed, running to meet the giant. "Boy, you three look like inferi leftovers," Ted called down from Grop's shoulders. "You spent the whole night out here?" "It's a long story, but yes," Zane called up. "Short version, Merlin's back, the Voodoo Queen's on the run, and Jackson was a good guy after all. He's after her as we speak, results unknown. Is there room up there for three more, Grop?" Ralph said, shivering. "Only, I think if I have to take one more step, I'll drop dead." Grop knelt and the three boys clambered onto his back, crowding in with Sabrina and Ted. Before climbing up, James flexed the fingers and wrist of his right hand. There was no pain, and the bones of his arms seemed sturdy and straight. He stripped off the splint and jammed it carelessly into his pocket. "How'd you two get out?" James asked Ted when he was crammed in next to him, holding handfuls of Grop's straw-like hair for support. "I thought all of you were under house arrest." "That was last night," Ted said simply. "Things have gone pretty crazy at the school since then. Merlin showed up in the middle of the night, and let me tell you, that bloke knows how to make an entrance. He rode Prichka right into the courtyard and had her kick the front doors in," Sabrina explained. "He obviously speaks giant, and he had her really wild. Then he climbs off and just puts her to sleep. She's still there, snoring next to the main entrance like the world's largest pile of laundry. We all woke up when we heard the noise of the doors being smashed in," Ted went on. "After that, it was pandemonium, students running all over the place in their night clothes, trying to figure out what's going on. People were already pretty uptight, what with that Prescott guy still on the grounds and nobody knowing what he's up to. And then here's this bloke who's built like a boulder and dressed like a cross, between a druid and Father Christmas, stalking through the school, putting people to sleep with barely a look, clacking this enormous staff on the floor as he goes, loud enough to echo around the whole place. Then he sees Peeves and the weirdest thing happens." "What?" Zane asked hopefully. "Did Peeves blow a raspberry at him and get turned into a floor lamp or something?" "No," Sabrina said. "Peeves joined him. He didn't seem to want to, but he did anyway. Merlin stopped when he saw Peeves, and then he spoke to him. None of us knew what he was saying. It was in some really weird, flowery language, We were worried that Peeves would do something stupid and get us all zapped with that creepy staff, but then Peeves just grins, and it isn't like any of his normal grins. It's the kind of grin you see on a house elf when the master is just as prone to wallop the elf with a frying pan as look at it. A whole lot of teeth and not much humor, you know? And then Peeves swoops down next to the guy. They talk for a few seconds in low voices, and then Peeves moves off, slow enough for Merlin to follow. Merlin had a place in mind he wanted to go, I guess, and Peeves took him there. Peeves? Ralph said incredulously. I know, Dad replied. It isn't natural. That's when we knew we were dealing with somebody really scary. Most of us gremlins had already guessed he was Merlin, but that proved it. So where'd they go? James asked in a quiet voice. Sylvan Tower, Sabrina answered. At least that's what it used to be called. Nobody uses it for much anymore. Word came down that he was awaiting a parley with the Pendragon, whatever that means. I don't like the sound of that one bit, Zane said. Nobody does, Dad agreed. Apparently, he thinks that this Pendragon is the king or leader. It's some kind of medieval challenge or something. Anyway, McGonagall gathered the faculty to go and deal with him, and that's when she realized that both Professor Jackson and Delacroix were gone. Then word comes that you've gone missing from the hospital wing, James. Next thing we know, McGonagall is sending us off to find the three of you. She was too busy to come herself, but she knew if anybody could sniff you out, we could. She seems to suspect you three might know something about this infernal mess, as she put it. Suspicious old girl, isn't she? As Dad finished speaking, Grop finally carried them out of the edge of the forest. The castle shone in the brilliant morning sunlight, its windows sparkling gaily, despite the turmoil within. The garage of the Alma Alarons was quiet, its door flaps closed and tied shut. James remembered the time difference between the Hogwarts and the Philadelphia side of the garage, and knew that those on that side would still be fast asleep. When Grop turned the corner into the courtyard, Dad called for him to lower them to the ground. Great job, Grop, Sabrina said warmly, patting the giant on his enormous shoulder. Go take a rest with Preachka, why don't you? Grop grunted agreeably and lumbered over to the she-giant, who was, indeed, snoring loudly next to the steps into the castle. The massive wooden doors were hanging from one hinge each, smashed inward and gaping. The entrance hall was eerily empty and silent. As they entered, Ralph gasped and grabbed James' arm, pointing. There, lying awkwardly on the floor near the door, were Mr. Recreant and Miss Saccharina. Both had their eyes open and were grinning unnaturally at the ceiling. Saccharina's arm was outstretched, sticking up and looking pasty wide in the morning light. Are they dead? Ralph stammered. Dad lightly kicked Recreant's foot. Not likely. They're still warm in their breathing. QSD really slowly. They were apparently down here in the hall when Merlin arrived. Looks like they tried to greet him and he just zapped them. Somehow, he put loads of students to sleep, but these two got some special freezing treatment. Anyway, we led them out of the way so people wouldn't trip over them. He shrugged and led them past the two prone figures, into the halls beyond the staircases. Where's Sylvan Tower? James asked as they hurried through the corridors. It's the tallest tower in the old part of the castle. Narrowest, too, Dad answered, his voice uncharacteristically somber. Not used for much anymore except stargazing sometimes. It's too tall and treacherous to climb. Petra says that it was an important part of the castle a long time ago. Every castle had one, and it was considered neutral ground, sort of like a universal embassy or something. Meetings between warring nations and kingdoms were held there, with one king on one side and the enemy king on the other. 4 advisors were allowed to accompany them, but the rest had to wait below. Occasionally, wars would be decided and ended right there, sometimes with one leader killing the other and throwing the body from the top of the tower for all to see. James felt his heart sink even lower. So who's up there with him, then? Dad shrugged. Dunno, we got sent off to find you three while McGonagall was still getting everybody together. I assume she meant to meet him herself. She was looking pretty peaked about it. Ifyo you ask me. The 5 students walked through a wide, low arch, entering the oldest and least used section of the castle. After several curving, narrow corridors, they finally encountered people. Students were gathered in the corridors, lining the walls and talking in hushed voices. Finally, Dad led them into a round room with a very high ceiling, so high, in fact, that it was invisible in the dark, foggy heights of the tower. The floor was crowded with students, muttering in nervous anticipation. A rickety wooden staircase spiraled up the throat of the tower. After a cursory glance upwards, Dad began to climb the stairs. James, Zane, Ralph, and Sabrina followed. McGonagall's up there with him? Ralph asked. How? Good ISSHE. She's the head mistress, Sabrina answered seriously. She's good. I hope so, James said quietly. They climbed the rest of the way in silence. It took quite a long time, and James was feeling remarkably tired and achy by the time he reached the top. Ralph was wheezing behind him, pulling himself up with both hands on the thick banister. Finally, however, the stairs opened onto a room that filled the top of the tower. It was low, thick with heavy rafters and dust and centuries of owl and pigeon guano. Narrow windows marched around the perimeter of the room, revealing slices of morning sunlight. There were several people present, although none of them appeared to be the headmistress or Merlin. "James," a thick voice said, and a hand fell on his shoulder. "What are you doing here? This is no place for you, I'm afraid." He was summoned. "Professor Slughorn," Sabrina said, following the others into the room. "The headmistress herself asked us to bring him, as well as Ralph and Zane. They are to go up right away." "Up?" Ralph wheezed. "There's more? This isn't the top?" "Ah, Mr. Deedle," Slughorn said, spying Ralph. "Yes, I'm afraid there is, but only a bit more. It is directly above us." "Are you quite sure about this, Miss Hildegard? This is hardly the place for children." James thought Slughorn seemed a bit ruffled that he, Ralph, and Zane might be expected to go up while Slughorn himself was not. "You were in the room when the headmistress sent us to find them, Professor," Dad said, allowing a hint of sternness to creep into his voice. "So I was," Slughorn acknowledged, as if the fact proved little. "Let them proceed, Horace," Professor Flitwick said from a bench near the window. "If they are summoned, they are summoned. They are hardly any safer with us here if that savage prevails." Slughorn stared at James, and then, with an apparent force of will, softened his expression. He turned to Ralph and clapped him stiffly on the shoulder. "Represent us well, Mr. Deedle." Dad motioned toward a short stone staircase that protruded through the wooden floor and up to a trapdoor in the ceiling. James, Ralph, and Zane approached and climbed the worn steps slowly. The trapdoor wasn't locked. James pushed it open and sunlight poured in, blinding him momentarily as he climbed onto the surface above. It was almost exactly the same size and shape as the grotto keep, made almost entirely of stone but for the wooden floor in the center, from which the trapdoor opened. Marble pillars surrounded the space, but there was no roof. The morning sunlight filled the top of the tower, dazzling on the white marble and stone terraces. Merlin sat only a few feet away, facing the three boys as they emerged into the soft wind and warm sunlight. His face was stony and immobile, only his eyes moving to watch them. "Mr. Potter," the headmistress' voice rang out in the stillness, "Mr. Walker, and Mr. Deedle. Thank you for joining us. Please, find your places on my left. We will come to your tale shortly." James turned as Zane lowered the trapdoor closed. McGonagall was seated behind them, across from Merlin. She was dressed in a flame-red robe both far graver and more ostentatious than James had ever seen her wear. It made her look both younger and dreadful, like a sort of tyrant queen. The chairs that she and Merlin sat upon were embedded in the stone of the lowest terrace so that both looked at each other across the wooden floor in the center. On McGonagall's left, arranged along the rim of the highest terrace, were four more carven seats, although they were much less ornate. Seated on them were Neville Longbottom, Professor Franklin, and Harry Potter. "Dad?" James breathed, a smile of relief and joy surfacing on his face. He ran up the steps toward his father. "James," Harry said quietly, his face grim, "I was told you had gone missing. You had us very worried. I would have gone after the three of you myself, except that we received word you'd been found only moments after I arrived." "How did you find out?" Ralph asked, furrowing his brow. Harry allowed a crooked smile and held up a Weasley rubber duck. On the bottom, Dad's handwriting was scrawled, "Found them. Be there straight off. This is Petra Morgenstern's, but she said they got the idea from you three. Very handy. I'm sorry I took the map and your cloak, Dad," James said in a rush. "I know I shouldn't have. I really made a mess of things. Merlin's back and it's all my fault." Harry darted his eyes meaningfully at the chairs in the center of the space. "Don't be too hard on yourself, my boy. We'll have loads of time to discuss this later. For now, I think we have other matters to attend to." James turned back toward the headmistress and Merlin. He'd nearly forgotten about them in the excitement and relief of seeing his dad. "Sure. Sorry." The three boys remained standing along the top terrace, next to Harry, Neville, and Franklin. James noticed for the first time that the opposite side of the terrace was occupied by a surprising number of birds and creatures, all of which were staring hard at Merlin. There were owls and pigeons, ravens and even a few falcons, all arranged on the ledge of the railing, on the four carven seats, and on the floor of the top two terraces. Sitting incongruously among them, also staring at the bearded man, were a variety of creatures James recognized as house animals. Frogs and rats jostled slightly among the birds. Even Zane's cat, Thumbs, was there, sitting near the front, his black and white nose twitching slightly. "You were saying, Professor Longbottom?" McGonagall said, her gaze still locked on the huge, unmoving form of Merlin. Neville stirred and stood. "I simply wish to register my objection to your speaking to this intruder, who has violently entered this school with who knows what nefarious purpose in mind, in a language that we, your longtime associates and friends, cannot understand or follow. Between that and your, I must admit, surprising attire. Well, surely you must know how this looks to us." "I apologize, Mr. Longbottom, and the rest of you," McGonagall said, finally looking away from Merlin and meeting the eyes of those gathered to her left. "I had forgotten myself. This gentleman comes from a time of formality and ritual. I am meeting him as he expects to be met, in the ceremonial robe of my station. I am afraid that when he first found us, he assumed that all of us, including myself and the faculty, were peasants who had somehow managed to overrun the castle. It was extremely unbecoming in his time for the Pendragon to appear in the sort of colorless sacks that he mistook our robes for. As for the language, I can speak in the language of your servants, if you wish it, Madam Pendragon," Merlin interrupted in his low, carrying voice. "Although why you deign to speak to them as equals when they should be stropped for such impertinence, I cannot guess." McGonagall sighed and closed her eyes. James had the sense that these sorts of misunderstandings had been going on for some time. "These are my associates, not my underlings, sir. This is a different time, as I fear I must keep reminding you. I am not the Pendragon of a kingdom. I am Pendragon only of a tiny portion of land, all of which is within sight of this tower. But yes, please do speak so that all of us may understand." "As you wish, madam," Merlin answered. "I assume your council is fully present, then?" "It is. James Potter, Ralph Deedle, Zane Walker," The headmistress said, looking at each boy in turn. "This man claims to be Merlinus Ambrosius, returned to the world of men from an age of nothingness, by the combined arrangement of his ghostly apprentice and 5 other individuals." "What can you tell us of Thistale?" James answered, explaining, as well and honestly as he could, how the 3 Merlin relics came to be combined in the Isla Nd of the Grotto Keep. He was careful to proclaim, to his own shame, how Professor Jackson had meant to protect the robe and keep it from the grotto, foiling Madame Delacroix's plan. But James had inadvertently ruined his intentions. "It was my fault," he explained miserably. "Ralph and Zane only helped because I talked them into it. I wanted to," he paused and swallowed, "I wanted to save the day, I guess. But I ruined everything. I'm sorry." McGonagall's face was calm but unreadable as James finished. He hung his head, but a moment later, he felt his dad's hand on his shoulder, warm and heavy. He sighed. Merlin let his gaze sweep over the gathering on and near the benches, then he slowly filled his chest. "Ostramadu's plan abused the intentions of many, I see, some good and some bad. I assume, however, that after this boy's testimony, there is no doubt about my identity. Allow me to repeat, then, I have been, it seems, the subject of a very dire campaign of lies and slander. It has apparently become accepted lore that I was, in my own time, a capricious and dishonorable creature, a man of selfish alliances and endless guile. This is no truer than the litany of virtues embroidered into the history of this Voldemort villain you have described to me. I was no more evil than a storm is evil. I killed only when there was no hope of repentance or slavery. I collected dues only from those who deserved to pay, and even then, a third of my purse went to the poor and the church. I am no horror to be sought after by the pathetic creatures whom you gratuitously call evil, whose own wickedness is hardly a candle to the torches of iniquity I have observed in my own time." No doubt you believe that," McGonagall stated, "but surely you know that the legends of the dark heart of the world's most powerful wizard began even before you stepped outside of your own time, while you still walked the earth. Many lived in fear of you, only those whose wickedness or ignorance lent them to that error," Merlin rumbled. "And even in their case, I would more likely have approached them with the rod instead of the sword." "That may be so, Merlinus, but you yourself know that you dabbled in arts that, while technically allowed in your time, were not very allowed. You exposed yourself to currents of magic that separated you from the rest of humanity, currents that were, in fact, more than most human beings could touch and remain sane. You were changed by that dabbling. Perhaps even warped by it. Even you must have doubted your own judgment at times." The ambiguous morality of Merlinus Ambrosius was well known, as was his cavalier attitude towards the lives of the non-magicked. It was legitimately suspected that you might side with those who wished the destruction and subjugation of the Muggle realm. I cannot speak for your own time, but in ours, those who wish war upon the Muggle world are our sworn enemies. Your allegiance must be decided before we can allow you to leave these halls. You dare to challenge the nobility of such as me?" Merlin asked, his voice smooth and calm. "And to suggest that I could not merely wipe you all from the earth with a sweep of my arm if I so wished? I dare to do both, and for good reason," McGonagall said firmly. "You were of questionable motive in your own time, as even the best historians agree. You remain so in this time, and in regard to your powers, they may be formidable, but even in your time, the current from which you drew your power was waning as the earth was tamed. Don't pretend that that wasn't your greatest reason for stepping out of time. You hoped to return to an age when the current of the earth was restored, when your power would once again be uninterrupted and complete, but this is not that time. The current is more sparse than ever. Your power may still be great, and you might indeed defeat those gathered here, but you are by no means unstoppable. Choose carefully with whom you ally in this age, Merlinus." Merlin's face remained as impassive as stone as he stared at the headmistress. "I have truly returned to a time of darkness if the Pendragon believes that a mere threat of doom might sway the convictions of an honorable wizard, but I see that you are honest in your motive, even if your methods are mean. I have never forsworn allegiance to any whose hearts were turned hard against the non-magicked. I worked to maintain the balance between the magical and muggle worlds, to keep the scales from tipping one toward the other. Though none would have guessed my true aims. I serviced all, but always with that goal in my heart. Fairness is a myth among a fallen humankind, but equality of struggle can be maintained, even if it is only a pale ghost of true fairness." "You speak well, Merlinus," the headmistress said, "but you have not stated your purpose plainly. Are you here to overthrow us or to work alongside us?" For the first time, Merlin's face showed emotion. He closed his eyes and pressed his lips together. His beard glistened with what James assumed was some sort of oil. Occasionally, the scent of it, wild and spicy, wafted in the breeze of the tower's top. "Ostramadu deserved the fate I dealt him, and perhaps 100-fold, for returning me to this time." He opened his eyes again, and looked around at the assembly. "I approach a castle of the most solid construction I've ever witnessed, filled with glittering eyes of hardened sunlight, and yet I find no sentry, no vanguard, not so much as a servant to fill my bath or demand protocol. You meet me with no recognition of my status and no blessing upon my head, wearing the clothes of jesters and field boys, and yet you are surrounded by tables of plenty, on plates as round and smooth as the planets. The Pendragon herself is not revered or waited upon, but dresses like her minions in shapeless bags of tenting. And then, above all, my honor and allegiance is challenged, when I myself only refrain from demanding tribute out of respect for a foreign age. Truly, my mission has become as dust. There is no age ripe for me. Selfish Ostramadu may have been," McGonagall agreed, leaning slightly forward, "but it may not be a mistake that you were returned to this time, Merlinus. It was thought that you would lead the rebellion against the Muggle world, but if your claims are true, then you may have been brought here by an even greater providence so that you might aid us in preventing just such a tragedy. Even now, the powers of chaos have set in motion events that will lead to that end. This very day, a man resides among us, a Muggle man. He has been led here by agents of disorder, and he has bypassed our greatest defenses using a form of unmagic called technology. He has access to an engine called the press by which he can make known the secrets of the magical world to the rest of humanity. It is only by maintaining that secret for the past millennium that the balance of powers has existed. If this man and his secret plotters succeed, they will abuse the recombination of the magical and Muggle world. They will plot divisions, seek power, and eventually, they will spawn a war. You, more than anyone, know what the result of such a scheme would be. You must help us. Those who plot chaos are expecting you. Let them eat the fire they intended to turn upon the world, Merlinus. Aid us." Merlin sat perfectly still for almost a minute, his beard glistening in the sun. The animals fidgeted slightly, noses twitching and feathers ruffling. Finally, Merlin stood, and it was like watching a mountain rise from its foundation. He moved with slow, massive grace until he was fully erect, his staff held upright next to him, his piercing blue eyes settling on the headmistress. "You are correct, madam," Merlin said, his voice flat and undeniable. "It was my selfish shame to leave my own age only to find a time when my power would be restored in fullness. Arrogance is my iniquity, and it has undone me. I have returned now only to find my power cut to pieces, far more than it was in my own time. I beg your forgiveness, as a man of honor, but I am both unable and unwilling to rise to the post you have described for me. This is no longer my world. Perhaps you will prevail without me. Perhaps not. I cannot see any future in this time apart from knowing that the sun will arise tomorrow and travel across the heavens as it has done for the 1,000 years of my absence. Whether it shines down on war or peace, truth or lies, I know not, but I do know this, it will shine upon a world that knows me not, nor I it. I take my leave of you now, madam. I bid all of you, fare thee well. Merlin raised his arms, holding his staff aloft. As one, the birds on the railings and benches launched from their perches. There was a thunderous sound as hundreds of wings beat the air. When the mass of birds broke apart, streaming from the top of the tower in all directions, there was no sign of Merlin. James stared hard at the space where the great wizard had been standing. It was over. There was nothing left. Harry turned James around and folded him into his arms. It's all right, son, he sighed. James didn't believe Anything was all right, but he was glad for the words anyway. He hugged his dad. Bossy K, I wonder if he's really gone for good, Neville mused out loud. I've no doubt he means for us to believe that, the headmistress replied, arising from her chair on the tower platform. But the fact of the matter is that he has nowhere to go. His servant, Ostramadu, has apparently been banished to the netherworld, thus Merlinus has no apprentice in the sage to arrange for his reappearance if he should choose to step out of time again. I fear we must assume that Merlinus is with us, for better or worse. Mr. Potter, can he be tracked? Harry thought for a moment. Difficult, but not impossible. He will probably retreat to the protection of the woodlands, where his power is strongest. No doubt, he has many methods of surviving and hiding there, but a wizard of such abilities will always leave a detectable magical way. I believe we can locate G4 and a team of warriors in enough time. The question is, what do we do with him when we find him? We must secure his intent, Franklin said somberly, slowly approaching the chair Merlin had occupied. Merlinus is a creature of mystery and confusion. Despite his words, I sense that he himself does not trust his own allegiances. Things were much clearer in his time. Did you sense it as well? He is unsure in this age. He doesn't know who to trust, whose aims most reflect his own. Is made worse by the fact that, as you pointed out, headmistress, Merlin's own morality is ambiguous at best. He retreats now in order to examine his own heart as much as to study the factions of this age. Do you really believe that, Professor? Harry asked. Franklin had produced the same brass device he'd used to examine James' broken arm on the Quidditch pitch. He was peering through it, studying the chair Merlin had occupied. He nodded slowly. I do. Merlin admitted to us that pride is his greatest weakness. He cannot allow us to see his own lack of surety. But there is no doubt of it. He doesn't know where he stands in this age because he doesn't know where he stands in his own heart, and only now does he realize it. That doubt won't last forever, though, Neville said, stepping down the terraces toward the wooden floor. We can hardly sit back and wait until he decides whose side to join. His power may be diminished, but I'd wager he is still unmatched by any single wizard alive today. We have to assume HEIS with our enemies until he determines he is our ally. Harry was shaking his head. I agree that he may be unsure in this time, but I don't think he's evil. Or at least, not willfully evil. What do you mean? Zane interjected. He's been sought after by the most evil wizards for the past 1,000 years or so, hasn't he? Not the most evil wizards, McGonagall said pointedly. That's true, Harry agreed. Only those who were confused or warped enough to believe their aims were good, somehow. Those who knew their hearts were evil, whose eyes were open to their own wickedness and embraced it, they never sought him. At least, as far as we know. Let us repair to our offices for now, McGonagall said, sighing. Our day has barely begun and we already have far more to manage than we rightly know how. Besides, I wish to alleviate myself of this unbearable costume as soon as possible. Franklin heaved the trapdoor open and the group began to file down the steps. The animals that had gathered on the tower platform threaded down as well, scampering and hopping around the group's feet. Slughorn and the rest of the professors gathered below greeted them with worried faces and a flurry of questions. Ignoring them, James followed his dad down the spiral steps toward the far distant floor. How'd you get here so fast, Dad? He asked. Merlin didn't get here until the middle of the night. How'd McGonagall get hold of you so quickly? It wasn't the headmistress that brought me here, James, Harry replied, glancing over his shoulder at his son. It was your letter. Nobby delivered it this morning, and I came as soon as I read it. The headmistress was as surprised as anyone when I showed up in her office fireplace. But Saccharina said you were off on some special assignment and weren't to be bothered. Harry laughed humorlessly. It was that detail in your letter that proved I needed to get here right away, James. I'm doing nothing but desk work this week. If Saccharina says I'm on assignment, that's just because she wants to make sure I'm not here. Yeah, James nodded. The portrait of Snape told us Saccharina and Recreant are both no good. They're in on all this progressive element stuff. Harry stopped on the stairs, turning back to James, Ralph, and Zane. Be careful who you mention that to, he said, lowering his voice. The Ministry is riddled with people like Recreant and Saccharina these days, although for most of them, it's just a way to appear a little daring and trendy. Hermione does what she can to fight the propaganda and weed out the instigators, but it's complicated. Recreant is only a tool, but Saccharina is dangerous. I think she's the mastermind behind the return of Merlin, INFACT. What? James said, dropping his voice to match his diddy's. That can't be. It was Madame Delacroix INTHE Grotto LASDNIGHT. Yeah, Saccharina didn't even arrive until yesterday evening, Zane added. Harry's expression was grave. Saccharina isn't the kind of person to get her hands dirty with any of the actual work. She needed Delacroix for that, and Delacroix herself couldn't have gotten the Merlin throne out of the Ministry without Saccharina on the inside, helping her. Recreant and Saccharina are only here now because they claim to be escorting an expert in Muggle magical relations to deal with this Prescott person. There is no such expert. They were expecting to produce Merlin himself, and pass him off as that expert, so they never intended to stop Prescott from revealing the magical world to the MUGGLE press, Ralph said, his face white. Saccharina and Merlin were supposed to work together to make sure Prescott got his story out, weren't they? Harry nodded. That's what I think. This is all no coincidence. It's exactly the sort of thing people like Saccharina have been hoping for all along. The recombination of the MUGGLE and magical world is essential to their final plan for all OUTWR, but Merlin turned out to be on nobody's side but his own, after all, James said. Does that ruin their plan? I don't know, Harry sighed. Things have been put in motion that will be very hard to stop now. Saccharina and Y no longer need Merlin for this part of the plan, Zane asked. So how are you planning to stop Prescott? Stop him? I'm not even supposed to be here, remember? Saccharina is in charge. But she's evil, James exclaimed. You can't just let her run the show. We won't, James, Harry said, putting a hand on James' shoulder, but hardening his voice. But we have to be very careful. Saccharina has a lot of influence in the Ministry. I can't just defy her. She's hoping that I'll do something rash, SOMETHING she can use against me. She wants THE or her department SHUTDOWN entirely. Keeping that from happening is of utmost importance. Even more so than protecting the secrecy of the magical world. So Saccharina and Delacroix win? James said, looking H's dad in the eye. In the short run, perhaps. But don't lose hope, any of you. Neville, the headmistress, and I have a few tricks up our sleeves. We will survive the day, no matter what happens with Prescott. The only question now is who let him here in the first place? Well, it would have been Saccharina, wouldn't it? Zane suggested. No, couldn't be, James sighed. She's signed the vow of secrecy, just like every other witch and wizard. If she'd tried to tell Prescott anything, even through a letter, the vow would have stopped her somehow. Besides, she wouldn't know anything about how a game deck worked or how it could be used to lead somebody to Hogwarts. Voices and footsteps echoed from the spiral of stairs above them. THE headmistress and THE professors were descending behind them. Harry gestured for the boys to follow him the rest of the way down. That's the only part of this that really baffles me, Harry said as he tromped down the stairs. Every witch and wizard is bound by the vow of secrecy. Any Muggle parent of a student is bound by their own contract of non-disclosure. That means no one who knows about the magical world would be capable of spreading the secret. And yet someone obviously did. I intend to find out who. By the time they neared the last curve of the staircase, the headmistress, Neville, and the rest of the professors had caught up to them. McGonagall called down to the students who were waiting below, "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are all returning to you whole and well." She stopped and regarded the assembly from above. In order to dispel rumors and quell any fears, I intend to be quite forthright about what has been, and still is, occurring here today. 2 men have found their ways rather unexpectedly into these halls over the course of the last 2 days. The first is still here. His name is Martin Prescott and he is a MUGGLE. His intentions are quite questionable, but I can assure you that we, your faculty, are prepared to. Thank you, Minerva, a high, ringing voice interrupted. I have, in fact, already briefed the students on today's events. I appreciate your thoroughness, however. Do join us, won't you? Saccharina and Recreant stepped out of the crowd of students and moved to the head of the staircase. Saccharina's smile was large and glinting in the dusty light of the tower floor. McGonagall stared down at her for a long moment, and then turned to address the students again. In that case, I expect you all have classes to attend to. Your professors shall kindly lead you to your classrooms. Let us make what we can with the rest of the day, shall we? Do you really believe it is necessary for classes to go forward today, Minerva? Saccharina said when the headmistress and the rest of the troop reached the bottom of the steps. This is rather an unusual day. Unusual days are the best days for classes, Miss Saccharina, McGonagall replied, stepping past the woman. Reminds everyone why we're here in the first place. If you'll excuse me, Harry, Mr. Recreant said, smiling a bit too enthusiastically. I admit, Brenda and I hadn't expected to see you here today. Family occasion, is it? He turned his grin on JMS, and then flashed it over Ralph and Zane as well. Harry smiled stiffly. I'm equally surprised to see the two of you here. I didn't see any paperwork about a return trip to meet with the Alma Alarons. And I've been doing an awful lot of paperwork, as you know. Saccharina took Harry's arm, and he allowed her to lead him out of the tower, following the last of the students. Very unexpected, this is, she said in a confidential tone of voice. Dreadful situation. Surely Minerva told you about it? Martin Prescott, a Muggle reporter, right here on the grounds. Still, the Ministry feels it is inevitable, really, does it? Harry said, stopping near the door and facing Saccharina. So Loquacious Snap knows about this? The Minister is aware of the general direction events have been leading, Recreant interjected. We hadn't chosen to bother him with the particulars, per se, so he doesn't, in fact, know you are here? Harry said, dropping his thin smile. Harry, Saccharina said silkily, the fact is that this sort of scenario is exactly the purview of the Department of Ambassadorial Relations. You, of course, do not require the signature of the Minister for every little maneuver of the Auror Department. Nor do we require his approval when dealing with the execution of our daily duties. Do you intend to stay for the day? I believe so, Brenda, Harry answered calmly. I am curious to see what the Department of Ambassadorial Relations does to execute its daily duties in such a situation. Besides, surely you'd agree that an outside, objective witness might prove helpful in case of any inquiries? Suit yourself, Mr. Potter, Saccharina said, her smile snapping shut like a jewelry box. It will all be over by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Prescott's crew will arrive and they will get their tour. There is hardly any way to prevent it, after all, considering Mr. Prescott's very ingenious fail-safes. You may accompany us, but please do not attempt to interfere. It would not go well for you. But I am sure I do not need to tell you that, do I? Did you have a nice snooze down there by the front doors? Zane said lightly as Saccharina turned away. She stopped, and then very slowly turned back toward Zane. Whatever could you mean, young man? She asked. Harry was looking at Zane with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Zane went on, you two were both down there to meet Merlin when he made his grand entrance last night, but he was apparently looking for bigger fish than you, wasn't he? He gave you both the old evil eye and froze you on the spot. Come on, now, that's gotta hurt. Saccharina's smile eased back onto her face, as if it was the default expression at times when her brain was working hard on something else. Her eyes moved back to Harry. I simply don't know what you've been filling these poor children's heads with, Mr. Potter, but it really doesn't do for ministry officials to tell such stories. Merlin, of all things. She shook her head vaguely, then turned and walked through the archway with Mr. Recreant following nervously. You sure have a way with people, Zane, Harry said, grinning and ruffling the boy's hair. My dad says it's a gift, Zane agreed. My mom says it's a curse. Who can tell? It looked like Miss Saccharina was more confused than angry, Ralph mused as they walked through the archway, leaving the Sylvan Tower. Could be, Harry replied. It might be that everyone Merlin put to sleep forgot about him as well. She may have no recollection of his coming last night, so she still expects him to show up when she takes Prescott and his crew on the grand tour? Perhaps, although it won't trip her up for long when he doesn't show. Merlin's probably halfway across the Forbidden Forest by now, getting directions from the tree sprites, now that they're apparently awakened. James stopped in the middle of the corridor. A few paces later, Harry stopped as well and turned to look back at his son. James' face was wide-eyed and thoughtful. Suddenly, he blinked and looked at his daddy. I need to go to the Forbidden Forest, he said. It's not too late. Dad, will you come with me? Zane, Ralph, you too? Harry didn't ask his son any questions. He studied James' face for several seconds, and then glanced down at Zane and Ralph. What do you two think? You up for playing a little hooky? James walked purposefully into the forest, followed at a short distance by Harry, Zane, and Ralph. He threaded through the smaller trees at the perimeter, heading into the deeper heart of the forest, where the trees were huge and ancient and the sun was all but blocked out by rafters of dense foliage. For several minutes, the foursome walked in silence, and then, finally, James stopped. He turned on the spot, looking up into the shushing leaves and gently creaking branches. There were no other sounds. Harry, Zane, and Ralph stood 20 feet away, watching quietly. James closed his eyes for a moment, thinking, and then opened them again and spoke. "I know a lot of you aren't awake," he began, looking up into the looming heights of the trees, "and I know that some of you who are awake aren't on our side. But the ones who are will hear me, and I hope you'll help. Merlin is out there somewhere. He may be far, far away by now, but even so, I think you know where he is. He talks to you, and I am betting you talk to him, too. I know tree sprites can talk, because we've already met one of you. I have a message for Merlin." James stopped and took another deep breath, not entirely sure what he meant to say. It had simply occurred to him that he should try. He had been used by Delacroix to help bring Merlin into the world, despite the best efforts of those who'd wished to prevent it. The knowledge that he'd allowed himself to be manipulated was horrible to him. All this time, he'd believed he was doing good, saving the world from evil, walking in the steps of his hero father. And yet his best intentions had been warped against him, against the world he'd hoped to protect. He'd tried to do it alone, like his dad had done, but he'd failed. He'd aided evil. And now evil expected him to give up. James didn't intend to give up, though. Maybe now he could try to help in a different way. It was probably a long shot, probably utterly hopeless, but he had to try. Maybe this was his way. After all, Merlin, James said uncertainly, "You said that Ostramadu made a mistake in bringing you to our time. You said he was selfish, that he just wanted to get out of the duty he swore to you. But Headmistress McGonagall thinks that you're wrong. She thinks that this is the very time you were meant to return to, because this world needs your help to stop a war that might destroy us all." "Well, I know I'm just a kid, but I think you're both wrong." James glanced back at his dad. Harry gave a small shrug and nodded. "I listened to everything you said, and what everybody said after you left, and I think you were brought to this time because you need something. You don't know for sure if you've really ever done right or wrong. You don't know if you controlled your powers or if they controlled you. I think the truth is that the world does need you now, but that you need DH's world, too. This is your chance, maybe your last chance, to prove that you are a good wizard after all. People have wondered for centuries whether you were good or bad, but who cares what the rest of history says about you? If you know in your own heart that you did the right thing when it really mattered, then it doesn't matter what anybody else says. I don't say this because I understand it myself yet, but at least I'm trying to learn it. You're in this time no matter what, Merlin. Whoever brought you here means for you to rescue the world. But I think you're also here to be rescued from yourself." James finished and sighed. He looked up, craning his neck and squinting, searching the trees for some sign that his message had been heard, and that it might be delivered. The leaves simply continued to skirl and shush in the breeze. The branches creaked quietly to themselves. After a minute, James stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked disconsolately back to his dad, Ralph, and Zane. Zane clapped James on the shoulder as they turned to leave. "That was the hokiest pile of salami I've ever heard," he said jovially. "But I think you meant it. I liked it, even if it never does get to Merlin's ears." "Did you come up with that all by yourself?" Ralph asked. James shrugged and smiled sheepishly. Harry didn't say anything as they walked, but he put his arm around James' shoulder and kept it there the whole way back. James thought it meant his dad approved, even if it wasn't the way he himself would have done it. And then James realized, with some contentment, that his dad approved because it wasn't the way he'd have done it. James smiled and enjoyed that moment of quiet revelation. Maybe learning this truth, the sort of truth that one has to learn on his own, despite all the people who tried to teach it with mere words, was worth everything that had happened so far. He only hoped that it was worth more than what might still be to come. 19. Secrets Unveiled. Harry joined James, Zane, and Ralph for a very late breakfast in the house elf kitchens below the Great Hall. James noticed that the house elf operating the enormous stove bellows was the grumpy house elf who'd told the three boys they were on probation. He eyed them with unguarded suspicion, but didn't say anything. They crowded at a tiny table beneath an even tinier window and ate plates of kippers and toast and drank pumpkin juice and black tea. Finally, Harry suggested that the boys take a break and get cleaned up. They were still dressed in the clothes they had worn during the failed broomstick caper of the day before, and they were all decidedly grubby from their night in the forest. James was weary to the bone as well, and determined that he would collapse on his bed for at least 10 minutes, school crisis or not. On the way to the common room, James decided to take a detour to the hospital wing to collect his backpack. Philia Goyle and Murdoch were no longer guarding the doors, of course, but James was surprised to see Hagrid crammed onto one of the benches nearby, flipping through a thick magazine called Beasts and Boondocks. He glanced up, closing the magazine. "James, good to see ya," he said warmly, apparently trying to keep his voice quiet. "Heard Yaya was back safe and sound. Seen your father, then, I'd wager?" "Yeah, just left him," James answered, peeking into the cracked doors of the hospital wing. "What are you doing here, Hagrid?" "Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I'm keeping watch, I am. Nobody in nor out unless it's by permission of the headmistress. Needs his rest and recuperation, after all he's been through." "Who?" James asked, suddenly interested. He peered more closely into the crack between the doors. There was a shape lying still on one of the beds, but James couldn't make out any features. "Why, Professor Jackson, of course," Hagrid said, standing and joining James by the doors. He peeked over James' head with one beady black eye. "Haven't you heard? Showed up in the courtyard half an hour ago, looking quite a fright," he whispered. "Caused no end of commotion when the students out there caught sight of him. We brought him in here straight away and I was given the post of keeping an eye on the doors while Madame Curio tended to him." James looked up at Hagrid. "He's injured? That's what we thought at first," Hagrid said, stepping back. "But Madame Curio says he's all right except for a few broken ribs, some burns on his arms, a nasty bruise on the skull and about 1,000,000 cuts and scratches. He's been in a duel, she says, and a long one, at that. Happened during the night, out in the forest. That's all we could get out of him before he conked out." "A duel?" James repeated, knitting his brow. "But Delacroix broke his what?" "Did she?" Hagrid said, impressed. "Now, why'd she go and do a thing like that, then?" "She was the one he was dueling against, Hagrid," James said tiredly. "He and she. Look, I'll explain later. But I saw her break his wand in 2 pieces. I saw the bits. He left them behind." "Whirl," Hagrid said, resuming his seat and producing a long, pained groan from the bench. "He's American, why no. They like to carry more in one wand around. Comes from all that old Wild West lore and all. They stick some in their boots and up their sleeves and hide 'em in their canes and such. Everybody knows that, don't they?" James peered into the crack of the hospital doors again, but he still couldn't make anything of the shape on the mattress. "Sorry, Professor," he said quietly. "But I hope you gave her royal hell." "What's that, James?" Hagrid said, glancing up. "I just came for my backpack," James answered quickly. "I left it in there last night. I don't suppose Yaya might want to come back later for it, would Yaya?" Hagrid asked earnestly. "Only I've got my orders, here. Nobody in nor out. The headmistress thinks that whoever attacked Jackson might come looking for him. Can't rule out it was that crazy nutter pretending to be Merlin. It was Delacroix, Hagrid. But yeah. I can come back later." "Good work," Hagrid nodded, and then flopped his magazine open onto his lap again. James turned and headed back the way he'd come. The Gryffindor common room was empty. The fire in the grate had burned down to red embers, but it had warmed up enough outside that it wasn't necessary anyway. In fact, as James headed up the stairs to the sleeping quarters, he felt a gust of cool, fresh air push past him. Someone had apparently left a window open upstairs. He was just wondering if he should shut it or not when he topped the landing and saw Merlin reclined comfortably on his bed. "Here's my little counselor, after all," Merlin said, looking up and lowering James' technomancy textbook. James glanced at the open window next to his bed, then back to Merlin. "You," he said, his mind boggling slightly. "Did you?" He pointed uncertainly at the window. "Did I fly in through it?" Merlin said, laying the book aside almost reverently. "Lofted upon the wings of my skyborn brethren? What do you think, James Potter?" James closed his mouth, realizing that this was a kind of test. He pushed his first thoughts aside and looked around. "No," he answered. "No, actually, I think you just opened the window because you like the air." "I like the sense of the air, especially this time of year," the Great Wizard replied, looking toward the open window. "The essence of growth and life comes from the earth now, filling the sky. Even the non-magic feel it. They say that love is in the air in springtime. It's close enough to the truth not to matter, but it isn't love of a man and a woman. It is the love of dirt for a root, and leaf for sunlight, and yes, wing for air. Butyo, you wanted me to believe that you came in through the window, didn't you?" JMSID, feeling carefully emboldened, Merlin smiled slightly and studied James. 9/10 of magic happens in the mind, James Potter. The greatest trick of all is to know what your audience expects to see, and making sure they do. James approached another bed and sat on it. Is this what you came to talk about? Or are you here because you got my message? I have been privy to many things since you last saw me, the wizard answered. I have moved in and out, to and fro. I have conversed with many old friends, reacquainted myself with the earth and the beasts in the air. I have met very strange things in the forest, articles of this age, and learned much of the way the world is in this time. I have studied you yourself and your people. James smiled slowly, realizing something. You never left us. You vanished from the top of the tower. Let us think you flew off with the birds, but you didn't go anywhere, did you? You just turned invisible. You have rather a talent for looking beyond the flat of the mirror, James Potter, Merlin said, his voice low and his face impassive. But I will admit that I did hear everything your professors Franklin and Longbottom, and the Pendragon, and yes, your father, said about me. I was amused and angered that they presumed to know me so, and yet I am no slave to arrogance. I asked myself if what they supposed was true. I left then, and I visited my old lands. I went in and out, to and fro. I studied my own deep soul as Franklin supposed I should. And I found there was a shadow of truth in their words. A shadow. Merlin paused for a long moment. James decided not to say anything, but simply watched the wizard. His face remained utterly immobile, but his eyes were distant. After no less than 2 minutes, Merlin spoke again. But a shadow was not enough to bring me back to the mire of doublespeak and confused loyalties that pass for battle lines in this benighted age. I was far off, exploring, seeking space and land and uninterrupted earth, already sinking into the deep language of the wind and the rain, when there was a new note in the song of the trees. Your message, James Potter. James was amazed to see that there was finally emotion on the enormous man's face. He looked at James nakedly, his eyes suddenly wet. James felt shame for the man's raw expression of anguish. He even felt a little guilty for his own words that had apparently, shockingly, pierced this enormous man's hidden heart. Then, as if the anguish had never been there, the massive, stony face composed itself. It was not a matter of masking the emotion, James realized. He was simply witnessing the workings of emotion in a man whose culture was utterly alien to him, where the heart was so close to the surface that deep emotion could pass over the face shamelessly and completely, like a cloud obscuring the sun but for a moment. Thus, James Potter, the wizard said, standing slowly, so that he seemed to fill the room. I return. I am at your service. My soul does indeed require this. I have learned much of this world during my travels this day, and I love little of it, but there is a present evil, even though it is masked with duplicity and etiquette. Perhaps defeating that evil is secondary even to stripping that evil of its facade of respectability. James grinned and jumped up as well, not sure whether to shake Merlin's hand, hug him, or bow. He settled for pumping his fist once in the air and proclaiming, yes. Thank you, Merlin. Merlinus. Mr. Ambrosius? The wizard simply smiled, his ice blue eyes twinkling. So, James said, what do we do? I mean, we only have a few hours before Prescott and his crew gather to film the school and everything. I guess I have to explain all that to you. Sheesh, this is going to take a while. I am Merlin, James Potter, the wizard said, sighing. I have already learned as much as I need to know about this world and how it works. You'd be quite surprised, methinks, to learn how much the trees know of your culture. Mr. Prescott is not your problem. We simply need a council of allies to aid us. All right, James said, plopping back onto the bed. What sort of allies do we need? Merlin's eyes narrowed. We require heroes of wit and cleverness, unafraid to foil convention in order to defend a higher allegiance. Battle skills matter not. What we need at this moment, James Potter, are scoundrels with honor. James nodded succinctly. I know just the group. Scoundrels with honor. Got it, then let us have at it, my young counselor, Merlin said, smiling a little frighteningly. Lead on. So, James said as he led Merlin down out of the portrait hole, do you think we'll win? Mr. Potter, Merlin said breezily, stepping out onto the landing and placing his fists on his hips. You won the moment I decided to join you. Is that the famous Merlin pride talking? James asked tentatively. Like I said, Merlin replied, turning to follow James with his long, slow stride. 9/10 of magic happens in the mind. The last 10th, Mr. Potter, is pure and unadulterated bluster. Take note of that and you'll do very well. After the bright, misty morning, the progressed into a hazy stillness of unseasonable warmth. Headmistress McGonagall had insisted that classes continue, even during the tour of Martin J. Prescott and his ENTOURAGE. But in spite of her order, dozens of students had gathered in the courtyard to witness the arrival of the Muggle reporter's crew. Near the front of the group, James and Harry stood side by side. Only a few feet away, Tabitha Corsica and her Slytherin compatriots were looking decidedly bright-eyed and eager. On the top of the main steps, Headmistress McGonagall was flanked by Miss Saccharina and Mr. Recreant. Martin Prescott, on the lowest step, glanced at his watch. "Are you sure they can get their vehicles in through the way you described, Miss Saccharina?" he said, glancing up to where she stood, squinting in the sunlight. "They will be driving vehicles with wheels, as I've said. You know. Wheels. There aren't any magical mud bogs or bridges with trolls living under them or anything, are there?" Saccharina was about to answer when the sound of automobile engines became audible in the near distance. Prescott jumped and spun on the spot, craning to catch a glimpse of his crew. James, standing near the front of the crowd of students with his dad, thought Headmistress McGonagall was handling herself pretty well, considering everything. She merely pressed her lips tightly together as the huge vehicles rumbled into the courtyard. There were two of them, and James recognized them as the sort of enormous off-road trucks Zane called Land Rovers. The first one ground to a halt directly in front of the steps. All four doors popped open and men began to emerge, blinking in the hazy sunlight and carrying large leather bags covered in thick pockets. Prescott scampered down among the men, calling them by name, pointing and yelling directions. "I want lights and reflectors on the left side of the steps, angled toward the doors. That's where I'll do my final commentary and conduct interviews. Eddie, you have the chairs? No? All right, that's fine, we'll stand. Sitting might seem too, established. Anyway. We want to keep the feeling of expose-live whole time. Which cameras do you have, Vince? I want the 35mm handy cam on everything. Double film the whole shoot with it, got it? We let it the footage in here and there for that hidden camera feel. Perfect. Where's Greta with the makeup?" The crew completely ignored the assembly of students and the headmistress and ministry officials on the steps. All around the trucks was the well-oiled bustle of men assembling cameras, attaching electrical cords to lights, stringing microphones onto long poles, ANDSAYING test, AND check, into smaller microphones meant to be clipped to Prescott's shirt. James noticed a few individuals moving among the group that didn't seem preoccupied with the technical preparations. They were dressed rather better and seemed curious about the castle and the grounds. One of them, an old, balding, friendly-looking man in a light gray suit, ambled up the stairs toward the headmistress. "Quite the fuss, isn't it?" he proclaimed, glancing back toward the trucks. He bowed slightly toward the headmistress. "Randolph Finney, detective, British Special Police, not quite retired, but close enough not to matter. Mr. Prescott may have mentioned me? He made rather a big deal of my being here, it seems. Between you and me, I suspect he'd hoped for someone a bit more, inspiring, if you take my meaning. So this is some sort of school, I understand?" "Indeed it is, Mr. Finney," Saccharina said, stretching out her hand. "My name is Brenda Saccharina, head of the Department of Ambassadorial Relations for the Ministry of Magic. Today is going to be a very interesting day for you, I suspect. Ministry of Magic. How perfectly quaint," Finney said, shaking Saccharina's hand rather distantly. His gaze hadn't strayed from the headmistress. "And who might you be, madam?" "This is," Saccharina replied, but McGonagall, long accustomed to overriding unwelcome noises, spoke easily over her. "Minerva McGonagall, Mr. Finney. Pleased to meet you. I am headmistress of this school." Charmed, Finney said, taking McGonagall's hand reverently and bowing again. "Headmistress McGonagall, I am delighted to meet you. Please, do call me Minerva," McGonagall said, and James saw just the slightest pained look pass over her face. "Indeed. And call me Randolph, I insist." Finney smiled at the headmistress for several seconds, then cleared his throat and adjusted his glasses. He turned on the spot, taking in the castle and grounds. "I'd never known there was a school in this area, to tell you the truth. Especially one as magnificent as this. Why, it should be on the Register of Historic Places and no mistake, Minerva." "What do you call it?" Saccharina began to answer, but nothing came out. She made a tiny noise, coughed a little, and then covered her mouth daintily with one hand, a look of mild puzzlement on her face. "Hogwarts, Randolph," McGonagall answered, smiling carefully. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you don't say?" Finney replied, glancing at her. "How wonderfully whimsical. We like to think so, Detective Finney." Prescott suddenly called, trotting up the steps, his face covered in pancake makeup and tissue paper stuffed into the collar of his shirt. "I see you've already met the headmistress. Miss Saccharina and Mr. Recreant are here to conduct the tour, of course. The headmistress is just along for, color, as it were. And she performs her role quite well, doesn't she? Finney said, turning back to McGonagall with a grin. James saw that the headmistress was refraining rather heroically from rolling her eyes. You have met Miss Saccharina and Mr. Recreant, then? Prescott plowed on, moving between Finney and McGonagall. Miss Saccharina, perhaps you will tell Detective Finney a bit of what it is you do here? Saccharina smiled charmingly and stepped forward, threading her arm through Finney's in an attempt to lead him away from Headmistress McGonagall. Saccharina said. She paused, then closed her mouth and tried to look down at it, which produced a rather odd expression. Finney regarded her with a slightly furrowed brow. Are you quite all right, miss? Miss Saccharina is feeling just a tad under the weather, Detective Finney, Recreant said, adopting an ingratiating grin that was no match for Sacharina's practiced smile. Do allow me. This is a school of magic, ASTHE headmistress has already mentioned. It is, in fact, a school for witches and wizards. Recreant's next word seemed to catch in his throat. He stood with his mouth open, staring at Finney and looking rather like an asphyxiating fish. After a long, awkward moment, he closed his mouth. He tried to smile again, showing far too many large, uneven teeth. Finney's brow was still furrowed. He disengaged from Sacharina's arm and glanced between both her and Recreant. Yes? Spit it out, then, why don't you? Are you both ill? Prescott was very nearly hopping from foot to foot. Perhaps we should just begin a tour, then, shall we? Of course, I know my way around the castle a bit now. We can begin as soon as. He realized he still had tissues jammed into the collar of his shirt. He grabbed at them and stuffed them into his pants pockets. Miss Saccharina, you had mentioned that there would be someone else? An expert in explaining things to the uninitiated? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce this person? Saccharina craned her head forward, her eyes bulging very slightly and her mouth open. After a few seconds of strained silence, THE headmistress cleared her throat and gestured toward the open courtyard. Here he is now, I suspect. You know how Mr. Hubert tends to be rather late sometimes. Poor man will forget his own head one of these days. Still, he is a genius in his own way, isn't he, Brenda? Her mouth still open, Saccharina turned to follow McGonagall's pointing hand. At the opening of the courtyard, another vehicle was entering. It was ancient, its engine choppy and puttering a pall of blue smoke. Finney frowned a little as it chugged slowly across the courtyard. Saccharina and Recreant stared at the vehicle with twin expressions of pure bewilderment and disgust. The crowd of students gathered near the steps moved back as the vehicle squeaked to a stop in front of the first Land Rover, pointing at it. The engine coughed, sputtered, and then died, slowly. That's a Ford Anglia, isn't it? Finney said. I haven't seen one of those in decades. I'm amazed it still runs. Oh, our Mr. Hubert is very good with engines, Randolph, McGonagall said crisply. Why, he's almost a wizard, really. The driver's door squeaked open and a figure clambered up out of it. He was very large, so that the car rose perceptibly on its springs as he arose from it. The man squinted at the stairs, smiling a little vacantly. He had long, silvery blonde hair and a matching beard, both of which were offset by a gigantic pair of black, horn-rimmed glasses. The man's hair was pulled back in a natty, almost prim ponytail. Mr. Terence Hubert, McGonagall said, introducing the man. Chancellor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Welcome, sir, do come and meet our guests. Mr. Hubert smiled and then glanced aside as the passenger's door of the Anglia screeched open. I hope you don't mind, everybody, Mr. Hubert said, adjusting his glasses. I've brought my wife along with me. Say hello to the folks, dear, James gasped as Madame Delacroix climbed awkwardly out of the car. She smiled very slowly and deliberately. Hello, she said in a strangely monotone voice. Hubert grinned mistily at her. She's a dearie, isn't she? Well, shall we begin? Then, Saccharina coughed, her eyes widening rather alarmingly as she watched Delacroix join Mr. Hubert in front of the Anglia. She nudged Recreant with her elbow, but he was as mute as she was. Chancellor? Prescott said, looking back and forth between Hubert and McGonagall. There's no Chancellor. Since when is there a Chancellor? I do apologize, sir, Hubert said, climbing the steps with Delacroix by his side. She grinned a bit wildly. I've been away for the past week. Business in Montreal, Canada, of all places. Wonderful little distribution warehouse there. You know, we only use the highest quality magical supplies here, of course. I inspect all our materials by hand before ordering anything. Oh, but I shouldn't say any more, of course. Hey. Hubert tapped the side of his nose with an index finger, grinning conspiratorially at Prescott. Prescott's face was tight with suspicion. He stared at Hubert, then at Madame Delacroix. Finally, he held up his hands and closed his eyes. All right, who cares? Mr. Hubert, if you are our guide, then guide away. He threw a glance over his shoulder at the camera crew, gesturing wildly with his eyebrows, and then followed Hubert into the gigantic open doors. Chancellor Hubert, can you tell us and our audience what you do here at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Why, of course, Hubert said, turning as he reached the center of the entrance hall. We teach magic. We are, in fact, Europe's premier school of the magical arts. Hubert seemed to notice the camera for the first time. He grinned a little nervously into it. Students, come from the farthest reaches of the continent, and even beyond, to learn the ancient arts of the mystical masters of the craft. To acquire, to absorb, to, steep, as it were, in the secret arts of divination, illumination, prestidigitation, and, etc., etc. Prescott was staring very hard at Hubert, his cheeks reddening. I see. Yes, so you admit that you teach actual magic within these walls? Why, certainly, young man. Why ever would I deny it? Then you do not deny, Prescott said in a pouncing sort of voice, that these paintings, which line this very room, are magical, moving paintings. He gestured grandly toward the walls. The cameraman spun and walked as quickly and smoothly as he could toward a group of paintings by the doorway. The boom microphone operator lowered his apparatus, so as to be sure to capture Hubert's response. Moving paintings? Hubert said in a distracted voice. Oh, yes. Well, I suspect they could be said to move. Why, that painting there, no matter where you are in the room, the eyes in the painting are always upon you. Hubert raised his hands mysteriously, warming to the subject. They seem, in fact, to follow you everywhere you go. The cameraman took his eye away from the viewfinder and frowned back at Prescott. Prescott's face darkened. That's not what I mean. Make them move. You know they can. You. He spun on his heels and pointed at McGonagall. You had a conversation with a portrait in your office just yesterday. I watched you. I heard the painting talk. McGonagall made a face that was so comically surprised that James, who was standing just inside the doorway with the rest of the assembled students, had to suppress a giggle. I can't imagine what you mean, sir, the headmistress replied. Here, now, you leave the lady out of this, why don't you? Finney said archly, taking half a step in front of the headmistress, who was a full head taller than him. Just you conduct your almighty investigation, Prescott, and let's get this over with. Prescott boggled for a few seconds, and then composed himself. Okay. Forget the moving paintings. Silly me. He turned back to Hubert. I presume class is currently in session, Mr. Hubert? Hubert said, as if startled. In session? Well, I guess so. You wouldn't expect we'd like to see, would you? Prescott interrupted. Well, we would. Our viewers have a right to know exactly what is going on here, right? Under our noses. Viewers? Hubert repeated, glancing back to the camera. This is, live? ISIT? Prescott dropped his head forward and slumped a bit. No, Mr. Hubert. It isn't. Didn't any of you tell him how this works? We record it, we edit it, we broadcast it. Miss Saccharina, you understood all of this, am I correct? He glanced aside at Saccharina, who smiled and spread her arms. She mouthed a few words, and then gestured vaguely at her throat. Recreant cinched his grin a notch higher, his forehead was beaded with sweat. Great, Prescott muttered. I see. Marvelous. Continuing. He straightened and glared at Hubert again. Yes, our viewers would very much like to see what happens in these so-called classrooms, Mr. Chancellor. Please lead the way. Hubert turned to Delacroix. What do you think, dear? Divination or levitation? They are both equally impressive. Honey, Delacroix said, forming the words rather awkwardly. She seemed to want to say more, but despite the workings of her jaw, her lips clamped tightly shut. My wife is foreign, as you can see, Hubert said apologetically. But she does her best. The classrooms, please, Mr. Hubert, Prescott insisted. You can't keep the press out, sir. No, of course not. We appreciate the publicity, in fact, Hubert said, turning to lead the crew down a hall. Prestigious as we are, sometimes, it's hard to keep our heads above water. Magic is a, specialized study, to say the least. Only a certain kind of individual has the patience and grace to learn it. Ah, here we are then. Divination. Prescott walked briskly into the open doorway of the classroom, followed by his camera crew and boom microphone operator. Scrambling to keep up with him, Finney remained near the back of the group, staying as close to Headmistress McGonagall as he could. Harry and James, at the head of the crowd of curious students, leaned in through the door to watch. "Here, our students learn the ancient art of predicting the future," Hubert said grandly. A dozen students were scattered around the room, staring grimly down at the objects on the desks in front of them. At the head of the class, as if on cue, Professor Trelawney raised her arms, producing a musical jingling from the assortment of bangles on her wrists. "Seek, students," she cried in her mistiest voice. "Stare deep, deep into the face of the all-knowing cosmos, represented in the swirling patterns and designs of the infinite. Find your destinies, tea leaves," Finney said happily. "My own ma'am used to read fortunes and tea leaves for the tourists. Got us through some hard times, back in the day." "How perfectly picturesque, keeping such traditions alive." "Traditions, Pa," Trelawney said, arising from her seat and swirling her gauzy robes dramatically. "We find the embedded nature of perfect truth in the leaves, surpassed, present, future, all bound together for those who bear the eyes to see." "That's just what my ma'am used to say, too," chuckled Finney. "This is how you tell the future?" Prescott said, staring disgustedly into one of the students' cups. "This is ridiculous. Where are the crystal balls? Where's the swirling smoke and the ghostly visions?" "Well, we have those things, too, Mr. Prescott," Hubert said. "Don't we, Dr. Advanced Divination. Second semester. £200 lab fee," Delacroix replied mechanically. "Covers the crystal balls," Hubert said behind his raised hand. "Those things aren't cheap. We have them special made in China. Real crystal and everything. Of course, the students get to take them home at the end of the school year. They're kind of a memento." "I believe you mentioned levitation," Prescott said, marching out of the room. His entourage followed swiftly, clanking and unrolling more electrical cord. "Certainly, yes. A staple of the magical arts," Hubert replied, following Prescott across the hall and into another classroom. "We combine that class with bossy prestidigitation." "Yes, right in here." Zane stood in the center of the classroom with a wand in his hand. A few dozen other students sat along the wall, watching in amazement as the bust of Godric Gryffindor floated and bobbed around the room, apparently at the behest of Zane's waving wand. There was a gasp and sigh of amazement from Prescott's crew. The cameraman squatted slowly, zooming in on the action. "Aha," Prescott said excitedly. "Real magic. Being performed by children, just as promised," Hubert said proudly. "Mr. Walker here is among the best in his class." "Mr. Walker, what year are you, by the way?" "First year, sir," Zane said, grinning happily. "Excellent form, my boy," Hubert replied. "Try a loop, why don't you?" The students applauded politely as the bust raised and spun slowly in the air. Then, suddenly, it dropped, falling onto a mattress which had been placed in the center of the floor. "Oh, too bad, Mr. Walker." "So close," Hubert chided. "It wasn't my fault," Zane yelled. "It was my backstage." "Dead, you dolt, you yanked when you were supposed to swoop. How many times do I have to explain that?" "Hey!" Dead objected, bursting noisily out of a closet at the rear of the room. He held a handful of wires in his hand, all of which snaked up to a series of pulleys attached to the ceiling of the closet. "You want to try coming back here and working these controls in the dark? Huh? Besides, Noah is the one to blame." He was slow with the cross pulley. A voice from the depths of the closet yelled angrily, "What? That's it. I want to be on stage next time. I've had it with this assistant role. I want to wear the hat." "Nobody's wearing the hat, Noah," Zane said, rolling his eyes. "Well, somebody needs to wear the hat," Noah cried, his face appearing around the doorway of the closet. "How does anybody know who's the magician and who's the assistant?" Boys, Hubert placated, raising his hands. "We only have one hat per classroom, and Miss Morgenstern is using it to practice the rabbit trick." "Mr. Prescott, Mr. Finney, would you like to see the rabbit trick?" "Why, yes," Finney said brightly. "No," Prescott yelled. Tabitha Corsica had pushed herself to the front of the students crowding the doorway. Her face was red with anger. "Mr. Prescott," she began, Hubert turned slowly to face Tabitha. "This is hardly the time for autographs, Miss Corsica. I'm not here to get his autograph, Chancellor." Tabitha spat, raising her arm to point at Hubert. There was a small notebook and a pen clutched in her hand. She stopped in mid-sentence, staring at the two items. The cover of the notebook was pink and had the word autographs printed on it in white script. "There will be plenty of time later for such things, Miss Corsica. But I'm sure Mr. Prescott is flattered by your, interest, Chancellor Hubert?" Petra interjected, peering into a black top hat WHICHWS sitting atop a ridiculously glittery table. I think something might be wrong with Mr. Whiffles. Do rabbits usually lie on their backs like that? Not now, Miss Morgenstern, Hubert said, flapping his hand dismissively. Mr. Prescott, I believe you wanted to see our Swing in half room, but Prescott was gone. Stalking past the suddenly silent Tabitha Corsica and heading down the corridor behind her. The crew scrambled to chase him as he poked his head into each room. At the end of the hall, he gave a muffled shout of triumph and waved for his crew to join him in the furthest classroom. Here, Prescott yelled, gesturing wildly with his right arm. The crowd poured into the room, followed by the watching students, who were beginning to grin. Right before your eyes. A ghost professor. Make sure you get plenty of footage of this, Vince. Proof of the afterlife. There was no gasp of surprise this time. Vince moved in close, focusing carefully with one hand. Yes. Professor Binns, Hubert said happily. Say hello to the nice folks. Professor Binns blinked owlishly and passed his gaze over the crowd. Greetings, he said in his thin, distant voice. It's just a projection on smoke, Vince, the cameraman announced. Well, Hubert said, a bit defensively, he's not meant to be seen quite so close to like that. The students are usually well back from him. Creates a nice sense of mystery and the supernatural, really. Ralph was among the students seated in the classroom. He addressed the cameraman with a note of annoyance. You're ruining the effect, you know. You don't have to go and spoil it for everybody. Greetings, Ben said again, passing his gaze over the crowd. Impossible, Prescott shouted angrily, striding toward the front of the room. It's a ghost. I know it is. It's a projection, Martin, Vince said, lowering the camera. I've seen these before. It's not even a very good one. You can hear the projector running. It's right there, under the desk. And see here? Dry ice machine. Makes the smoke. Finney cleared his throat near the door. This is getting rather embarrassing, Mr. Prescott. Greetings, said Professor Binns. Prescott turned wildly. He was obviously coming rather unraveled. No, he shouted. This is all a setup. It's his fault. He's trying to trick all of you. He pointed at Hubert. Well, that is what we do here, Hubert said, smiling politely. We're in the business of tricks. Although we prefer the term illusion, if you don't mind. It's magic, Delacroix suddenly said, a bit inanely. She gave a ghastly grin. I see what you're all trying to do here, Prescott said, still pointing at Hubert, and then McGonagall and even Saccharina and Recreant, who shook their heads vigorously. You're trying to make me look like a madman. Well, my public knows me better than that, and so do my associates. You can't hide everything. What about the moving staircases? Or the giants? Or, Prescott stopped, his finger still in midpoint. His eyes went unfocused for a moment, and then he grinned maliciously. I know just the thing. Just the thing indeed. Vince, Eddie, the rest of you, come with me. Hubert followed as the crew clanked and jostled through the crowd of students. Where are you going, Mr. Prescott? I'm your guide, if you recall. I'll show you whatever you wish, yes? Prescott said, spinning back toward Hubert. The curious students had parted for him and his crew, so that Prescott glared back between them, glancing from side to side. Will you show me? He paused dramatically and tilted his head up. The garage? Hubert began. He blinked, and then looked aside at Professor McGonagall. James suddenly felt Harry's hand tighten on his shoulder. Something was wrong. The garage? Hubert repeated, as if he was unfamiliar with the word. Prescott's grin grew predatory. Aha! Weren't prepared for that, were you? Yes, I had myself a good long look around the grounds while you were all busy this morning, peeked here and there and got quite an eyeful. There is a garage, he said, turning to face the camera, that penetrates the very fabric of space and time, creating a magical portal between this place and another place thousands of kilometers away. America. If I may be so bold as to guess. I have seen it myself. I have been inside the structure, and smelled the air of that far-off place. I have seen the sunrise of that land, while the sun here was high above the horizon. It was no trick, no illusion. These people would have us believe that they are mere tricksters, while I maintain, as I have witnessed with my own eyes, that they are dabblers in a form of magic that is purely and simply supernatural. Now I will prove it. With a flourish, Prescott turned and marched away, heading back to the entrance hall. Harry fell in line next to Hubert, but couldn't get his attention. Mr. Prescott, Hubert yelled over the sound of the now agitated crowd. I really must insist that you allow me. Mr. Prescott. This is highly irregular. Prescott led his crew out of the main entrance and across the courtyard. The crowd of students had grown considerably, and the noise of their passage had become quite loud. Everyone had seen the exterior of the Alma Aileron's garage, but very few had been inside or seen what it housed. The babble of worry and curiosity was a dull roar. "This could be bad, James," Harry said, keeping his voice below the noise of the crowd. "What can we do?" Harry merely shook his head, watching Prescott turn the corner, leading the group toward the canvas structure overlooking the lake. He turned, framing himself before its canvas walls. His crew arranged themselves in position, lowering the boom microphone over him and adjusting the huge white umbrellas to reflect the sunlight on his shadowed side. Prescott turned slightly, showing his best side to the camera as Vince squatted slowly, focusing. It was, James had to admit, a very dramatic moment. "Ladies and gentlemen," Prescott began, raising his natural orator's voice, "my crew and I, and all of you, have been victims of an elaborate hoax. This is no simple school of sleight of hand and card tricks. No, I have witnessed within these walls true magic of the most astounding and blood-chilling variety. I have seen ghosts and watched actual levitations. I have observed doors appearing magically in otherwise solid stone walls. I have seen beasts and giants that boggle the mind. Today, we have been played for fools, deceived by a pack of wizards and witches, yes, actual magical people, who believe they can fool us with parlor tricks. But now I will reveal the truth of this place. Behind this canvas is a form of uncanny magic that will shock and astound you. When this truth is revealed, Mr. Rudolph Finney, detective for the British Special Police, will be inclined to launch a full-scale, official investigation into this establishment, with the help of police agencies from all across Europe. After today, ladies and gentlemen, our lives will never be the same again. After today, we will be living in a world where we know, without a doubt, that witches and wizards are real, and that they walk among us." Prescott paused, letting his words echo over the stunned crowd. Then he turned toward the area where McGonagall, Hubert, Saccharina, and Recrian were gathered. Finney stood next to the headmistress, frowning slightly, his eyes wide. "Mr. Hubert," Prescott called out, "will you open these doors for us? This is your last chance to do the right thing." Hubert's expression was grave. He stared very directly at Prescott. "I have to advise you against this course of action, Mr. Prescott. You open it or I will. You'll ruin everything, sir," Hubert said. Next to him, Delacroix was grinning even more manically. "I'll ruin nothing but your secret, Mr. Hubert. The world needs to know what is behind those canvas doors." Hubert seemed frozen in place. It looked as if he wasn't going to do it. And then he moved forward, lowering his head. There was a long, collective gasp from the crowd. Prescott stepped aside, glancing triumphantly at the camera as he did so. Hubert approached the tent and stood in front of it. He sighed deeply, and then reached up, grasping the knotted strips of canvas that held the tent's wide flaps closed. He turned his head to look at Prescott. After a terrible pause, he pulled. The knot came undone and the flaps dropped open, unfurling like flags, slapping the poles at either side of the broad tent opening. The crowd gasped, and then there was a long, puzzled silence. James peered in. He couldn't immediately make out what it was. The inside of the tent was rather dark, but he could see that the flying vehicles were gone. Most of the tent's interior was obscured by a large, oblong shape. A few people near the front of the crowd began to giggle, and then a wave of laughter washed over the crowd. "Well, you've done it," Hubert said, still staring at Prescott. "You've ruined the secret. And this was meant to be our big finish. I have to say, sir, you are no fun at all." Hubert finally stepped back, getting out of the way of the tent so that the camera crew could see directly inside. Tiny, colored CHRESTMAS lights flashed in sequence around the huge papier-mâché flying saucer. Black letters were painted on the side, clearly visible in the flashing leg HTS, "And I hate to say it, Mr. Lupin," Hubert said, turning to Ted, "but you misspelled rocket. How dreadfully embarrassing." 20. Talo FDHE traitor, "But I saw them," Prescott said insistently, his voice growing rather hoarse as he followed Vince between the Land Rovers. "Giants. One of them was as tall as the trees. They made footprints the size of. He gestured with his arms desperately. Ignoring him, Vince packed his camera into a foam-lined suitcase. "You've made quite a fiasco for yourself, Mr. Prescott," Detective Finney said, polishing his glasses on his tie. "Don't make it any worse." Prescott turned to the older man, his eyes wild. "You've got to investigate this establishment, Detective. It's not right. They've tricked you all." "If I spearhead any investigations, Mr. Prescott," Finney said mildly, "there'll be investigations of you and your methods. Did you have permission to trespass on these grounds in the first place? What, are you mad? Prescott sputtered. He stopped and collected himself. Of course. As I've already told you, I was tipped off about what was happening here. Someone on the inside led me here, and you checked the background of this person? Well, Prescott said, the chocolate frog was pretty convincing. I didn't really. Excuse me. Did you just say the chocolate frog? Finney asked, his eyes narrowing. Well. The point is, yes, my source was quite certain that something strange was going on here, that they were, in fact, teaching magic, yes. No. Not tricks. Real magic. With monsters and giants and vanishing doorways and flying cars, and the chocolate frog confirmed this, did he? Prescott opened his mouth to answer, and then stopped. He straightened to his full height, angry and indignant. You're making fun of me, you make it hard not to. Sir, would you be willing to let me speak to this source of yours? Prescott brightened. Yes. In fact, I would. I arranged with Miss Saccharina for him to come along. He's right over. He glanced around, his brow furrowing. You arranged with Miss Saccharina? Finney asked, glancing up toward the top of the courtyard steps. Much of the school faculty, as well as a number of students, were watching with benign interest as the crew industriously packed their gear. Neither Miss Saccharina nor Mr. Recreant was in sight. She knows this source of yours, does she? She knows him, all right, Prescott said, still scanning the crowd. Where is he? He came with the crew? Finney asked, glancing around. I don't remember meeting him. He was there. Quiet, squirrely fellow. Had a twitch in him eyebrow. Him, Finney nodded. I thought he was a little odd. I'd very much like to have a word with him. So would I, Prescott agreed darkly. On the top of the steps, Mr. Hubert turned toward Headmistress McGonagall, Neville, and Harry Potter. I think we can trust our friends to manage their departure from here. Madam Headmistress, I believe we have a few loose ends to attend to? McGonagall nodded, then turned and led the group inside. Harry smiled down at James. Come along, James. Ralph and Zane, you too, are you sure? Ralph asked, glancing up at the Headmistress as she strode into the hall. Mr. Hubert specifically asked for you three to accompany us, Harry replied. Nice to have friends in high places, isn't it? Zane said happily. Well, the headmistress said as they entered the empty silence of the great hall, that went as well as could be expected, even if Mr. Ambrosius was a little heavy-handed with his amorous charm. Mr. Finney has insisted that I join him for dinner next time I find myself in London, an offer I believe you should take him up on, madam, Merlin replied, taking off the gigantic horn-rimmed glasses and shaking his hair out of the Mr. Hubert ponytail. I enchanted him with the slightest possible charm. How could I have known that Detective Finney would have a natural predilection for tall, strong, handsome women? How indeed, McGonagall answered. I believe you are grinning, sir, James spoke up. But how'd you know about the garage, Merlin? I thought for sure we were sunk. Merlin glanced back over his shoulder. I didn't know about the garage, James Potter. It was beyond the knowledge of the trees, unlike the Anglia vehicle and Madame Delacroix. Improvisation, however, has always been one of my stronger talents. But how'd you get the wocket in there? Ralph asked. That was totally brilliant. The trees knew about that, therefore, I did as well, Merlin replied. It was simply a matter of encouraging an exchange of environments, Zane grinned. So the Alma Alaron's cars are out in that old barn in the field? It'll do them some good, I expect. Merlin nodded. The group walked purposefully through the great hall and climbed the stairs onto the dais. McGonagall opened a door in the rear wall and led the others through, into a large antechamber with a stone floor and a dark fireplace. Saccharina and Recreant were there, sitting on either side of a third-person James didn't recognize. This is an outrage, headmistress, Recreant said, leaping to his feet. First, you bring in this person to usurp our authority, and then you have the gall to perform the Langlock GNX on us. The minister will. Do shut up, Trenton, Saccharina said, rolling her eyes. Recreant blanked, wounded, but clamped his mouth shut. He looked back and forth from Saccharina to the headmistress. Wise advice, if ever I heard it, Harry agreed, stepping forward. And I suspect that the minister will, in fact, hear about this. We've done nothing wrong, Mr. Potter, as you know, Saccharina said, glancing idly at her fingernails. Mr. Ambrosius' appearance has secured the secrecy of the magical world. All is well, Harry nodded. I am glad you feel that way, Brenda, although I find it interesting that you already seem to know Mr. Hubert's real name. No doubt there will be no link proven to connect him, you, and the unfortunate Madame Delacroix. What are we to make of your friend, here? However, all attention turned to the man seated in the chair between Saccharina and Recreant. He was small, pudgy, with thinning black hair and a twitch in his right eyebrow. He shrunk from the gaze of everyone in the room. Ralph, who'd been the last to enter, pushed his way between Merlin and Professor Longbottom, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. "Dad?" he said, frowning. "What are you doing here?" The man grimaced miserably and covered his face with his hands. Merlin looked down at Ralph, his large, stony face somber. He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "This man says his name is Dennis Deedle. I was afraid you'd recognize him. What is he doing here?" Neville asked. "I think his role in this debacle is fairly evident," The headmistress replied, sighing. "He is the man responsible for leading Mr. Prescott into our midst." "What?" Ralph said, rounding on McGonagall. "Why would you say that? That's terrible." "He came with Mr. Prescott's crew," Harry said quietly. "He was trying to remain unobtrusive. Perhaps he was worried that you'd recognize him, Ralph. Later, when it was all over, it wouldn't have mattered, of course. But then again, things didn't happen as he expected." "This is ridiculous," Ralph insisted. "Dad's a muggle. He signed the MUGGLES non-disclosure contract, didn't he? He wouldn't do this, even if he could. I don't know what he's doing here, but it isn't what you all think." Merlin still had his hand on Ralph's shoulder. He patted him slowly. "Perhaps you should ask him yourself, then, Mr. Deedle." Ralph glanced up at the enormous wizard, his face pinched with anger and trepidation. He looked around the rest of the room, from face to face, ending with his father. "All right, then. Dad, why are you here?" Dennis Deedle still had his hands on his face. For several seconds, he didn't move. Finally, he took a huge breath and sat back, dropping his hands. He looked at Ralph for a long moment, and then glanced around at everyone assembled. "All right. Yes," he said, having composed himself. "I told Prescott. I sent him the chocolate frog in the game deck. I'd used it to communicate with somebody on the school grounds, somebody who went by the name Ostermadu. Once I'd done that, I knew that Prescott could locate the school with his GPS." Ralph's face was frozen with disbelief and misery. "But why, Dad? Why would you do such a thing?" "Oh, Ralph. I'm sorry. I know this looks bad to you," Dennis said. "But it's all very, very complicated. Prescott's show, Inside View, they offer money for proof of the supernatural. Well, we haven't been doing all that well, son. I've been looking for work ever since I got laid off, but it's been hard. We needed the money. I thought the chocolate frog would be enough. I really did. But Prescott wanted more. I knew I'd have to show him something really amazing, so..." He faltered, glancing nervously around the room again. "But you never got the money," Merlin said in his low, rumbling voice. "And that wasn't the real point, was it?" Dennis' eyebrows worked furiously as he gazed up at Merlin, apparently struggling with what to say. Next to him, Saccharina cleared her throat meaningfully. Dennis glanced at her, taking his eyes from Merlin. "The money," he said uncertainly. "Prescott said we'd get it when the program aired. He promised, but there will be no program now," Merlin said quietly. "You thought it'd be worth selling out the whole magical world just to help us get by for a while, Dad?" Ralph said, his voice not accusing, but truly questioning. It broke James' heart to hear the disappointment in the boy's voice. "No, son," Dennis answered, but then looked away. "I didn't think it'd threaten the whole magical world. I mean, it's just a stupid television show. Besides..." He stopped, chewing on his words, wrestling with himself. "Besides what?" Merlin asked calmly. Dennis looked back at Merlin, his face tense, his right eyebrow twitching. "Besides, what did the magical world ever do for me?" He spat, then covered his face with his hands again. He took a deep, shuddering breath. "Left me all alone, that's what. Shunned and abandoned, like some kind of worthless mutant. Stripped of my name and my family, abandoned by my own parents because I wasn't like them. I was forbidden to ever contact them or speak of them again. They said I'd be adopted into the Muggle world, where I belonged. They said I'd be happier there. Well, I guess I showed them, didn't I? They didn't want me to ruin their reputation in the magical world. Well, why should I care about the secrecy of the magical world at all?" Ralph's face was a mask of unhappy consternation. "What are you talking about, Dad? You're not a wizard. Grandma and Grandpa died before I was born. You were as surprised as me when we got the letter from Hogwarts." Dennis tried to smile at his son. "I'd almost forgotten about my own past, Ralph. It had been so long, and I tried so hard to bury it. I'm a squib, son. Your grandparents and your uncle were witches and wizards, but I wasn't born with their powers. They raised me for as long as they could, but they hated my nature. When I came of age and they could see for sure that I didn't have any magical skills, they couldn't bear it. They hid me from the rest of the magical world. I was their ugly little secret. But they couldn't hide me forever. Finally, when I was 12, they sent me away. I went to a MUGGLE orphanage, under the pretense that my parents had died in an accident. They made me vow never to mention them and never to try and seek them. My mother was. She was sad. She cried and hid her face from me, but my father was hard. She couldn't budge him. He hired a Muggle driver to take us to the orphanage. Mother stayed in the car when my father took me inside. She tried to embrace me, to say goodbye, but father wouldn't let her. He said it would be better for both of us. He performed memory modifications on the workers at the orphanage. He made them believe I had been delivered by the state after the deaths of my parents. I was given a bed and a set of clothes, and then my father left. I never saw my parents again. Dennis Deedle's eyes didn't leave his son's face when Merlin spoke. You were very hard done by, Mr. Deedle. I assume Deedle is not your given name, is it? No. My father invented that name for me, Dennis said blandly. I hate it. What is your given name, sir? Dollahoff, Ralph's father answered, his voice growing distant, almost dead. My name is Deniston Gilles Dollahoff, son of Maximilian and Wilhelmina Dollahoff. Younger step-brother of Antonin. There was a moment of very cold silence, and then McGonagall spoke. Mr. Dollahoff, do you realize that what you've done could send you to Azkaban? Dennis blinked, as if coming out of a trance. What? No, of course not. I was promised that nothing I did was against the law. Saccharina coughed lightly. Perhaps, Mr. Deedle, you'd prefer to refrain from answering any more questions until your legal representation can be present. Why? Dennis said, glancing at her in alarm. Am I in trouble? You said, it would be for your best interests, sir, Saccharina interrupted. You said I was doing the world a favor, Dennis exclaimed, getting to his feet. He glanced at Harry. She promised me that I'd be taken care of even if Prescott and his people didn't come through with the money. She said this was more important than money, anyway. When I came to them. Sit down, Mr. Deedle, Saccharina said, her voice icy. Don't call me that. I hate that name. Dennis backed away from her, glancing back at Harry. They told me it was all right to talk to Prescott. I told them what I was thinking of doing. I knew I had to check with the ministry. They said the contract I'd signed wasn't binding because I wasn't a MUGGLE. And I left the wizarding world before I was old enough to sign the wizarding vow of secrecy, too, so I wasn't breaking any laws. She promised me it was all right. She said it was for everybody's good and that I'd be a hero. Mass Saccharina, Harry said, producing his wand, but not quite brandishing it. What do you have to say in response to this man's accusations? I have nothing to say whatsoever, she replied easily. He is clearly deranged. No one would believe the word of such a person, Mr. Recreant? Harry said, turning to the stunned man. Do you concur with Miss Saccharina's assessment? Recreant's eyes moved like flies, flicking back and forth between Saccharina and Harry. He began, and then lowered both his eyes and his voice. I'd like the chance to discuss this outside of Miss Saccharina's hearing. Mr. Recreant, as your superior, I forbid. You'll forbid nothing, madam, Neville said sternly, slipping his own wand from his robes. In the name of ambassadorial security, I have to insist, Saccharina began, but stopped as Harry pointed his wand at her. In the name of the Ministry of Magic and DTHE Aura Department, he said, I place you, Miss Brenda Saccharina, under arrest for attempted violation of Section 2 of the International Code of Wizarding Secrecy and for the theft of Ministry of Magic property. Saccharina tried to smile, but it was a relatively poor attempt. You can't prove anything, Mr. Potter. This is a foolish and dangerous game you are playing. I will only warn you once to stand down. You should think twice before conspiring with people who despise you, Miss Saccharina, Merlin said, smiling ruefully. I had a charming and illuminating conversation with Madame Delacroix when I discovered her in the forest. She has much to say about you, I'm afraid, and very little of it is what I'd be prepared to call flattering. Neville was leading Mr. Recreant out of the room, with the headmistress following. Harry gestured with his wand. Come, Miss Saccharina. Titus Hardcastle awaits to escort you back to the ministry, and patience is not one of his stronger suits. Saccharina's face went blank as she realized she had no choice but to follow along. No doubt she had a very good defense ready, James thought as she stalked out of the room in front of his dad. People like her always had lots of ways to cover their tracks. Still, it didn't look good for Brenda Saccharina. As the door, leading to the great hall swung open, James saw Titus Hardcastle grinning mirthlessly, his wand pointing carefully at the floor. James found himself left only with Merlin, Zane, Ralph, and Dennis Dollahoff. Dennis looked at his son, and then touched him on the shoulder. "I'm sorry, Ralph. I really am. I was confused." "You should have told me, Dad," Ralph said, dropping his eyes. Dennis nodded. After a moment, he raised his eyes to Merlin. "Am I going to go to wizarding prison?" he asked, trying to firm his voice. I'll go along quietly, I guess." "Somehow, I suspect not, Mr. Dollahoff," Merlin said, turning to lead the group out of the chamber. He opened the door leading to the Great Hall. "But your actions have resulted in quite a conundrum. It appears that this school's security, strong as it may once have been, is not quite prepared to meet the challenges of modern Muggle technology. Perhaps you have some thoughts on how to improve it?" Dennis frowned. "What are you suggesting? You want my help?" Merlin shrugged. "I am simply acknowledging a rather curious coincidence. You are in need of employment and we are in need of a revised security program. As a wizard who also happens to be an expert in Muggle technology, you seem are uniquely qualified to serve in that regard." Dennis grinned in relief. "I'll think about that, sir. I am in no position to make any offers on behalf of this school, of course," Merlin said, crossing the Great Hall with his long, commanding stride. "But I know the headmistress. I'll see what I can do." "So," Zane said, following Ralph and James into the entrance hall, "turns out you are of solid magical stock after all, Ralph, even if they were a bunch of cruel, heartless purebloods. Not that it matters, really, but it does sort of explain why you were made a Slytherin." "Maybe," Ralph said quietly. "This is all too much for me to take in one day. Either way, none of that magic was mine. It was the staff." Merlin stopped near the stairs, and then turned slowly. He gazed at Ralph speculatively. "You were the keeper of my staff?" "Yeah," Ralph answered dejectedly. "I kept it from killing anyone, I guess." "But barely." "Don't listen to him," Zane said. "He was spectacular with it. Saved James' life once with it. Grew a peach tree out of a banana, too. So he once burned a bald stripe onto Victoire's head in DADA. All of us have thought about doing that to her from time to time just to shut her up." Merlin approached Ralph. James was certain the wizard hadn't been carrying his staff a moment before, but as he lowered himself to one knee in front of Ralph, he now held it in his right hand. The runes along its length were dark, but James remembered how they'd pulsed with green light the night before. "Mr. Deedle, or shall I call you Mr. Dollahoff?" Merlin said. "I'm kind of attached to the Deedle," Ralph answered, glancing up at his father. "I don't know if I'm ready to be a Dollahoff yet." "Sorry, Dad." Dennis gave a small understanding smile. "Mr. Deedle, then," Merlin said. "Not just any wizard could have borne the responsibility of the staff. You have heard it said that the wand chooses the wizard, and this is true. Madame Delacroix believed you were merely a vessel to bring the staff to her, but she was mistaken. The staff chose you. A lesser wizard would have been unable even to hold the staff, much less use it, but you, without knowing it, brought the staff under your own power. You had no idea of the strange of it, and yet you managed it. It obeyed you, and that is the mark of a wizard of very, very great potential. Part of this staff now belongs to you, Mr. Deedle. I have felt it. I knew that a portion of it was no longer my own, but I knew not whose it was. Now I know." Merlin lowered his staff so that it lay across his knee. He closed his eyes and felt along the length of the staff, his hand barely touching the wood. Faint green light moved within the runes, flickering. Merlin wrapped his hand around the lower, tapered end of his staff, then, with barely a twist, broke off the last foot of its length. He opened his eyes again and held the length of wood out to Ralph. "You are, I believe, in need of a wand, Mr. Deedle." Ralph took the length of wood from Merlin. As he did, the wood became his wand again, still ridiculously fat and chunky, with a lime green painted tip. Ralph grinned, turning it over in his hands. "I wouldn't expect it to be quite as powerful as it once was, of course," Merlin said, turning his staff upright and using it to stand again. The staff was noticeably shorter now. "But I suspect you will still be able to do remarkable things with it." "Thanks," Ralph said seriously. "Don't thank me," Merlin said, raising an eyebrow. "It's yours, Mr. Deedle. You made it so." "So the wizard gives the cowardly lion his courage," Zane said, grinning. "When does James here get some brains?" Merlin cinched his eyebrow a bit higher. looking from Zane to James. "Don't pay him any attention," James said, laughing and leading the group to the stairs. "It's a muggle thing. We wouldn't understand. Come on," Ralph called, running up the steps. "I wanted to show Ted and the rest of the gremlins I've got my wand back." Tabitha Corsica can keep her stupid broom. The three boys scrambled up the moving staircases, followed more sedately by Merlin and the newly reborn Dennis Dolohov. "Will he be okay with that thing?" Dennis asked Merlin, frowning a little. Merlin merely smiled and clacked his staff on the steps as he climbed. Unnoticed, a jet of lime green sparks shot from the tip, swirling and glowing like fireflies in their wake. 21. The gift of the green box. The last weeks of the school year spun out before James like a blur, remarkably free of deathly peril and adventure, but packed nonetheless with the lesser stresses of schoolwork and final essays and wad practicals, all of which were relatively welcome in the wake of the Hall of Elders crossing. To no one's great surprise, Hufflepuff was awarded the House Cup, being the only house to avoid major point deductions for involvement in the various Merlin conspiracy skullduggeries. The broomstick caper alone had cost Ravenclaw and Gryffindor 50 points each. On the morning of the last day of school, James was stuffing his books and extra school robes into his trunk when Noah pounded up the stairs calling for him. "Ron Weasley's in the fireplace. He wants to talk to you." James grinned. "Excellent. Tell him I'll be right there." "James, look at you," Uncle Ron cried when James tromped down the stairs a minute later, still tying his tie. "All respectable and everything. Have a good year, did you?" James nodded. "I guess I did. Looks like I'll pass, after all. Spent all of Monday night getting ready for Franklin's DADA practical, then had the most horrible sensation that I'd forgotten everything 5 minutes before the test." "I wasn't exactly talking about your schoolwork, you dunce," said the face in the embers, grinning crookedly. "Your dad told me all about the Merlin conspiracy you uncovered. That's brilliant stuff, and no mistake." "Yeah, well, JMSIDSHEPSH Lee, it was all pretty exciting there for a while, but it's weird. 5 weeks of schoolwork and suddenly all of that seems like it happened to someone else." "That's the way of it," Ron nodded. "The dull parts of life spread out in your memory and crowd out the exciting parts until they just seem like little flashes. It's the way your brain copes with it all, I guess. Speaking of which, how's Professor Jackson doing?" James rolled his eyes. "Nothing can keep old Stonewall down for long. He wasn't really injured in his duel with Delacroix, even though his backup wand wasn't as powerful as the one she broke. Apparently, he chased her through the woods for hours and finally cornered her in a clearing. He says he'd have gotten her, except that she cheated, calling on the enemy Naiads and Dryads to fight with her. The trees attacked him from behind, knocking him out. That's how he got the big bruise on his forehead. Still, he was back in class the day after Prescott left, and he's been raining fire on Zane and me ever since." Ron raised an eyebrow. "Can't really blame him, I guess. We gave him back his briefcase and apologized and everything. I mean, I know we ruined his lifelong quest to protect the relic robe and prevent the return of the most dangerous wizard of all time and all, but come on, Merlin turned out to be all right. Delacroix got sent back to the States to stand trial in the American wizarding courts. Everything worked out in the end, didn't it? All I can say is if I was him, I'd wish you spiders in your drawers for the rest of your life," Ron mused. "It's just me. My mind tends to go that way. Honestly, Uncle Ron. I wanted to make it right. I licked Professor Jackson at first, at the risk of sounding like a responsible adult. James, actions have consequences. Apologizing is great, but sorry isn't a magic word. You not only ruined Jackson's plans, you took a stab at his pride. You succeeded in foiling him. In his mind, you made a fool out of him. That's a hard thing for a bloke like him to get over. Frankly, you can't blame him, can you?" "I guess not," James agreed sulkily. "At least he didn't fail us in technomancy. It was a close thing, though. Good man. Still, don't get too wrapped up in classwork. You've got a reputation to live up to, or down to," Noah's voice quipped from nearby. "I heard that, Metzger," Ron said sternly. "It's a proud Potter tradition, squeaking by in school. Started with James Potter the First. Besides, you're one to talk, Mr. Gremlin. Got high marks this year, all across the board," Noah said primly. Ron grinned again. "Thanks to your friend Petera, no doubt. She's to you gremlins what Hermione was for Harry and me. Hold on. She wants to say hello, James." The face in the coals sank out of sight. A moment later, Hermione's pleasant smile and perpetually bushy hair formed. "James, you look very handsome," she said proudly. "Don't you listen to your uncle. He studied plenty and was just as worried about marks as anyone. That's not true. A muffled voice called from the depths of the fireplace. Hermione grimaced. Well, almost anyone, she conceded. Anyway, your mom and dad will be very proud of you, and so are your uncle and me. Oh, I just can't believe how fast the time goes. It seems like only yesterday that we were all still there, she sighed, looking around the common room. It looks almost exactly the same. We'll have to make a point of visiting next year. It'll be nice to see the old place again. Even in the embers, and Hermione's eyes glistened a little. She blinked, and then returned her gaze to James. Anyway, James. Ron's been talking to your father, you know, and the two of them wanted to ask you something. I thought it'd be best if someone besides either of them brought it up, though, because, frankly, they're both so silly about it that they'd influence your response. What is it? James asked, squatting down in front of the fireplace. Don't kneel, Hermione chided automatically. You'll scuff up your pants with ash. It's about the headmistress. She's planning to retire, you know. James didn't know. She is? But what would she do with herself? Hermione gave James a look that said she just remembered how old he was. Minerva McGonagall has quite a life outside the walls of Hogwarts, James, as difficult as that may be for you believe. She's even, I understand, taken Mr. Finney up on his offer of dinner in London. She did? James hooted. She did? Noah chimed almost simultaneously from the couch, looking up from a book. Hermione rolled her eyes. It was a purely professional meeting, I can assure you both. She performed a few minor memory modifications upon Mr. Finney, not really causing him to forget his visit here, but altering it. It's all a part of Mr. Dolohov's program to clean, as he calls it, the school's security record. Still, Hermione added, lowering her voice a bit, she did speak rather highly of Mr. Finney. It would be quite nice to think that she might find a companion for herself. After all, Hermione. Ron's voice barked from the depths of the fireplace again. INYWAY, Hermione said, turning businesslike. Yes, The headmistress does plan to retire, possibly as soon as this summer, assuming a suitable replacement could be found. Most likely, she will stay on to teach Transfiguration and help the new headmaster, whoever he or she might be. Some had suggested Neville Longbottom, but the ministry feels he might be a bit young for the post, which is just silly, but politics being what they are. Merlin, James exclaimed. You're all thinking of asking him to be the new headmaster. A whoop of happy triumph emanated from the depths of the fireplace. Hermione scowled. You can leave me out of this, thank you very much. This is all your father's and uncle's idea. But I can see you are as mad about it as they are. But how can he be the headmaster? Noah asked, jumping off the couch and crouching in front of the fireplace. Sorry, he added quickly. Couldn't help overhearing and all that, really? Hermione replied a bit archly. Here, I had assumed you were suitably entrenched in that arithmancy textbook. How silly of me. Please do keep it a secret, though, the both of you. Oh, what am I saying? Ron, you might as well explain this. She sighed and blew her bangs out of her face in a gesture James remembered from his earliest memories of Aunt Hermione. She gave a bemused smile. James, have a good trip. We'll see you in a week. Rose and Hugo say hello and to buy them some cauldron cakes on the train. Good day, Noah. She disappeared from the embers and Uncle Ron's face appeared again. Excellent idea, eh? He announced, looking from Noah to James enthusiastically. But how? Noah asked again. I mean, the bloke was the most potentially dangerous wizard in the history of the planet a few weeks ago, wasn't he? And now you think the ministry will put him in charge of a bunch of kids? Not without lots of oversight, Ron said quickly. He had obviously thought a lot about it. That's where McGonagall and Neville come in. They'll watch him and help out, sort of like a board of directors. McGonagall has already agreed to it, although we had to push her a bit on it. She's afraid she'll still basically be doing all the work, but with Merlin getting the credit. Might happen, I guess, but your dad and I don't think so. Merlin seems the sort of guy born to lead, you know? Yeah, James agreed. But still, he comes from a time when leading meant telling people which guillotine had the shortest queue. I can't imagine that the ministry will agree to put him in charge of Hogwarts. Your Merlin's a surprisingly quick study, James, Ron said seriously. He's already been all over the ministry, meeting people and having big, long discussions about the way things work in this day and age. He's warming up to it, I have to say, so why wouldn't they put him somewhere there, then? Noah asked. I mean, most famous wizard in the world and all. Seems like he'd be in line for Minister of Magic, if nothing else. Ron grinned a bit maliciously. I suppose you are both too young to understand the implications of the phrase overqualified and underexperienced. Basically, no department wants him. A guy like Merlin doesn't work well behind a desk, for one thing. And it's hard to imagine that any department head who hired him would stay the department head for very long afterwards. You mean he'd take over, right? James confirmed. Take over, at the very least. He's a bit of a loose cannon. Sure, he's probably the most powerful single wizard alive today, but with a 1,000-year gap in his work experience, as fast as he picks things up, he's sure to be a poor fit in the red tape world of the ministry. Your dad can hardly stand it, James. Think about what it'll be like for a bloke who's used to being able to banish his enemies to the netherworld with a glance. The fact of the matter is that the ministry is looking for an out-of-the-way place to stick the old man. Some place prominent enough to fit a wizard of his stature, but far enough away not to threaten anyone, metaphorically speaking. Or maybe even not metaphorically speaking. One never knows, and Hogwarts just happens to be in need of a new headmaster, Noah said, grinning. Well? Ron said, meeting Noah's grin. It does seem a little too perfect, doesn't it? Even if the ministry does agree to it, you think he'll do it? James asked. In the fireplace, Ron seemed to shrug. Who can tell? Nobody has asked him yet. But first things first, Ron grew serious and studied James. You know him best, nephew. You were there when he came out of the past. You were the one who talked him into coming and helping Hogwarts and the wizarding world. What do you think? Do you think he'd be a good headmaster? Do you think we should ask him? Noah leaned back against the base of the couch, looking at James, waiting for his response. James knew he should think about it, but he already knew his answer. Merlin was a complicated man, and he wasn't exactly what anyone could call good, not in the sense that Albus Dumbledore or even Minerva McGonagall were good. But James knew one thing for sure, Merlin wanted to be good. It was hard to tell if it was better to have a headmaster who was good by nature or one that was good because he had to try to be so every day. But James was old enough to know that it was a risk worth taking. Besides, The gremlin part of James whispered, it might be fun having a headmaster who'd banish someone like Tabitha Corsica to the netherworld with a glance. ISKHIM, James said, nodding once, emphatically. If the ministry goes for it, ask him. And I hope he accepts. Woohoo. Noah hooted, throwing his hands in the air. Keep it to yourselves, for now, Ron said sternly. If word gets out before your dad and Hermione arrange things at the ministry, it could spoil everything. Got it? Noah nodded. James smiled agreement. Your dad took back the cloak and the map, did he? Ron asked James, changing the subject. Yeah, and I'm apparently going to be grounded when I get back. 2 weeks off my broom. Ron clucked his tongue. Just when you were getting pretty good on it, I hear. Ah well. You know your dad has to keep up the look of the thing, punishing you and all, but he's proud of you. Take it from me. James' smile widened and his cheeks flushed. Not that I'd try it again. Mind you, Ron said, his grin vanishing. Once is a charm. If you pull something like that again, Ginny will probably decide to homeschool you in the basement. Take it from me, she's no one to fiddle with, James. Later that afternoon, James met Zane and Ralph outside as the Alma Alarons gathered to disembark. As they watched, the 3 flying vehicles were driven out of the garage, and then the garage was broken down and packed inside the trunk of the Dodge Hornet. There's something deep and mystical about that, but I can't quite put my finger on it, Zane said thoughtfully. What? The garage being packed into what it was housing a few MINUTESAGO? No. The way Professor Franklin seems to get more and more popular with the girls the closer it gets to his departure. It was true, Franklin was quite popular with the ladies, from the oldest staff matron to the first-year girls, who giggled when he passed them, touching each lightly on the head. The only women he seemed to have no effect on were the headmistress and Victoire, who claimed to believe he was a pompous old blowhard. Ted had explained that one of the benefits of being old was being free to flirt with any girl you wanted, because none of them took you serious enough to get offended. Zane found this remarkably instructive. When I get old, I'm going to flirt like that, he said wistfully. He's not even flirting, James said, narrowing his eyes. He's just smiling at them and acting all self-effacing, like he always does. That just shows what you know about flirting. Ralph rolled his eyes. I'm surprised you aren't taking notes. He should offer a class, Zane said seriously, watching Franklin Bowen kiss Petra Morgenstern's hand goodbye. Petra grinned and glanced aside, her cheeks reddening a little. When Franklin straightened, she leaned in and gave him a chaste little peck on the cheek. Ladies and gentlemen of Hogwarts, he said, turning to address the crowd, it has been our distinct pleasure to serve you this year. It has been, as I knew it would be, A remarkably instructive year for us. We have strengthened our resolve to work with the European magical community to maintain fairness and equity worldwide, not only for the magical world, but for all humanity." He scanned the crowd, beaming, and then took off his glasses and sighed. "We are, I suspect, at the beginning of challenging times. The winds of change are blowing. On both sides of the ocean, we face forces that would shake our culture to its foundations, but we have made friends, you and us, and united we will stand, regardless of what may come. I have been around for a very long time, and I can say with some degree of confidence that change is always in the wind. The challenge of good men is not to thwart change, but to mold it as it comes, so that it may benefit rather than destroy. After this year, I am indeed confident that we may succeed in that endeavor." There was a round of applause, although it felt to James a little perfunctory. Not everyone in the crowd agreed with Franklin, and not all for the same reasons. Still, it had been a good speech, and James was glad Franklin had made it. While the crowd was still cheering, Franklin climbed into the Volkswagen Beetle. He waved once from the open door. Someone tapped James on the shoulder. He turned, and then had to look up. Professor Jackson was standing behind him. Tall and dressed in black, Jackson looked more imposing than ever. He looked down his nose at James, his bushy brows low. "I thought you might wish to have this," Jackson said. James noticed that the man was holding a small wooden box. Jackson looked at it in his hands, and then handed it to James. "It was found in Madame Delacroix's quarters. I believe it belongs to you more than it does to anyone. Dispose of it as you see fit." James held the box, which was surprisingly light. It was a strange greenish color, covered in deep, carven scrollwork. It reminded him of the vines on the door of the grotto keep. He looked up to ask Professor Jackson what it was, but the man was already striding across the courtyard toward the Stutz Dragonfly. He stopped when he reached the vehicle, and then turned, raising one hand to the assembly, his face as stony as his nickname. The crowd cheered, a much longer and more sustained ovation than even Franklin had received. Surprisingly, Jackson had become a favorite at Hogwarts, not so much in spite of his curmudgeon-like demeanor as because of it. Once Jackson had climbed into the vehicle, the rest of the assembly boarded quickly. The gray-cloaked delegates from the American Department of Magical Administration had arrived from London the day before to join their fellows for the trip back to the States. They filed into the vehicles, nodding goodbyes to the assembly. Last were the porters, who packed the enormous pile of luggage into the apparently bottomless trunks of the vehicles, and then climbed into the front seats to drive. The wings unfolded from the vehicles smoothly, delicately, and began to thrash the air. The Dodge Hornet took off first. With a squeak of springs and creak of metal, it rose into the air, turning slowly. Stutz Dragonfly and the Volkswagen Beetle followed, the low drone of their wings beating the air and rippling the grass of the courtyard. Then, with sudden grace and speed, they raced off, rising, their noses tilted toward the ground. In less than a minute, the noise of their departure was lost in the late spring wind that blew over the hills. Ralph, Zane, and James plopped onto a bench near the courtyard entrance. "So what's in the box Jackson gave you?" Ralph asked, peering curiously at it. "I wouldn't even open it, if I was you," Zane warned. "Remember what he said about making our lives interesting? He's the kind of guy to wait right until the moment he leaves to get his revenge on you. That way, he's gone when the trouble starts." He tapped the side of his head wisely. James frowned and shook his head slowly. He looked at the box on his lap. It had a brass latch on the front, holding the lid shut. Without a word, he flipped the catch and raised the lid. Zane and Ralph leaned in, craning to see. The inside of the box was lined with purple velvet. There was one object inside, lying atop a piece of folded parchment. "I don't get it," Ralph said, sitting back again. "It's a doll." James removed it and held it up. It was indeed a small figure, roughly made of burlap and twine, with mismatched buttons for eyes. Zane peered at it, his face serious. It's you, James." Sure enough, the figure did bear a striking resemblance. Black yarn on the head formed a good representation of James' unruly hair. Even the shape of the head, the line of the stitched mouth, and the placement of the button eyes made an eerie portrait. James shuddered. "It's a voodoo doll," he said. He remembered the note inside the box. All three boys leaned in to read it as he unfolded it. "Mr. Potter, you'll surely recognize what this object is. There was no time in this year's technomancy curriculum to discuss the ancient art of representational harmonics, but I suspect you grasp the implications. This was found inside Madame Delacroix's quarters, after some discussion with the headmistress and the portraits of your Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore, whom you should know have taken rather an interest in you. ITWS determined that you might benefit from knowing how Madame Delacroix used this object against you. The elegance of her manipulation was quite impressive, really. This figure was placed next to a much larger figure of your father, Harry Potter. On the other side of it was a candle. It seems apparent that she kept that candle lit at all times. The result, of course, Mr. Potter, was that your figure was always in the shadow of the representation of your father. There is always a grain of truth in the manipulations of the voodoo art. Delacroix knew that you would legitimately struggle with the expectations of your legendary father. The lesson you must learn from this, Mr. Potter, is that emotions are not bad, but they must be examined. Know yourself. Feelings always seem valid, but they can confuse. And they can, as you have seen, be used against you. I repeat, as your teacher and as your elder, know your feelings. Master them or they will master you. Theodore Herschel Jackson. Wow. Ralph breathed. We didn't call her the Voodoo Queen for nothing, Zane asked. What are you going to do with it, James? I mean, if you destroy it, will you be destroyed, somehow? James stared at the small, unattractive caricature of himself. I don't think so, he replied thoughtfully. I don't think Jackson would have given it to me in that case. I think he just means for me to remember what happened. And to try to make sure it never happens again. So? Zane repeated. What are you going to do with it? James stood, stuffing the doll into the pocket of his jeans. I don't know. I think I'll keep it. For a while, at least. With that, the three boys meandered into the school, intent on doing as little as possible with their last day of the school year. Late that night, unable to sleep from the excitement of the next day's departure, James got out of bed. He crept down the stairs into the common room, hoping someone else might still be up for a game of wizard chess or even winkles and augers. By the glow of the bank fire, the room appeared to be empty. As he was turning away, something caught James' eye and he looked again. The ghost of Cedric Diggory sat near the fire. His silvery form was still transparent, but was noticeably more solid than the last time James had seen him. I was trying to think of a name for myself, Cedric said, smiling as James threw himself onto the couch nearby. You've got a name already, haven't you? James answered. Well, not a proper ghostly name. Not like Nearly Headless Nick or the Bloody Baron. I need something with some panache. James considered it. How about the Chaser of Annoying Muggs? It's a little long. Well, can you do any better? I was thinking, you'd better not laugh, the ghost said, giving James a stern look. I was thinking of something like the Spectre of Silence. James replied carefully. But you aren't silent. In fact, you sound a lot better now. Your voice doesn't sound like it's being blown in from the great beyond anymore. Yeah, Cedric agreed, I've become quite a bit more. Here, sort of. I'm as ghostly as the rest of the school ghosts now. I was silent for a long time, though, wasn't I? I guess so. But still, with a name like the Spectre of Silence, James said doubtfully, it's going to be hard to make that stick if you go around chatting people up all the time. Maybe I could be all broody and quiet a lot of the time, Cedric mused. Just do a lot of floating around and looking dour and everything. And then, when I pass by, people would whisper to each other, hey, there he goes. The Spectre of Silence, James shrugged. It's worth a shot. I guess you have the summer to practice the whole brooding silence bit. I guess so. James suddenly sat up. So do you think you'll be the new Gryffindor ghost? He asked. I mean, with Nearly Headless Nick gone on to wherever ghosts go, we don't have a house ghost anymore. Cedric thought for a moment. I don't think so, really. Sorry. I was a Hufflepuff, remember? James slumped back. Yeah. I forgot. A few minutes went by, and then Cedric spoke again. That was a pretty great thing you did, going out and calling Merlin back to help us out when it seemed like he'd left for good. James lifted his head and looked at the ghost. He frowned a little. That? Well, it was just a shot in the dark, really. It was all my fault Merlin was brought to this time at all. I thought I was doing the world this big favor, standing in the way of Delacroix and Jackson's evil plan. Turns out she was using me all along and Jackson was actually a good guy. Well? Cedric countered. You learned something, then, didn't you? I don't know, James said automatically. He thought for a moment and then added, yeah, I guess I did. There is one way that you and your dad are one and the same, James, Cedric said. James laughed a little humorlessly. I can't see what it is. All I learned is that my way of doing things isn't Dad's. If I try to do it his way, I screw everything up. If I try to do it my way, I might help things scrape by on sheer luck. Dad's way was the way of the hero. My way is the way of the manager. My best talent is asking for help. No, James, Cedric said, leaning forward to look James directly in the eye. Your best talent is inspiring people to want to help. You think that's no big deal? The world needs people like you, because most of the people out there don't have the courage or the passion or the direction to be heroes. They want to be, but they need someone to tell them why, and to show them how. You have that gift, James. Your dad was a hero because he was the boy who lived. He had a destiny. It wasn't an easy road for him, but it was an obvious road. There was Harry and there was Voldemort. He knew where he stood and what he had to do, even if it killed him. You, though. You are a hero because you choose to be one, every day. And you have the talent to encourage others to choose that, too. James stared into the banked coals of the fire. I'm no hero, Cedric smiled and sat back again. You only think that because you think heroes always win. Trust me on this one, James. A hero isn't defined by winning. Loads of heroes die in the effort. Most of them never get any recognition. No, a hero is just somebody who does the right thing when it would be far, far easier to do nothing. James turned to look at the ghost, smiling crookedly. Maybe we should call you Spectre of Cheesiness. Ha, ha, the ghost replied. James stood up again. Thanks, Cedric. That helps. Cedric nodded. James headed back for the stairs, but stopped with his foot on the bottom step. One thing still bothers me, though, Cedric. Maybe you know something about it, being a ghost and all, maybe. Ask me. The Dryad in the forest said that there was an heir of Voldemort. She said that this person was alive and nearby, right here on the school grounds. Cedric nodded slowly. I was there when you told Snape about it. Well, whoever that is, I think that's who took Ralph's game deck and used the name, Ostramadu. If that hadn't happened, none of this would have come about. Whoever it is had to have been working with Miss Saccharina from the very beginning. Cedric looked away, out a nearby window. You think you know who it is? Tabitha Corsica, James said flatly. I thought it might be her after I talked to Snape and I still think it could be her. So her broom wasn't the Merlin staff. There's still something scary about it. And about her in general. Cedric stood and walked through the chair, apparently without noticing he was doing so. I've felt something, James. I'll admit that to you. There is a sense of he who must not be named here still. It lingers within the halls. It's like a smell, like something rancid and oozing and purple, somehow. Maybe I am more sensitive to it than the other ghosts. After all, he was responsible for my death. Yeah, James said quietly. I hadn't forgotten. But James, things are rarely as obvious as we'd like to think they are. In the real world, at least in our time, if not in Merlin's, evil wears many masks. It's confusing. You have to be very careful. Sometimes, even good people can look bad. A lot of us, your father included, made that mistake when it came to Professor Snape. So did I, James admitted. With Professor Jackson. Cedric nodded. I would have sworn that Tabitha was involved in the whole Merlin conspiracy. What do you think the real story is with her and her broom? Cedric looked at James for a long moment, studying him. Did it ever occur to you that her broom might be exactly what she says it is? What? James scoffed. A Muggle artifact? That's just a ruse she came up with, isn't it? Cedric shrugged, but it looked more like the shrug of someone who knows more than he intends to tell. The scariest people in the world are not always the ones who are bent on evil, James. Sometimes, the scariest person is the one who mistakes their own lies for the truth. James blinked. You mean Tabitha Corsica believes all that stuff she said in the debate? About Voldemort actually being a good guy? That he was squashed by the Ministry and the magical ruling class because they couldn't have him changing the status quo? Can't really believe that, can she? Cedric looked back at James, and then sighed. Honestly, I don't know. But I do know that lots of people do believe it, and she seems pretty sincere about it. That broom of hers may have some scary mojo built into it, but it's nothing compared to the dark magic someone might conjure if their heart is crooked enough to twist ALIE into something they believe is truth. As James climbed quietly back into his bed, his mind raced. He had never even considered that Tabitha Corsica might believe the things she said. He had assumed that SHE was supporting the progressive element propaganda because she fully accepted and endorsed their ultimate, dark goals. For a moment, he felt vaguely sorry for her. It was awful to think that someone like her might believe she was morally in the RIGHT, and that he, James Potter, and his father, were the evil ones. It was almost unthinkable, but not entirely. Outside, the moon was full and bright. James fell asleep with its beams on his face, pale and cool, his brow still slightly furrowed. The next day, James, Zane, and Ralph rode the Hogwarts Express back to platform 9 3/4. Zane's parents were there, along with his younger sister, Greer, who watched the gigantic crimson engine with naked awe. Standing near them, James spied his mom and dad, herding Albus and Lily along with them. He grinned and waved. It felt like hardly a week ago that he'd watched them from the train as it had pulled out of the station, carrying him to the uncertainty of his first year at Hogwarts. Now he was home again. Hogwarts was wonderful, he thought to himself, but he was glad to be back, after all. Next year, he'd be accompanying Albus on the train, taking him to High SFIRSTYER. He'd tease Albus endlessly about what house he'd end up in. It was going to be his summer's project, in fact. But he wasn't worried about it. Even if Albus wasn't a Gryffindor, he'd be okay. James knew that if Albus was indeed sent to another house, part of him, James, would even be a little jealous of him. Butonly just a little. As he joined the throng exiting the train, James fell in behind Dead, James noticed, was holding Victoire's hand. "You're going to cause a load of trouble, you know," James said, grinning. "It's a tough job, being this controversial," Dead said humbly, "but we all have our burdens to bear." "My parents must not see us together," Victoire commanded. "Dead Lupin, don't you ruin everything. You know they won't approve. You will keep your mouth shut, too, James." "Her accent is much more prominent when she's harping, isn't it?" Dead asked James. James grinned. It was true. James stopped inside the open door of the train, looking about the platform. Through the crowd of returning students, bustling porters and yelling family members, he saw Zane engulfed in the mutual hug of his pretty blonde mother and his tall, proud father. His sister was sucked into the embrace, as if against her will, happy to see her brother Aginbut still enthralled by the Crimson Train. Ralph met his dad on the platform with a more restrained hug, both grinning a bit sheepishly. Ralph glanced back up at James and waved. "Dad says we'll be spending the summer in London. I'll be able to come and visit." "Excellent," James yelled back happily, and then, as he climbed down, James saw his own family watching for him. In the moment before they caught sight of him, James savored his own happiness. This was indeed home. He ran toward them, patting his jeans pocket to make sure the little doll Madame Delacroix had made of him was still there. It probably wouldn't mean anything, but there was no harm in it. No harm at all. "James," Albus cried, seeing him first. "Did you bring us anything? You promised." "What am I? Father Christmas?" James answered, laughing as Albus and Lily nearly bowled him over. "You promised. You promised us licorice wands from the cart lady. And cauldron cakes for Rose and Hugo," Harry added, grinning. "Wow, word sure travels fast." All right, I've got stuff for everybody," James admitted. He emptied his pockets, filling Albus and Lily's hands with sweets. He pulled the voodoo doll out last and looked at it a bit uncertainly. "What in the world is James?" Ginny said, embracing him and then looking at the object in her son's hands. "It looks like, well, you." James' face broke into a grin. "It's for you, Mum. I thought you'd like to keep it when I went off to school next year. You know, to remember me by." Ginny looked at it quizzically, and then glanced up at Harry. He shrugged and smiled. "Well, it's a bit odd, but all right," she said, taking the doll from him. "If I hug it, will you feel it?" James shrugged, affecting disinterest as the family began to make their way into the main terminal. "I don't know. Whatever. It's, worth a try, I suppose." Ginny nodded, smiling and throwing a glance at Harry. She gave it a try. The end. If you like James Potter and the Hall of Elders Crossing and wish to support the author, then you may also enjoy this excerpt of his original novella, Fly Over Country. Fly Over Country is available from in hardcover or as a PDF download. Copyright G. Norman Lippard 2008. All rights reserved. 1. Cleet was out in Eastfield when the idea first came to him. It was an unseasonably hot day for early May. A restless breeze shushed in the birches and oaks along the edge of the field. When Cleet set out that morning, the sun had only been a rosy promise on the lip of a pristine, sapphire sky, still dotted with crisp, morning stars. Now she was a hot diamond directly over his head, her jaunty rays warming his back and careening off the narrow hood of his old Farmall tractor. The heat buzzed in his old joints, limbering them like oil after the long winter. The idea just came to him, fresh and plain, straight out of the clear blue sky. Perhaps it was the sun, beating down on him giddily after so many long, drab months. Perhaps it was just the monotony of the plowing. After all, anyone who has ever mowed a good-sized lawn on a hot day knows the imaginative, half-dreaming state that the bored mind can achieve, the interesting ideas it can concoct when left to boil on the back burner of tedium. Perhaps it had been merely a remnant of some forgotten night's dreaming. In any case, Cletus Arville Starcher was not normally a man given to pursuing random flights of fancy. When the idea struck him, it seemed simply plausible and reasonable, perfectly worthy of a quick test. No harm in that. He braked the farmall, joggled the gear shift into neutral, and lowered himself to the ground. The earth was broken up in clods of rich brown, crumbling amiably under his red wing boots. Cleet moved a few paces away from the tractor so to escape the chug of diesel fumes, and took a deep pull of the spring air. It was full of the scent of moist earth laid open, and the creek swollen with winter runoff, and tender green shoots along its steep banks. His stomach growled congenially, reminding him of the lunch Rachel was probably cooking right now, pork chops and sweet potatoes and canned beets. He half thought he could smell her cooking on the warm breeze, under all the other, earthy scents, but he knew that was impossible. He was half a mile from the house now, in the middle of the east field. He frowned in contentment, reminded himself that idleness was the sport of fools, and got on with what he was doing. Cleet spread out his arms on either side of him, palms flat to the earth, testing the air as if it were a solid thing, and began to pump them slowly up and down. He studied the broken dirt about 8 feet in front of his boots, still frowning with a mixture of thoughtfulness and quiet concentration. The worn flannel of his shirt pulled out of the sides of his overalls, billowing slightly under his arms as they rose and fell, rose and fell. Cleet spread his fingers slightly, allowing the midday air to channel through them. He tested the resistance, shifting the distance between each finger until the breeze seemed to press through them like fluid. He began to pump faster, frowning studiously, his eyes locked calmly under the bill of his green John Deere cap, still studying the freshly plowed earth before him. Behind him, the dull red of the farmwall soaked up the sun, chugging obliviously. The trees lining the field shushed and busied themselves in the wash of breeze, waving their abutted branches as if proud of them. And slowly, deliberately, Cleet began to rise from the ground. He could feel the air as it whipped around him, flicking like the tail of an affronted lion. It streamed through his fingers first like running water, then like heavy cream, and finally like syrup. At first he found that it was easier to stand if he allowed his heels to lift off the crumbly dirt. He balanced easily on the steel toes of his worn leather boots. An observer might have thought he looked like a novice ballerina, toe standing for the first time, flapping her arms to keep her balance. That observer, had there been one, might have laughed out loud at the sight, since Cleet, in his overalls and work shirt, with his old man's face and wire-rimmed glasses under the curved brim of his mesh cap, was about as close to a ballerina as Jupiter is to a junior mint. The illusion, however, would have been short-lived, for after only 5 seconds of tentative balancing, Cleet's toes gently but unmistakably left the ground. A scatter of dead leaves swirled beneath him, retreating along the length of a deep furrow. Cleet was still frowning with calm concentration, still staring at that section of plowed dirt, now 1 foot lower than it had been. In his carefully ordered old farmer's mind a mild voice commented that it was working. It was apparently the simple act of flying. The voice commented on it the way one would comment about a light unpredicted rain or an unseasonably hot day in May. Then another voice, still in his mind but entirely different than the first, rang out stridently. Cleet thought it was the voice of his long-departed mother. Cletus Starcher. Just what do you think you're doing up there? Come down this instant. And the spell, if that was what it was, broke. Cleet's arms flailed instead of flapped. His fingers clawed the air and lost their tenuous grip. That strange, fibrous quality of the breeze vanished, and in an instant the plowed field leapt up to reclaim him. He landed smartly, his boots in 2 parallel furrows, and his knees popped like a double-barreled cork gun. He straightened slowly and stared at the distant, heat-shimmery horizon. What had he just been doing? He answered himself with the simple, unabashed honesty that had been the standard of his life so far. He had been flying. He frowned again, more animatedly, and raised his eyebrows. Who'd have thought it? He remarked to himself, after a moment's slightly distracted rumination. He turned back to the farmall, climbed up to the metal seat, stepped on the clutch and shifted back into gear. 20 minutes later he headed back to the house for lunch. Cleet didn't say anything to Rachel about the flying incident at lunch. In fact, by that evening, the thought of attempting to explain the event to her had hardly so much as crossed his mind. This wasn't because he thought she'd call him crazy. It wasn't even because he thought she wouldn't believe him. Neither of those considerations had occurred to him. Cleet was a simple man. He hadn't told her because, basically, it didn't concern her. Perhaps if she had been his wife, he'd have mentioned it. Wives have a much more vested interest in the attitudes and lifestyles of a man than sisters do. If Anne had still been alive, he would have told her. He probably wouldn't have said anything at lunch, in the middle of the day. She'd have had enough on her mind then, what with watching little Dennison handling the laundry and thinking about dinner and all. But he'd have told her about it that evening, certainly. And most assuredly, he'd have told her before he made any attempt to try it again, as he was now. He'd have wanted her to know what he was doing before she saw him there on the south porch, flapping his arms like a scarecrow in a twister. It had just become common courtesy. Rachel, on the other hand, was different. Not different bad, of course. Just different. Any man who has ever had a sister would know. Clete didn't tell Rachel. He stood on the porch and looked contemplatively out over the fields and the scrubby trees beyond his barn. The great red structure was one of the secret prides of his life. It stood 56 feet tall from its cobblestone foundation to the beak of the wrought iron weathercock, and it was just as straight and red as the day it had been built, back before Clete himself had even been born. The structure had 4 peaks, one on each side, and at the apex of those peaks, dead center above the building, was an old-fashioned vent house reached only by a handmade circular stairway at the edge of the hay loft. A few years back, the barn had even been featured in a magazine called Country Living. Clete remembered the photographer who had come out after the magazine people had called. He'd been a wiry young man with glasses, and his camera had been nearly as big as him, so we can zoom right on up to that delightful bit of architecture at the top, the young man had explained. Clete offered to take the man up the winding stairway to the vent house, but the man had declined somewhat hastily. Didn't like heights, Clete figured. From the rear of the barn, he could hear the pigs in their pen, snorting and complaining over their dinner. Waves of stored warmth baked off the face of the house behind him, even as the sun dipped over the horizon and left the sky pale and sullen. He had finished plowing the east field that day, and had gotten a good head start on the big loop that dog-legged into Strecker Woods as well. The farm-all was now put away in the barn, along with the tiller, and the barn was neatly closed up. The swine had been fed, as had been the horses and Clete's lone milk cow, Bethel. Rachel was inside preparing an early dinner, listening to the local news on her ancient Philco transistor radio. Clete was satisfied that the time was right. He stepped away from the house and looked up. The south porch was really just a patio, added by Clete's and Rachel's father some 60 years ago as a place to barbecue hogs for their occasional family reunions and Sunday school picnics. The brick barbecue had long fallen into an obscurity of hyacinth vines thanks to one of Rachel's beautification stints, but the patio itself had been claimed as one of Clete's personal evening areas. He had purchased a small redwood chair for the patio, and kept his pipe and tobacco in a small teak box beneath. 2.5 stories above the patio, the peak of the roof protruded against the evening sky, tipped with a modest corner of white gingerbread. At the apex of the house's face, just under the old gingerbread, was a lit circular window. Clete had just come down from the attic and had purposely left the light on. He turned back to the yard and dropped his gaze to the corner of the smooth flagstone floor of the patio. Slowly and deliberately, as he had done in the field earlier that day, he stretched his arms out and began to move them, up and down, first slowly and then with an increasing rhythm. Again, he felt that strange, perfect assurance come over him, just as it had in the east field when the idea first came to him. It made perfect sense. It was so simple that he was amazed he'd never thought of it before. One wasn't surprised, when he worked the pump lever, to see water stream out, was he? Or to find that the earth moves under him when he moves his feet in a walking motion? Of course not. So how could he have missed this before? This elementary, physical phenomenon of moving one's arms and achieving flight? Yet he knew that it wasn't only physical. As he tested the air, feeling it like ephemeral harp strings under the musician's practiced hand, he could sense part of himself opening. It was like learning to whistle, or wiggle one's ears. He felt strange activity in his brain, as if he was using mental muscles that he had never before known how to flex. And again, he felt the air thicken between his scissoring fingers. He felt it billow and fold under his cupped palms. He lifted tremulously to his toes and hovered there, his arms pumping swiftly, strongly. Air swirled in the bald vines of Rachel's hyacinth. He didn't know precisely how it was working, but he could sense the knowledge of it in the back of his mind, huge and phantasmic. He could grope around the edges of it. It had to do with the friction between his arms and the air. And static charges, not the kind that poked him when he climbed out of his truck on a dry autumn day, zapping between his fingers and the metal door, but an entirely different kind of static charge. One he could create. He created it by flapping, by producing that sort of humming resistance between the air and his fingers, but he created it also by thinking, or not by thinking, exactly, but by exercising that odd, slippery, mental muscle in his brain. The one he was exercising now, carefully and diligently, frowning an old man's frown that would look more at home over a crossword puzzle or a misbehaving child. Clete's feet scraped slightly on the sandy smooth surface of the flagstones as he rose from the patio. He achieved the same height he had earlier that day next to the chugging farm-all, and then began to rise higher. His shadow separated from him and spread away into the yard, cast by the small yellow porch light. Cleet knew instinctively that he must not look down, must not give notice to the distance between himself and the patio below. He had nearly sprained both knees earlier that day, falling only a distance of 2 feet. If he were to lose his concentration now, rising slowly past 5 feet, he would most certainly break one or both of his legs. The threat of this struck him only vaguely, however. He was flying, and strangely enough, as he arose past the glow of the porch light, he found it was becoming easier. He was approaching the second story of the house. The lights were off inside, but he could see just over the sill of Rachel's sewing room window. A pair of sharp-beaked sewing scissors and a spool of black thread sat on the sill, blue in the light of the evening sky. The wooden screen door below opened with a startled squawk. Rachel appeared in the opening holding a ball jar of sweet pickles. Cleet glanced down sharply. He could see the top of her head, her steely hair pulled back in a bun. He could see yellow seeds swimming in the green soup of the pickle jar. "Cleet, would you give this jar a yank for me? I can't seem to." She stopped in mid-sentence, realizing he wasn't in his redwood chair. His feet hung solidly in the air at about her eye level, but off to the side. "Cleet, what?" she said, and then looked up. She saw his feet, clad in his evening shoes, standing firmly on nothing. She followed them upwards until her eyes met his, wide and serious. "Dear Lord God in heaven," she spat sharply, as if the phrase were all one syllable. Her entire body seemed to retract backwards, like a cuckoo bird being yanked back into its house. She disappeared through the door and it slapped dumbly shut behind her. Cleet credited her for not dropping the pickles. She didn't come back out, so Cleet decided to continue with his experiment. He floated higher, passing the sewing room window of the second floor and approaching the attic. Slowly, he turned in the air, allowing himself to enjoy the sensation of weightlessness. Across the yard the barn was being gathered into dim violet shadows. He could see over the point of the stable, into the back corner of the pig pen now. There were no pigs to be seen, however. He knew they were all still busy at the trough, fighting over Rachel's potato skins and coffee grounds. Over the peak of the barn, Cleet could just begin to see the hazy shape of Drake's woods in the reflected evening light of the pond. Normally, he could only see this far from the attic window. If he waited just a little while, when the night set fully, he would be able to see the pinprick glows of the city of Bastion Falls, just under the brim of the horizon. Something hard and pointed bumped his back and he startled, almost losing the rhythm of his arms. He turned in the air and saw it was the peak of the roof. The apex of green shingles stretched away from him in the dim light, ending at the base of the brick chimney. Cleet glanced down carefully. Between his feet, the patio looked like something painted on paper, distant and insignificant. The patio light still shone yellowly, but he was far outside its range now. He realized he wasn't flapping quite so hard anymore, nor were his arms weary. He pumped the air almost casually, feeling its weight throttle against his palms like molasses. Slowly, he lowered himself, watching the roof reassert itself over his head, until he hovered directly in front of the round, cross-paned window of the attic. There was a book propped open on a steamer chest just inside the dust-grimed window. Cleet squinted through his glasses at the tiny columns of type, flapping his arms cautiously so as to keep a steady altitude. The book was his and Rachel's family Bible. He had positioned it there 10 minutes earlier, opened at random, directly beneath the attic light. He had intentionally not looked to see where he'd opened it to. He read to himself, picking a verse from the right page. "But God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and God hath chosen the weak things of the world to confound the mighty." He said the words of the verse to himself several times, swishing the air lazily. When he was sure he would remember the phrase, he turned again, looking out over the dimming yard and the barn. After a few moments' contemplation, he decided to attempt a small, experimental swoosh. He leaned forward, gathering momentum, and swooped. The evening air billowed beneath him, supporting him as he swept along a mild current. He spread his arms and glided out over the yard, picking up speed as he slipped from one air flux to the next. The barn loomed before him, swaying ponderously. He approached it. Bars of air beaded his shirt sleeves and batted his pant legs. Cleet wondered if he could simply heave up to the barn with a series of flaps, slow himself, and then land in the open hay loft. He decided to try it. He angled up as the dark shape of the barn heaved over him. With a round of gentle arm waves, he settled smoothly onto the edge of the loft. His weight returned to him grudgingly as his feet touched down, and he could feel the relaxation of that secret, mental muscle. Cleet looked around as if realizing for the first time where he was. Bales of stacked hay lay like sleeping soldiers along the canted roof of the loft. He could smell the familiar barny smell of wood dust, loose straw, and faintly animal dung. Below him, he could hear Bethel softly pawing the dirt floor and chewing her cud. He was in the hay loft. He had gotten here without ever touching the yard. He hadn't passed the familiar old water pump with its rusty bucket or climbed the old plank ladder. He had, in fact, flown straight in like a kite. He had flown into the loft. Cleet's frown slowly, haltingly, fell from his haggard old farmer's face. In its place erected a careful, almost childlike smile. They were halfway through their dinner before Rachel said anything. She carefully dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a cloth napkin and reached for her water glass. Decided to take up flying, then, did you? She asked with remarkable mundanity. Cleet considered the question as he chewed methodically. After a pause he answered. Yeah, I guess I have. He had gone up to the attic as soon as he got back from the barn. He needed to turn off the light. He also needed to check the old family Bible to see what it had been turned open to. It had been 1 Corinthians. Verse 27 of chapter 1 began with, "But God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise." There hadn't been much of a chance that Cleet had imagined the whole thing anyway. Cleet wasn't a man given to very much imagining. The next morning Cleet got up at 5:30. He had been getting up at 5:30 for most of 40 years, and he did so without the aid of an alarm clock or the customary rooster. He, dressed in front of his closet mirror, choosing another pair of heavy denim overalls and a different flannel work shirt, he dipped his comb into the water basin on his dresser and raked the stiff bristles of his gray crew cut until it was as flat as the face of a new stump. He examined himself grimly over the lenses of his glasses, and then went downstairs to meet Rachel for breakfast. He flew over to the barn to slop the pigs and feed the horses. Getting airborne, he discovered, was something that quickly became easier with practice. When he was done milking Bethel, he made a spontaneous attempt to fly back to the house with the milk pail in his hand. He stood behind the barn, just outside the pig fence, and flapped steadily with his right hand, using the left to hold the pail. The air sang between his sieved fingers, thickening as it had before, but he was hardly able to get one boot off the ground while holding the bucket. He put the pail down on the straw-covered ground and stared at it drearily. What good was flying going to be if he couldn't carry anything? A fuzzy thought appeared in his mind, offering a solution. Perhaps he could make himself a belt hook to hang things on, so he wouldn't have to use his arms to carry anything. The picture in his mind limped with the effort. It was like something from a child's crayon drawing. He saw himself flying gamely over the barn, trying to keep steady while a bucket of milk slopped from his belt. The picture disintegrated. Too messy. Too impractical. Why go to the effort to fly the milk over to the back veranda with a hook, spilling most along the way, when he could just as quickly walk it? No, he concluded, flying wasn't going to be the sort of thing that would revolutionize his farm life. Maybe he'd do it now and then just for the enjoyment of it, like walking down to Strecker Woods and back on a summer evening. He'd tell Rachel he was just going to step out for a little fly. No harm in that. Otherwise Cleet would simply go about business as usual. Being able to fly didn't get the fields plowed and seeded. It didn't get the pigs slopped or the cow milked. He was still Cletus Arville Starcher, flying man or not, and he still had farming to do. That decided, Cleet picked up the milk pail, turned on his heel, and whistling a strangely melodic near monotone, headed smartly through the open barn toward the house. Later that day, while plowing the rest of the Strecker loop, he decided to fly home for lunch. It wasn't until the next evening that Cleet discovered another mental muscle he had spent most of his life not knowing about. He had used a portion of the evening to fly out to the southeast corner of Bethel's and the horses' pasture. A few braids of barbed wire had come loose of the fence post out there, probably stripped by a wandering black bear or coyote. Cleet discovered that he could carry small objects easily enough while flying, simply by utilizing the multiple pockets of his overalls. He had his hammer hooked into the loop on his hip and a handful of 3-inch nails in the front pouch. In the past, it would have taken him at least 10 minutes to walk to that corner of the pasture, not counting time avoiding the mud bogs and puddles that were so prevalent this time of year. He flew there in less than 40 seconds, catching tiny flashes of his reflection against the blue mirrored sky of the pasture's puddles. Later, while leaning against the pig fence watching the sows wrestle for space at the trough, the second idea came to him. It wasn't like the idea to fly that had occurred to him in the field 2 days earlier. Not entirely. This was an idea about something he could make. It was a refinement of the belt hook idea for carrying things while flying, but it was much clearer, and it would work much better. He marveled that it had not been obvious to him from the first. That initial child's crayon drawing of himself flying with the milk pail spilling and jostling from his belt was gone. It was replaced with a perfect mental blueprint of a device he knew he could make. It could carry things of all different sizes and shapes, and it had a counterbalancing mechanism, so that it would stay level no matter what position he flew in. His mind chewed systematically at the invention, tackling problems and proposing revisions. And some, detached part of him just sat and watched. Amazed that he was actually having such inventive, imaginative thoughts, he was snapped out of this diversion by the commotion of the pigs. They lolled over each other with their sausage-like, coarse-haired bodies, grunting and squealing indignantly at the trough. The feed was getting low. Cleet stepped toward the barn to retrieve a bag of sow feed and then stopped, his face a mask of mild surprise. There weren't any more bags stacked in the inside corner of the barn, under the loft ladder. He'd need to walk over to the feed shed with the wheelbarrow and bring back another load. As he turned and walked out of the shadow of the barn to pick up the wheelbarrow, yet another idea struck Cleet. This one was exactly like the idea he'd had while riding the farmwheel in the east field. He recognized the quality of it. It was like a post-hypnotic suggestion, or like meeting somebody you had only ever dreamed about. It came in the form of a question to himself: why am I walking all the way over to the feed shed to carry back sow feed? Because the sows are hungry, he thought dimly. A hungry sow is an unhappy sow. An unhappy sow isn't a very tasty sow. But that wasn't the real thrust of the question. He knew that, because he'd asked it of himself. It wasn't why are you getting feed for the sows? It was why are you walking to get feed for the sows? Maybe there was a different way of doing it, a way he could get the sows their feed without all the heavy work and strain on his already sore back. And it would probably be faster, too. Faster is more practical, if quality isn't spent, or so his mother always used to tell him. The idea nagged at Cleet. He adjusted his John Deere cap and rubbed thoughtfully at his upper lip. No harm in trying, he thought for the second time in 3 days. He looked at the narrow face of the feed shed some 30 yards distant. It stared back at him blindly, full of dumb curiosity. "You lookin' over dis way?" A voice in Cleet's head queried. It was the voice of the hired hand his parents had had when he was a small boy. A black man with graying hair. His name had been Chesapeake Chester, or at least that was what everyone called him. "Is it that old feed shed you staring at, boy? If you want some feed to give those sows over yonder, you gonna have to walk over and grab you up a sack. 'Less you know some other way to it." Cleet could envision the inside of the shed. It was stuffy and full of the rich smells of animal feed and fertilizer. Rachel's rake and shovel and garden trowel hung on the right-hand wall, splashed with a dusty sunbeam from a missing plank along the back. To the left was a rack of 2x4 shelves, 3 high and 3 long. The shelves were stacked high with this season's store of feed and garden grow. He could see the big, 50-pound burlap sacks with the picture of the smiling pig on the front. Hubbard Hog Feed, the legend over the smiling pig read. Cleet stared at the double doors of the feed shed and frowned that thoughtful, old man's frown under his glasses. He absently rubbed his upper lip, running the calluses of his thumb and forefinger over the sandpapery gray stubble. The doors opened. There was no fanfare. No explosive motion or puff of magician smoke. The doors simply swung apart and gently backed against the outside of the shed as if someone had casually pulled them open to get some feed. Cleet wasn't surprised. He could feel the mental muscle flexing, rhythmically in his head. It wasn't even as hard as flying, steadily, like the parade of Mickey Mouse's brooms in Fantasia. 50-pound burlap sacks of Hubbard hog feed began to emerge from the darkness inside the feed shed. They marched across the yard to the barn, each bag bouncing slightly as it moved, as if being hefted along a chain of invisible hired hands. Cleet was glad Rachel couldn't see the feed shed from the kitchen window of the house. She had groused enough about his flying. He couldn't bear to think what she'd say about this. He walked to the corner of the barn, where the feed bags rounded the entrance and floated inside. He reached out and touched one as it went by. The dry burlap rasped under his palm and swept on. 20 bags went by, making disembodied pill-shaped shadows on the grass. When the last one turned the corner into the barn, Cleet followed it. He came into the shadow of the barn entrance just in time to see it settle gently onto the other 19, which had formed a neat, bricklayer stack under the loft ladder. It was just the way he stacked them when he did it by hand. Cleet considered the stack, his lips pressed together in contemplation. Now here was a skill he could put to work. He came out of the barn a few moments later with one of the sacks hefted easily over his right shoulder. He plopped it down onto the pig fence and pulled the string seal with a practiced hand. Yellow feed poured from the mouth of the sack into the feed trough with a dusty hiss, sending the sows into an ecstasy of grunts and smacks. Cleet glanced over at the feed shed 30 yards away and deftly closed the doors.